welcome back to Costa de Caparica. We are here for the Caparica Surf Fest 2025. There is the scenes that await us. We've got swell, we've got some beautiful, although ominous skies. We've got Ben Mundy in the booth, we've got Chico Alves, we've got some light, we've got rainbows, we've got light and shade, we've got Chico Alves. If you check the surf, mate, what do you think about it? Please tell me.
Looks fun. I had a quick 5-minute look, but looks fun. Looks a bit better than yesterday. It's a bit cleaner. It's not as stormy as yesterday, so I think we are looking in to have a really good day of surfing.
Yeah, it's looking great. We've got some waves that wind's backed off. We had a massive day of competition yesterday, 24 heats. Today we're going to get cracked straight on, 7:35 start with Jorgen Kzn, the #1 seed in Europe. So this event's all about trying to find out the 10 Challenger Series surfers are going to make it through the qualifying series, get onto that all-important Challenger Series with a dream of making the CT. So it's a huge day of surfing, and straight up off the bat, Kzn, well, he's been on fire. He won in Morocco. I'm really looking forward to seeing what he can do out here. He's so powerful and electric.
Yeah, I saw a couple of clips of him before the comp started, and he's looking on fire. Really crispy off the top, really speedy, powerful. Yeah, he's got everything. That's why he's #1, and can't wait to watch it.
Yeah, he's won here before. He's had many good results too over the years down here in Costa. Knows the wave inside out. Knows himself, more to the point. And yeah, he'll be, he's pretty much, well, he has got a lock in terms of making for the Challenger Series. This is all about stoking those competitive fires, some prize money, some points, and getting ready for the first Challenger Series event, which will be held in Newcastle at the start of June. But that's ahead of us. We are here, down here on the southern shores of Lisbon. We've got Easter holiday coming up. You can feel the energy, you can feel the vibes. I reckon today we could see some big crowds and some big scores, hopefully.
Yeah, the beach is going to be packed. The kids are all on vacation, so they're going to take a minute to come down to the beach and watch the best in Europe.
Okay, well, let's see what the official call is. We've got Claudia Pinto down there on the beach with our contest director, Hugo.
Good morning, guys. We're here at the beach with Hugo Pinheiro, who's going to tell us what can we expect today. Yesterday we saw the conditions switching from windy to stable to what can we expect today for that?
It's kind of tropical weather, yeah. But today, basically the same. Early morning, like glassy conditions, very good, still very good swell. So we have good conditions right now. Of course, during the day, a little bit more windy, but still swell. So yesterday and today was the biggest days of swell. So we're going to do the maximum possible. We still have now the 8 heats of the last round of yesterday. Then we're going to do men's again and 2 heats of women. So we still have a long day.
That's it for today. Back to you guys.
Yeah, long day is a good day in my books when you're in Costa de Caparica. So we're going to go run straight through the round of 32 and then move on. Sorry, the last 8 heats of the round of 64 and then go straight on into the next men's rounds and finish off with just 2 of the women's round of 64. So yeah, plenty of surfing coming our way. We've got a little right hand. That's a great shot there, Chico, of that groin where we're surfing right against the right hand side of your screen is where the bank is on this sort of lower tide. And then as the tide comes in, we tend to move a little bit down towards the middle. That pretty much sums up what happens at Costa de Caparica, doesn't it? That drone shot's amazing.
Yeah, and yesterday we had it all. We had the right hander near the pier, and we had the middle part of the beach with some left. So I think it was great to see everyone reaping and yeah, just having fun. So yeah, today looks fun. A bit cleaner than yesterday. Yesterday was a bit. I don't know. We had like shifting weathers all the time. Was hard to predict what was gonna happen, but today looks a bit cleaner. There's some clean faces. The wind kind of backed off a bit, so looks a bit better. I believe now we have Kzn, another wild card here in Caparica. We have Jorgen, #1 seed, Ido Agag, and John Rabinovic. I love this name because it's like a mix of John with Rastovic.
It is. It's got it all. It's got some heritage. He had a really good heat yesterday as well. It was ripping. Also joined in the booth by Zé Ferreira. He's got up. He's taking his time. He's warmed up. He's been around talking to people, maybe having a cup of coffee, a few stretches, maybe a surf. Not sure quite what's going on. How are you, Zé?
Good morning, boys. Good morning, everyone. Yeah, just going for a little stroll there, see how's the vibe going in the competitors area. You know, so good to check the ocean in the morning, to actually look at it in person. And pretty calm, you know, competitors area in the morning, you know, everyone's waking up. A lot of people in the water for the free surfs because these guys are on.
Yeah, he's the first wave from Ido. So straight up, look at that clean texture on that face. So beautiful to watch. And he cracks it off the top. Here's the current ratings leader, Jorgen Kzn. Swoops around, trademark stuff. There's another little carve. Sets up for the finish. And bang. And that's why he's been winning a lot of heats this year. He's been really strong, really connected with his board. And that wave face there is just so clean. Just light. If anything, no wind in the morning. There will puff up during the course of the day, but at the moment, it's just looking really crisp. And surfing to match Chico. What did you like about this comment? These two?
Yeah, Ido started off a bit slow on this one, but then winds up off the bottom and does a big turn. Yesterday he did the same, but Jorgen, first massive carve, really driving through the turn all the way back to the power source, winds up again and bang. So 2 massive turns, one at the start and one at the end. And yeah, I believe this is going to be a big number for sure, as we see Francisco Kzn, the Portuguese, live.
Yeah, so Francisco just driving down the line, and there's a nice little crisp finish as well. The thing about Kzn was just the amount of territory covered that bottom man turn on that first arc. He just went for about 100 metres off one bottom man turn, did a big arc, and sort of came around and then finished it off well. So it was really, really strong surfing. Great sort of finish, and just straight off the bat, Kzn looking like he's on point, and that is pretty incredible.
Yeah, and replay here for Francisco Kzn. He is a young Portuguese, you know, talent gun. Very powerful and solid with a pretty, you know, classic surfing. But yeah, for sure, that wave from Jorgen Kzn, there's a reason why he's first in the rankings. He's been super close to qualify for the CT a couple times. What is he missing?
Well, it's a good question, because just a few times, I think, I mean, injury has been a factor for sure. He's had a few back injuries over the course of his career, just to halt him at really pivotal times. I don't know. It's so hard. He's got everything in his arsenal. He's just maybe some of those really clutch moments. He just can fall off sometimes. His completion rate was a little bit down, but you know, time and time again, he just keeps coming back. He keeps getting fitter and stronger. So yeah, he's got it all. I think probably 3 or 4 years ago he got really close. Had a really strong start in Australia. A couple of times going in when the sort of Challenger Series used to end up in Hawaii. He was right in the mix, and just, you know, it came down to a couple of heats. So I don't know. It's one of those. He's really close, and this year he's, well, proven again. He's obviously one of Europe's best surfers, and if he can take that form onto the Challenger Series, there's no reason why he can't qualify for the CT. His surfing's good enough. He's just got to have a bit of run of form and get some momentum. So we'll see. At the moment, his first wave of the event, 7.5. So it kind of shows exactly, you know, where he's at the moment. You know, just straight off the bat, puts pressure on his opponents, and yeah, already looking really solid. Just on 5 minutes already gone this morning. It's going to potentially be a bit of a battle for second. There'll be a lot of waves ridden. We got some numbers from yesterday about the number of waves. I think you were calling it could be a new world record in terms of waves ridden. We got the stats.
697 waves ridden, which is basically, you know, around 30 waves per heat, 7 waves per surfer in average. So, you know, that's
a lot.
Not usual to see in a contest.
Yeah, live action. So here's another one. Rabinovic comes around. First turn is a nice little top turn. Hangs on, and then another. Whoa, he's sort of all over the shop. His back lev's off. He's sort of regathers. It's a bit ungainly.
How good was that wave in terms of like the wave itself?
so much scoring potential. He actually left a lot of scoring potential on there. But yeah, well, you're right. It was clean. It was solid. It was punchy. His first turn was good. After that, he just sort of got a little bit wobbly. And we'll get some scores. Meanwhile, Kzn, and he just linking his turns well. Oh, and there's a trademark layback. Can he hang on? He bends his knees and his back. And I don't know if that won't be a completion, but a lot of action done out the back. Meanwhile, the gag just going for it. Little top turn from the Israeli surfer, and he goes down. So much action. I don't think, in terms of 700 waves getting ridden, I think we're going to get, we might be up there again today. Zay, it's this bank's so every sort of wave breaks, basically, isn't it? Not just the sets, but every wave in between. So basically, it's a non-stop machine.
But I'd say it's even a bit bigger than yesterday, as we see Ido here trying to run around that section. But this one, look at how compact he is in his bottom turns. No, moving the board in between turns. Just good old bottom turns, and that was a nice first one. And then I think he didn't leave enough space for the bottom turn to to go vertical on that second turn. That's why he got all out of balance. Unfortunately, kind of lost the scoring potential there. He does need to perform very well. But between, I would say Jorgen is kind of on a different level here. But Francisco, Ido, and John, that will be a tight fight for that second place.
Yeah, you'd think so. They're all sort of similar standard, similar quality. Kzn just a little bit cut above, and he's got that massive 7.5. He's doing a run around, so he's gone back out, gone to the beach, using that rip next to the rocks to paddle out and get on the inside. So a bit of experience and knowledge of the break. See it churning next to that wall. You're right about the size. I think the period is just a little bit longer today. So just adding a bit of energy, a bit of size to the proceedings, a few more sort of more sets perhaps. And yeah, that wind's just packed off for now. It won't be as strong as it was yesterday, and just veering around a little bit to the west, which is more onshore, but it's more about the strength. So looks like a pretty fun day all round coming our way. We've got till Saturday to run, and this is live action from the Israeli surfer. Nice little swoop on the first turn, holds his line, and there's a little layback snap. Just pushes it a little bit too hard. Went for it. Didn't really need to push it that hard, perhaps, given the state of the heat at the moment. He could have perhaps just completed that one, but he went for it, which is to his credit. And unfortunately, Zay just couldn't hang on.
Yeah, well, beautiful first turn, and then look at this bottom turns. That section was perfect for a layback, but he kind of did that yesterday, so he was going for it, and every turn is intentional for him, and so stylish. It's beautiful surfing from Jorgen. He looks so comfortable in his board. Unfortunately, can't make it, but Ido there kind of had the same dynamics as yesterday, so going really hard on every turn, but he felt a lot on that last turn. And so I'm sure he's reflected and analyzed that with his coach. Look at this, just beautiful surfing from Jorgen. Just kind of like showing off, I would say.
Yeah, that would have been a massive score if you hung on to that. So he's still got a 3.67 even with the fall. So yeah, showing a bit of flair. The fin release in that first turn. And yeah, looking like Pete Kzn. If you want to go check out some surfing, check the highlights of the Moroccan event down at Anchor Point, where he beat Ramsey Boukaim in the final. So he's coming in on a tear. He goes though, gets rid of the fans and the board and his feet off the board. It was never going to make that. So these two surfers pushing it, sort of going for progression rather than completion at the moment. Maybe just need to settle down. It's about winning this heat. Although we love to see, and the judges love to see, sort of exciting, progressive surfing. Sometimes I think you're more like just try and build that lead and then start to build on your scores rather than try and manufacture them. But as we said, there's so many opportunities. Perhaps do you think that's in their heads? They're just thinking, you know what, I don't have to wait. I can just keep pulling the trigger.
Yeah, I think Ido just looks so motivated, and as you're saying, like there's so many waves that you do have a lot of opportunity. That wave, you know, you either have a 3 or maybe you might go for like a 5 on an air. Maybe he's comfortable in the air too. So yeah, I understand. But you know, then it's about styles. If it was me, I'd be building the heat before trying out airs. But I don't know. Looks like he's very strong mentally and just going for it. So I don't think he's going to be affected by falling.
Here's a nice looking wave for surfing priority. Comes round. Local surfer from Portugal, Francisco Queta. Oh, and there's a nice little stab. Can he finish it off?
Oh.
So he's playing it a bit more traditional, bit more sort of, you know, look, it's not just, you know, it's pretty solid surfing, but a bit more sticking to the guns.
Yeah.
A couple of solid turns and a big finish. Just trying to get back in the heat. Had a 4, so this will be hing. But it was such a nice looking wave, wasn't it?
Yeah, beautiful wave and, you know, beautiful surfing too. Just two good old carves. And then looking at this last section, which, you know, it's kind of shallow and not easy, but look at this very nice, beautiful rail game here. And then just some risk on this last section. So I'm sure this is not the best, but probably the second best wave of this heat so far. And that's the thing, you know, when you're competing with guys that are your level, this is what happens. So you're going to be, if someone does a wave, so 5.4, then for Ido in this case, you're going to be chasing instead of bettering your position. And that's why, you know, it's pretty standard to start building from the beginning and securing your waves before you know, going big.
Yeah, it was a 5.4 that came in for that wave, so just got himself back. Meanwhile, the goofy footer in the event, sorry, in this heat, Rabinovic, just coming down. Nice little fin release. He likes that fin release, and there's another one. So a couple of turns. He doesn't mind a bit of risk, likes clicking those fins out the back, off the coping almost. And John Rabinovic, meanwhile, Israeli surfer Ido comes around the corner. Nice swooping first turn, just compresses again, waits for the finish, and then a big click off the top. So that's a bit more like it in terms of just finishing off the wave. So all 4 surfers now starting to get their groove on. 10 minutes to go on the heat. Kzn 7.5 is the difference maker. The rest of them all bunched together pretty close. Maybe Francisco just getting the edge in terms of that last exchange, but all 4 surfers now right in the mix. 11 minutes to go. This kind of looks like the perfect tide for this bank right now, doesn't it? It's sort of not low tide till later on, so this mid tide going low is probably bang on, and it looks so much fun.
Super fun. And Ido here, well, you know, I'd say Ido and Francisco are very tight here. Beautiful surfing from Ido. Super different approaches, because Ido is very explosive and more powerful. Francisco is more like classy and fluey, and John here on a smaller wave. Nice surfing, a bit on the bottom there. A lot of release on that last one. Very nice style, but just a bit below what he needs. But yeah, different styles of surfing between Francisco and Ido. It's going to be interesting to follow up for that second place fight.
It's Kzn just without priority, gave up priority on that one, which is a bit of a mistake. See that rainbow in the background, just illuminating today's proceedings. Look, I won't even say the pot of gold. I'm not going to do it. Say it's too old, but beautiful colour shot there. Had a lovely rainbow last night too, just as the day finished. So yeah, plenty of colour, light and shade. It's a beautiful part of the world, and this sand just churning off this bank next to the rocks.
Look at this, super fun, really fun.
So much push, isn't it? So that's what you can do with his first sort of, you know, first turn especially. You can drive to the bottom. Here he goes. Francisco trying to back up his 5.93. A little bit slow on that one, got caught up. Meanwhile, behind Kzn. Here he goes. Nice turn, first turn, that bit of whip, and then drives down the line.
Layback.
I don't think he's going to make a mistake on this one. There's a big arcing carve. And there's his layback you predicted, Zay. So that's 3 big turns. He's made a couple of mistakes. He's not going to make any more. Meanwhile, John in this nice looking right, and there's his big turn. Can he hang on? He can. So he's pumped as well. So that's set delivered.
Ido moved to second place with that last one. So judges liking Ido's power better than Francisco's flow.
Yeah, a bit more release, a bit of bigger section. And then John Rabinovic fighting back as the sole goofy footer. But this was Kzn, this was class.
Yeah, look at this beautiful first hack. Not a carve, not a snap, something in between. And then this is what you call a carve. A lot of amplitude, rail game, and progression here to finish off. So beautiful surfing. I would say that's the best wave of the heat. And this is Rabinovic waiting very well. I love his bottom turns. Really, you know, a low center of gravity. Looks up a bit on the bottom instead of the rail, but he likes it. That was a good way for him. You can see he's a bit younger, and so that shows in his surfing as well. But this is definitely great experience for him, and has a you know, bright future ahead.
Yeah, it looks bright future. There's bright sunlight, there's bright skies, there's rainbows, there's sand, there's waves, there's all sorts going on here. But we've got to take a bit of a break. First of the morning, while the surfers recalibrate. Going to come back with more live action with action from Jorgen Kzn like this after this short commercial break.
Na vida, há sempre algo que nos inspira. O milénio está sempre presente, ao seu lado, na conquista de novos desafios. Juntos, partilhamos a paixão pelo futuro. Milénio, aqui consigo.
It's good to try, even when something seems to make little sense. Put your weight on it. Make an impact in this world. Call everyone, set ambitious goals, and ask yourself, do you want to change surfing? Dare to test. Ride the future.
We are back here in beautiful scenes of Costa de Caparica, just on the southern stretch of the capital, Lisbon here. We've got some waves coming in, really strong start and some big numbers dropping. Kzn is at a 7.5 and a 7.67, so straight off the bat, scores up and pushing towards the excellent range, 15-point heat total. Absolutely on fire at the moment, this guy. And it's a race for second spot. Currently, this man here, Francisco, needing a 5.37, and that ain't going to do it. So just getting down to the sort of, you know, clutch moments now. Zay Ferreira, 4.5 minutes on the clock, and we've got this man needing a 7. It's probably going to come down to, you think, Francisco in blue and Ego in white. Francisco now needing a 5.37. What's he got to do? What's his strategy?
You know, just go there and wait for one of those right-handers. He can do it. Maybe he has to go a bit more explosive. He's surfing very well, you know, on the rail, good rail game, but I think the judges are looking for a bit more of that powerful or explosive surfing, so maybe he has to pay attention to that. But it's going to come down to wave selection.
Yeah, that's always pretty much the key. You need to get that platform, you need to get the canvas to open up for you. He doesn't have priority, which is a bit of an issue. He's second priority at the moment, so we've also got the surfer now actually improving. So Jorgen Rabinovic, he needs a 5.74, and he's also got that priority, the P next to his name, so he's right in the mix. So two surfers chasing, mid-fives to get into the all-important round of 32. Kzn's got it on lock. He's wrapped it up again. He's already got his Challenger Series position locked down as well, through the courtesy of a win in Morocco in the last event on the European qualifying series. He's been really impressive, really strong start, and he's out of the blocks and racing down the line, but the rest of the surfers all to play for. 3 minutes on the clock. Here comes some sets. You can see these longer period lines. It's got a bit more consistency, a bit more power. And here goes Ido. Did he paddle for that? He didn't have priority. Trying to sell his opponent, but perhaps. And right now, they're all just jockeying around, looking for a 5.5. Not a big number, but they're running out of time. Kzn won't be too getting invested. So here goes Gags. He's currently in second spot, so he's going to try and improve his score. Nice first turn, just gets his feet a little bit off his wax, but recovers and clicks it off the tops. I'm not sure if that will improve his current position. Meanwhile, the heat leader, Kzn, well, he's just having fun now. You can see how loose he is. He's just doing 360s and sliding and gliding, isn't he, really? He's looking super comfortable.
Super nice. And he's on a sharp eye. I've always had the impression that he surfs on a small board, or at least like a smaller board. Here we go. Important waves for Francisco. First carve there. Goes out. And Ido actually went out of the water with 2 minutes to go.
Yeah, I think he got that wave. Mantlis is trying to get back. This is a wave that's trying to improve on a 4.83.
A lot of spray, a lot of pressure he applies there. That was a nice turn, and I think he expects to better that 4.83. Oh no, he's going around. Yeah. Thought so.
Yeah, he's got 90 seconds to try and just get one last crack at it, or even if not that, put some pressure on his opponents. 1 minute on the clock. Still got Francisco in blue, needing a 5.37. He's been patient. So has Rabinovic. He's got priority. Sort of playing relatively patient and smart game. Just needing one good wave, trying to identify which wave it is. And it looks like there's a set here coming off the boil. And here he goes. Surfer in green, having a crack. First turn's a bit more carvy. Second turn, there's a bit of a check turn. He's have to go big on the end here.
Oh!
And he does. And can he hang on? And he cannot. So that would have been...
That would have been the score.
Probably would have been the score, we think. You can see the frustration. Because he sort of rode out of it after a while. And then the second bite of the cherry went down. So such small margins. He's not going to make it, but,
His bottom turns are beautiful. Really opens up. Look at this. That arm in the water. And then this is a big section. He did everything right, and then just, yeah.
So you think, that was a massive turn. He hang on. Just here, I thought, he's down. No, he's good. He got up there, and then just...
Something happened, yeah.
Slid off. His feet weren't in the right position on his board, and as we see, Ido, and that's the end of the proceedings for those two surfers.
Actually, I think this is still counting for Francisco. But one little off the top there, and he's not going to make it.
Nah, it was after the hitter, I think, anyway. So it's all over. So Kzn, in a dominant performance, is through, along with the Israeli surfer Ido Hagag. Unfortunately, those other two surfers left to wait till next year's Challengers qualifying series to start their campaign again. We're going to talk to that man soon on the beach, get his perspective on life. I would say to be pretty happy with life right now. He's winning the Challenger Series, winning the qualifying series. He's on the Challenger Series, and he's winning seat. So with a really dominant display from the Reunion Island surfer based in France. But while we get that interview sorted up. We're going to have a short commercial break and come back with more live action for the Caparica Surf Fest right after this.
Na vida, há sempre algo que nos inspira. O milénio está sempre presente, ao seu lado, na conquista de novos desafios. Juntos, partilhamos a paixão pelo futuro. Milénio, aqui consigo.
It's good to try, even when something seems to make little sense. Put your weight on it. Make an impact in this world. Call everyone, set ambitious goals, and ask yourself, do you want to change surfing? Dare to test. Ride the future.
Welcome back to the beautiful sights of Lisbon. We're just on the southern outskirts. You can see the lovely statue rising up in the morning light over the city. And we have got some City of Light magic going on down here on our own in the ocean. We've got 4 surfers lining up to try and get through the round of 32. Rodrigo, Bouchon, Donegan dos Santos and Dupouy all interested in trying to get through. We've got Chico Alves in the booth. He's a Costa Caparica local. And must be like watching music to your ears, mate. So the little rip bowls, good surfing, fun waves. Hold that thought as you see Trigo on his backhand. Little swoop turn, a little bit short that first one. Then gets a bit more release and does a 2-turn combo, so straight up and into it. Meanwhile, at the back, Dos Santos, Irish heritage, living down in the Canary Islands, and he goes around the corner, and that's whippy and fast. So he's really, really snappy, this young guy, and so many ways getting ridden. Noah Dupouy, who did a really big heat yesterday, and he doesn't hang on. So the first mistake of the heat for Noah. The rest of the surfers all getting off to a start. But yeah, it's a pretty fun Costa.
Yes, it is. I was watching the previous heat down on the beach. It looks a bit bigger than we see on our screen. Yeah, it looks really fun. There's a lot of waves coming. A bit hard to maybe identify the right one from out the back, but yeah, once you're on a good one, it's really easy to surf, and it's really clean. So yeah, Noah here blowing the fins out. I love this last turn, but don't know what happened there, but I think it was his back foot just came off, and he wasn't able to ride off. And Jacobo Trigo, as we see Dylan here. I love how Dylan drives through his maneuvers. He has a lot of amplitude in his surfing, and you see every time he goes to the bottom turn, he excels up top really well because it generates so much speed on the bottom turn. It's like a double pump. He does like the first pump, and then he has the second one, and he projects a lot, like almost if he's gonna do like a air or something, and then it just explodes on the lip. So I really enjoy how speedy he is in between maneuvers, and I think that makes all the difference when you're surfing a wave like this.
There you goes Dylan. Oh, sorry, my apologies. Is now Beauchamp up using his priority. Just waiting his time, nice and patient. Little squirt off the backside, and then a last nice turn, gets more release. So connected the dots pretty well, just a little bit late to a few of those sections. Yeah, Dylan, grown up in Lanzarote down there at Famara, which is one of the few beach breaks on the island, but so close to a number of world-class slabs. You probably surf down there, Chico, but waves like La Santa, San Juan, El Quemo, all those within a short drive of his house. So his technique has been groomed on those powerful slabs. But Bouchon here just didn't quite get all the waves connect on this one, Chico.
Yeah, it was a really hard wave to surf. He had like a left coming towards him, and the right where he was surfing was a bit mushy, so he couldn't generate enough speed to attack any section of the wave. So as we see live action now, Dylan a bit behind this one. But yeah, I think Dylan is at a good start, 5-5, and this is Noah.
Yeah, Dupouy coming around the corner, just readjust his feet. Now he's just starting to get a final end section if he can. He winds up. Similar turn to the one from last wave. This time he hung on. And how was your evening, Chico? What'd you get up to, mate? You said you were going to maybe call us for dinner, but you didn't really give us a text or a call. Just you go for a surf. Did you hang out? Just have a bit of fun?
Yeah, I just chilled with the family, at dinner with my parents, and went to bed early.
Nice.
As today is work day.
Yeah, every day's a work day.
Just keep pushing, you know, man.
Yeah, just don't try too hard.
Yeah, just don't ever commit again.
Yeah, I try and say every day's a Sunday. We know it's been Monday, but yeah, I like your thought. Keeping it real.
Keeping it real.
Yeah. Nice. Well, speaking of someone keeping it real, it's Claudia Pinto. She always keeps it real just down on the beach of Jorgen Kzn.
That's right, we're here with Jorgen, the winner of the last heat and also the first place on the QS ranking. How do you describe this moment on your career?
I feel like I'm back in the days because I remember being first in 2017, in 2018, and 2019.
17 minutes and 40 seconds remaining, boys.
So it feels great to be back in the first place. But I got to do my best to keep it. So my goal is for sure to win the event, but at the same moment bringing the trophy back home. So yeah, I'll be happy to have it because I have 3 in front of my bed. I want the 4th one. There's a spot for it, so let's do it.
We just saw you competing in Peniche. You got the wild card and even got to compete against the first place on the World Tour, Italfreda. You shared that experience on your Instagram with a very fun photo. Tell us a little bit about that experience.
It was fun to be with Italo because I remember being in the sauna with him, and I was like, okay, so I'm the last wild card. I'm going to be against the first guy in the ranking, so it was him, and he was like, okay, let's do it. Let's give it our best. And I remember being in a heat, and I did a few mistakes, so I was a bit mad about the few mistakes, but it is what it is. You can't do any mistakes against the world #1. He's too good for it. And yeah, I hope next year I'll be able to do the tour full time and competing against him again. Yeah.
And what can we expect from you for this contest? What's the goal?
Let's try to improve my score. I guess I did a 7.5 and a 7.67, so hopefully 2 8s next heat. I don't know. We'll see. I don't want to put any pressure on myself, but I was a bit stressing this morning because the conditions are not easy to control. There's some good rides, but it's a bit tough, but when you get the right one, you can rip. So it's cool.
That's right. Keeping it real. Back to you guys.
Yeah, thanks, Jorgen, and thanks, Claudia. Yeah, he's looking pretty relaxed, as we see. Whoa. So whippy, so quick in between his turns. De Santos, really sharp, really fast, really technical surfing from the young Canary Island surfers. And Chico, you let out a roar of approval for this.
Yeah, I love it. I just love how he draw that first carve and then how low he got on the bottom turn to that snap. That's really technical. That's what judges want to see, apparently. And I love how low he gets here. And just the carving transition into a snap was really technical. And that's probably one of the hardest things to do in surfing, coming out of a carve and doing a perfect bottom turn into a transition. And hopefully, 417. So
solid. He's got the lead with it. He's sharp. He's only young too, so he's got plenty of room for improvement. I think we're watching him improve even like year to year. You can see the leaps he's making. Kzn, yeah, he's won the European qualifying series 3 times, and he's got that 4th one, that little trophy spot. What trophies have you got at the end of your bed there, Chico? What do you usually put up there? No trophies?
I've got none.
None. Yeah.
None.
No trophies at the end of the bed. Just leave it.
You
never know. It's early days.
Yeah, maybe, we can think about it.
Yeah, never give up, mate. As we see out the back, Dupouy, Noah. Oh, there's a nice little turn. It's really whippy on his backside. Just hasn't been able to get any clean face. Here he goes again, though. De Santos, spoke too soon. Just that way, running off without any opportunity.
Do you reckon Jorgen can give me his?
Oh, you'd have to fight him for it.
The 4th one?
Yeah. No, he's...
So I can have one at the end of my bed?
He sounded pretty keen to keep a hold of those. He's pretty pumped. That was when he was at his absolute peak, 2017 to 2020, when he was winning the European Championships. He was really pushing for CT qualification. And, he wants to get back there.
I think he missed by only like 1 or 2 spots, right?
Yeah, he had 2 seasons, I think, where he just missed out by, 1 or 2 heats even. So, really close. And especially had a really strong start. So, like, for a long part of the year, it looked like he was well, on point. And then just at the final, a couple of events in Hawaii, it just didn't work out. So, but he's back in that mode again. A lot older and wiser, but still surfing as good as ever. Seems pretty relaxed with his lot. Spends a lot of time in Indo, in Bali. Pretty much sends you camp down there. Sets himself up for a lot of the portion of the year, which is great for your surfing. Great waves and so much talent in the water. So, he's looking good. Kzn, and he wants to win. And that's, it's not a bad goal to have. Surfed up there in Peniche, so more CT experience, which is always good. Didn't get the result he wanted, but the experience of surfing with Italo is important. Here goes to Santos, current heat leader, staying busy. Chico likes that nice compressed bottom end turn he's got in the whip, and then it just cracks the fins out. So he's looking really sharp. Different approach. That's a nice first turn from the Frenchman, and there's another second one. That's a good combo. Can he ride out? He can. He likes that. So that's a bit more like it. Bit more aggression, bit more vertical backhand surfing. Chico Alves liked it, and we'll see if Boshin also on his backhand can match that aggression. First turn's a little bit sticky, and second turn is nothing, so he cannot.
His board looks a bit wide, right? Every time he tries to go like from rail to rail, he's having a bit of trouble to fit like the board in the pocket. And on this carving on his backside, felt like at the end he was the front part of the board. If you see, just look at the front part. You see there? Both coming out of the turn and going in, he was having a hard time. As Noah, you see, he's driving on the rail. Wow, really nice transition there. 2-turn combo. Really vertical. I like the first approach was really nice.
Yeah, great surfing. Had a really good heat yesterday. Heat win and some big numbers. So Noah, the goofy footer, looking strong and got that score to drop in, which you'd think might move him up into first, potentially. He needs a 5.21 to get up into that first place. And him and De Santos just trying to get a bit of space between these opponents. Have a bit of a chat about things. This is so it's just these transitions is really technical, aren't they, Chico? And you like that compression in his bottom end turn and a good finish.
Yeah, I like he keeps it. He keeps the speed and all the dots really connected throughout the whole wave. Feels like he's always in tune with the wave, not losing momentum, and I like that. And for that, he gets a 4.10. So, yeah, maybe just lacking a meaty section there in between those beautiful transitions. But once he gets like an open face, he will for sure go into the 5s and 6s. As we have the score of Noah coming in, and it's going to be a healthy one. 7-point ride. So
There
well
you go.
deserved for the
Yeah.
two-turn combo.
Big numbers there for the Frenchman. So he's up with a 7 and a 4.47. Got a healthy lead with less than 10 minutes to go. Here we go, Dos Santos. He's catching so many waves. We're staying busy, and here he goes. He's got one media section here. There's a nice swooping carve. Drives around again. Oh, there's another one. Really whip. And then a third one. He's so quick. He's improved out of sight since I was telling him he liked that. 4 turns, a bit of rail work got thrown into that wave. And his body language indicated that he was pretty happy with it. So really impressive from Dylan. And just a bit more range in that wave, a bit more variety, showing what else he can do.
And he had last priority on this one. So he went on that one just to have a look and ended up being a wave he surfed really well. So really well done there by Dylan on this one. Identifying no one wants it and just having a look to see if there's something down the line, and ended up being one of the best waves of the heat, probably the second best wave of the heat so far. As we see, a bit of a sleepy start, but then the wave opens up. I like the first gouging carve, pushing the board and the body all the way around. Here he gets really weepy, just a bit of a flat snap, but I like the finish. So yeah, we'll see. Like I personally enjoyed the 417 more, but we'll see where this is going to pan out. But this was his second or his best wave, maybe his second best wave if we compare it to the 5.5. His 5.5 was really good as well. The wave was bigger.
Yeah, he linked his turns, more turns, but yeah, they're a little bit more lateral, not quite a steeper wave, but really impressive.
Yeah,
with a bit more sort of that carve, that rail work. So he's on point. He's looking confident. Real talent of European surfing coming through. You see Beauchamp now needing some big numbers to get up into second, needing an 8.3 just to even stay in the game. And he's not going to get it with that, so he's out. He's the current heat leader, trying to improve on a 4.47. Nice little first turn on his backside. That wave kicks out. So we're going to see a lot of this. As we said yesterday, Chico, it's almost impossible to work out what the wave's going to do when you take off. You just have to sometimes hope for the best. As you see Trigo, it's been quiet. Now he just ramps up, goes for a pretty big closeout Rio and goes down. So meanwhile, Dylan Dos Santos, it's his 8th wave of the heat. There's another nice turn and kicks out. So plenty of action and more waves. It's just a conveyor belt. As our current heat leader, he's looking for a bit of an end section. He goes down. So no one really being able to get any type of... Oh, stop catching waves, guys. This is ridiculous. Okay, thank you. Yeah, see Beauchamp. Yeah, you heard me there, Chico. But yeah, a lot of waves ridden, not a lot of scoring potential. But my point being, yeah, it's almost really difficult to identify what wave's going to do something when you take off.
Yeah, usually when you're surfing these type of waves in Costa are the ones that break towards a bit more towards the inside and towards the pier. They tend to open up a bit more and wait for you. And the ones that break a bit wider, they start really sleepy and they give you like a good ending. So that's the 2 options you have.
Yeah. Well, and at the moment, it's Dupouy and Dylan Donegan Dos Santos who has got the jump on their opponents. Now, Jacob Trigo and Ile Bouchon both needing some big numbers with 5 minutes to go. So it is really up to those guys. They've got to do something special, either on one wave or get a combination of scores to push on. Push on today. We've got the round of 64 of the man. We're going to go straight into the round of 32 and try and do all those 8 heats of that, and then just 2 heats of the women, the round of 36. So by the end of today, Chico, we'll just have 16 male surfers left in the event, which is pretty exciting, getting down to the real nuts and bolts. We lost a few of the heavy hitters yesterday, so yeah, could be a few more upsets coming our way. That Challenger Series leaderboard opening up somewhat, so none of these guys are really pushing in those top sort of rankings leading. So these are all some dark horses potentially. But you're pretty pumped about the whole Challenger Series ranking. Was that keeping you awake at night? Hold that thought. We've got the recap here. You can explain how we got to this incredible position.
Yeah, so Noah started off early. I like this second turn. It was really good. Releases the fins, makes it 447 for this one. This was the 7-point ride, so the best wave of the heat so far. Nice, tight hit off the pocket, and he was able to go straight into another big turn here, and a 7-point ride for Noah. And this was Dylan. Clean lines, really speedy, as we said. Really good in transition. That board looks fantastic under his foot. Not digging any rails and just driving through every wave with a lot of commitment and sass. He looks really good.
Sass, yeah, that's
You like it?
yeah, I do. I didn't see that coming.
With commitment and sass.
Yeah, it's looking sassy. Meanwhile, a replay as that recap was going on. Jacob Trigo, nice first turn, and nice green face. Finished off, needing a big number, so not the 7 he needs, but at least he's sort of chipping away at it. You can see he's a little bit disappointed by his body language. Looks like Dos Santos is trying to get away from his opponents, try and get a bit of breathing space. What we'll find is this tide gets lower and lower, there'll be more waves breaking out the back, which could make life a little bit more tricky, a bit more water moving around, more rippy, but still plenty of opportunity. And Dos Santos is deciding to try and go out in the middle of the beach and try and get a few peaks, lefts and rights, a bit further to the south. Trigo did improve his score there, so he needs a 6.13 now, so there's a difference. 6.13, way more gettable. He needs a couple of big turns and you're back on. So yeah, he's fighting hard to stay in it, as we see. Bouchon, he needs some big numbers, or a combination of. Nice backhand style, and just too late. So yeah, second to last turn, Manny was behind the 8 ball, couldn't get around to finish off, and looks like his race is pretty much run. It's down to Trigo now, whether he can just get that 6.13 that he needs to move up into second. Dupouy is safe. Dylan Donegan DeSantis, despite all the really impressive surfing that we've seen, and me and Chico Alves have talked about in terms of his transition, his technique, still just under threat here. If Trigo can get one more wave, just on a minute and a half on the clock, it shows you've got to. You're never safe. You've really got to get those high scores. He's got a 5.5, and he's has his second wave, and that's as long as you've got that a mid-range 5, you can be in trouble. Heat leader has a look at this wave, and that's just not going to add to his score. And we've got Dos Santos now sitting on Trigo. He's got priority, so he's decided to play defense rather than offense. What, see a paddle battle, Chico? Is this what we're in the sport for?
Yeah, like
first one we've seen in a while.
1 minute to go. So yeah, Dylan just trying to protect his position. And Jacobo needs a 6.13, so a bit hard to get that 6.13 there in the middle of the beach. From what we've seen, that's not actually a good strategy. Because like if you go to the right, there's more waves coming, so you kind of like will be able to sell a bit faster a wave than in the middle of the beach. So
yeah, well, he's trying to get rid of his opponent. Meanwhile, the heat leader, this will be his last wave. It looks like he just spins out, and he's pretty safe. He's going to come in now, so he's what it looks like. Got the heat lead and the win. Meanwhile, Dos Santos has pulled the trigger, so that means Trigo is on his own with 10 seconds to go. He's going to see if there's one more wave. That was probably a blocking manoeuvre, and it looks like there isn't, so that's the end of that. So Dupouy and Dylan Donegan Dos Santos are through. Good surfing from those two young European talent. Real signs of the future there into the round now of 32. We'll get to surf again this afternoon. And then one more heat away from what would be a really good result for the both of them. So he's pretty relieved. Righto, but that's it. It was great surfing. It's great waves. We're going to go to a short commercial break and come back with more live action from the Caparica Surf Fest 2025 right after this.
Na vida, há sempre algo que nos inspira. O milénio está sempre presente, ao seu lado, na conquista de novos desafios. Juntos, partilhamos a paixão pelo futuro. Milénio, aqui consigo.
It's good to try, even when something seems to make little sense. Put your weight on it. Make an impact in this world. Call everyone, set ambitious goals, and ask yourself, do you want to change surfing? Dare to test. Ride the future.
Welcome back. We are back here at the Caparica Surf Fest, and look at this seat. We have on our hands Iago Domingues, Vitor Garitaonandia, Matis Azam, and Fantin Abashi. And joining myself on the booth right now is José Ferreira. And while we are here, we're going to go for a quick interview with the last hit winner, Noah Dupouy.
Noah, so we saw you winning your round yesterday. Comparing to what you surfed yesterday, the conditions, what can you tell us about what's going on out there?
Actually, I thought it was going to be like in the middle this morning because with the tide and stuff. But as soon as I came here, like I saw the right. And then there's a lot of current, so it's ripping the right. And actually, you can, when you're in the rhythm, you can get like some really good waves that suck like the bank and goes all the way down. So I had, as I told you yesterday, I'm having fun. We have a great crew behind, a lot of friends, a lot of good vibes. So I'm just sticking to my game, my surfing, and then let's see what happens.
You're looking very confident in going up to the next round. How does that feel?
I'm feeling good. I'm feeling happy. You know, like I told you, I love Portugal. I love to be here. So I'm taking it by it and then just living life and having fun.
Thank you. Back to you guys.
Thank you, Claudia. As we see live action, Iago Domingues there with a vicious backhand, finishing it off. That waves there, that turn looked big.
Yeah, great surfing from Iago. Very solid, very comfortable on his backside. Beautiful style as well. Super keen to watch this replay again. Little sucky wave. See how he puts the board there and then just gets a lot of amplitude. Super solid on his feet. So good first wave to start. And we've had our surfer from Czechoslovakia, kind of like a Dylan Perillo style, right?
Yeah, Dylan Perillo. Long time no see Dylan, but
I know.
I think
actually he went to school, to university.
Yeah.
He's like now working. I don't know what in, but just like working. People have to do it after this, like, right? Yeah. We're doing it.
Yeah, but I think he kind of like really stopped surfing, kind of.
I think he
'Cause there's, like,
stopped
guys that-
working in surfing. You know, usually guys, they start working, but it's somehow surfing related, and I think he's just working in like, you know, an accounting company or I don't know.
But
would have to
still,
see.
there's guys that go to like those companies and they keep surfing because they really like to surf.
He probably keeps surfing.
You reckon?
I think so. Like as
A
much
bit like you?
as much as I do, you know, like once a week
Yeah, once a week or once.
or once a month. Depends on the weather.
On the weather, yeah, on the tide and the wind.
Exactly. If you have company or not.
Yeah.
Depends on like a lot of things.
A lot of things besides
That's why
you.
you don't go as much. Exactly.
Everything besides you. It
Yeah.
depends.
Yeah.
But yeah, our fellow commentator brought his board. He's psyched up to have a quick surf.
Yeah, that's it. He's out there. He's gonna show these kids how it's done.
Yeah.
Basically.
Mandy's left, he's working, and he's gonna make sure he applies the pressure.
Yeah.
And
You'll represent the crew because I'm sure you won't get in the water for the next week.
no. And with 19 minutes now, Iago Domingues 4.5, Fantin 3.5, and Matis 0.5. So Zé, I want to ask you, what was your, while competing, your favorite event ever, your best memory ever? Like your highest point on your career?
Oh.
As we see live action now, Vitor, nice carve there, another carve, waits for the wave to build up, and bang, nice turn at the end.
That the color of the board really, you know, makes him
shine bright like a diamond.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. But can you sing that?
You know his hometown? It's from Deba.
Yeah, Deba.
Yeah, in the Basque country. So Vitor here, a really great kid, always showing on the social media his story to
very solid and fluid surfing as well.
Yeah, and you know he start like telling everyone how is his journey to prepare for these events and stuff, and everyone follows him. He's really big, yeah, on social media. Like he does like day one of me preparing for the Caparica event in 2 months.
Yeah.
Day 2, day 3, and he kind of shows
But
like the day by day.
That's pretty much like, you know, we had someone yesterday, that kid that didn't have social media, blah blah blah. But really these days, like with the sponsorship situation being so hard, with, you know, prize monies being low, you know, not that many events, you really have to rely on other things if you want to live off of surfing for, you know, for some time. Because, you know, in competition you're either the best, or at least the top 10 of the best, or your contract is not going to be that expressive, and might be hard for you to live and travel off of that. So for brands to recognize you these days, you really have to talk to a lot of people on social media, or at least like to an important part of your brand's audience, and that's pretty much through social media.
And touching on that point, he basically he lost his sponsor back then, and then it's the story of him rebuilding himself since the beginning. Yeah, and now he has a lot more sponsors than he had before.
Obviously. And
he's doing great. So shout out to Vitor on his work.
That's great.
To just tell his journey. At the end of the day, he's not making up anything. He's just telling like the
sharing it.
And like
and that really works on social media too, you know. Maybe that was organic, but I would say there's a strategy behind it. Or it started as an organic thing, but then it became, because, you know, like I'm working also, like when you're with anything you do, you need social media. I'm working with a company, my company, SurfRec, and you know, there's that EGC, so employer. Well, I don't know what it stands for, but it's basically the life of your startup, and people identify with that. You know, your journey,
Yeah, for sure.
what you go through, being very open. You know, with good things and bad things, right? Because that's what people want to see these days, and so I can really see that Vitor doing that really strikes a pose with a lot of people.
Yeah, you have to check it out, and
I will, yeah.
because it's really great to see how like a kid telling something so simple can
Have such an impact.
yeah, on so many people. So it's great. He did a good job.
You kind of did that. You could with Cheek by Chic. Oh, let's see. It's not going to be easy to talk a lot about that because we're going to have a lot of waves.
Azam there. Azam, I like the name.
I like Azam.
Azam.
was a
I
Pokemon.
use a lot Shazam.
Yeah. Let's.
But yeah,
let's look
nice
at
start of this one.
It's magic. Nice little snap there, but this was the money.
That turn was nice.
Yeah, that was solid.
You got a 3-1-0 for this, and Fantine.
Beautiful style. Very, very clean and a lot of rail.
Maybe I just feel maybe his board is a bit too short sometimes.
Yeah, you think?
Yeah, it feels like his front foot sometimes could have just a touch more board. You see how Iago has board on top of his foot, front foot.
Well, Iago is one of those guys that is surprising to see how better he's doing in terms of surfing. Really evolved. I mean, he's always been a great surfer. He's been around for a couple years. Did well in the juniors too, but I don't know. Really standing out his maturity in his surfing. Looks like the good thing of doing this event once a year is that if someone evolved the last year, you're going to see, because sometimes when you're watching people every day, you don't really see the differences. For Iago, really feel a difference for the better.
As we see the replay again of Azam. First snap off the top was great, but then the wave just got really hard. And Iago again, a bit of snap, nice. Crisp, blow.
Vicious.
Yeah, blow of the fins there.
But tell me, Chico, how was?
He's being really vicious. Sorry to interrupt, but he's sitting on the 4 and the 3. So I don't know what he needs to do to go into the 5s.
Beautiful surfing, but
actually
he
powerful.
hasn't put like 2 or 3 good turns together. So it's not just the style that counts.
As we see, I think White is no. You'd love to compete on a wave like this today.
Love to. Yeah.
This would be your
That's my
dream
wet
conditions,
dream.
yeah. Like a rip ball right-hander with no paddling.
Exactly.
Just like going with the rip to the outside.
The priority. That's it.
The one you most hated would be like probably 6 foot.
I love 6 foot. If you had to say like small waves. Small waves was the worst for me. Nice.
Really?
Small waves was the worst for me. Like I lost my expression. I don't know. Yeah, I always did better in bigger waves.
You feel like you were a surfer that needed space.
Exactly. And speed.
So
you were good in small waves.
As we wait for more action on this one, Iago Domingues is going to keep destroying these right-handers, and we're going to go for a quick commercial break, and we're going to be back for more in just a second.
Na vida, há sempre algo que nos inspira. O milénio está sempre presente, ao seu lado, na conquista de novos desafios. Juntos, partilhamos a paixão pelo futuro. Milénio, aqui consigo.
It's good to try, even when something seems to make little sense. Put your weight on it. Make an impact in this world. Call everyone, set ambitious goals, and ask yourself, do you want to change surfing? Dare to test. Ride the future.
Welcome back to the Caparica Surf Fest. 9 minutes to go. We have Iago Domingues in the lead, Azam in second, Fantin in third, and Vitor in fourth. 9 minutes to go. Looks like there's lines approaching the lineup. And we are on the second day of the Caparica Surf Fest. As we were on the break, Vitor was surfing. So take it away, Zé.
Beautiful carves there, backside carves. And that board, you know, with all that white water really makes a difference. Beautiful spray there, and we had Matthias Azam, also surfing on a smaller wave. He has this last turn on lock, and is a good one. So he was looking for a 4 points to advance, but Vitor might have bettered his position. We'll wait for the judges. This is live action shoot.
Yeah, Iago here just trying to set up this section nice. Gouging snap and another big turn.
Wow, so beautiful surfing there.
Yeah, I think he needs to go into the sixes with that one.
Yeah.
He deserves it. A lot of good lines, and he's been surfing good. Fantin there with a bit of a sleepy layback to finish off that wave. I don't know what he's doing, but...
Going around, probably.
You reckon?
Yeah, well,
I saw
we've
two
seen
guys
a lot of that.
yesterday. I saw two guys yesterday that thought it was like less 5 minutes, and they were coming off before they ended.
Yeah. Yeah, I thought that too with the Israeli surfer Ido as well, but he was just going around.
Oh, okay, maybe I thought the same.
Yeah.
But did that happen to you ever once? Just like getting off the heat and there's
Look
like
at this one.
Wow.
Nice, a lot of spray, and just the amount of pressure he applies on that back foot in the bottom turn is what then gives him all that projection and speed and a lot of impulse to then explode on that top turn. Yeah.
Is that a 7?
Yeah, I would say between a 6 and a 7, somewhere around there, maybe 6.5 straight.
As we see Mario here warming up for Lotus legs. As we see Oliver Heinz as well. No, this is Nicolas Paulet. Sorry. And yeah, Hazam just setting up this wave, seeing if the wave is going to build up. Finish.
Super consistent, not falling any turn. Oh, but look at this, another speed. This is something else. The wave doesn't collaborate much. 6.33 for his last one, so...
He got hit by the nose of the board on the face, kicking out.
Did he?
Yeah, can you see the replay? That kick out was so sketchy. I don't know what happened, but he tried to kick out really quick and the front foot slipped off. Look at this. Nice carve. Then he decides to kick out around the ear, and he almost got hit by the board. So really sketchy one there. Assam, as you said, super consistent. He doesn't fall. Like, it's impossible to fall. There's guys like this. And there's a wave behind we didn't saw. Vitor on a good looking wave. Nice snap off the top. Winds up again and bang. Nice crisp surfing there by Vitor. I think this is going to be his best wave so far.
Yeah, could have exploded a bit more on that last one, but I think he's playing it safe strategically, and I think he does well because Matisse is super consistent, but probably won't explode that much neither. Fatin is the same thing, so probably Vitor just wants to lock in this victory.
6-3-3 for Iago Dominguez. You were right, in between the 6 and the 7. And now he's in the lead. In second, leading a 6-5 is Vitor. And in third, Matisse. And in fourth, Fatin. With 4 minutes to go. Last wave of Vitor, 5-2-7. So Vitor improves with that last one. His best wave so far. And we're gonna go for a quick recap now, Jose.
Yeah, so Vitor, very good surfing. Very Basque. These guys, this new generation of Basque surfers, obviously influence one another. They all have their style and identity, but they also have some similarities, especially on their backside. Really, really solid rail work with great bottom turns, and this was Vitor's best wave. Very vertical there, beautiful surfing. So we have great waves, great surfers.
That was Iago, though. Vitor.
Yeah, that was Iago. Yeah. Great surfing there from these two guys. Really in form, and also Vitor's last wave was a great wave. Here you go. Yeah. It's Iago.
First snap there. Waits for the wave to build up. Trying to improve on the 4-5.
So is this wave better frontside or backside? Easier? Who's got the upper hand?
Well, I think on the backside you can get a bit more vertical. And if you don't need as much space to open up as on the front side. So in a short space you can get vertical once or twice and get like a 7. And on the front side I feel like you need to draw bigger lines to get that number. So if you don't get the exact wave you need, you can get stuck into the 5s and 4s. So it's yeah, but both ways is the same thing. So
that's a good analysis.
I feel like lower tide, maybe backside has a bit of advantage because the waves are shorter, and high tide, I think, as we see like the whole beach working, I think it's either way. So I think we've seen.
There we go, Fatin.
Live. Now just doing a cutback, a longer carve, and kicks out. So Fatin, Abashi.
Switzerland. Surf pool. Switzerland, but he has She.
She, boy.
Which I thought it would stand for Czechoslovakia, but let's see his Instagram and see.
As we see live, Matisse, big crack off the top, and another one. Oh, and the fall. He needed that second turn. As we see, Iago with a big snap off the top and a huge turn on the leap there. Couldn't make it, and we see out the back Vitor there needing a 5.57. So amazing surfing though by Iago. If he landed that last turn was massive. So this was Vitor, just a bit sticky on that first turn and not able to get that enough speed to get up there again. So Vitor.
So Fata apparently is Swiss.
And Che stands for Swiss.
Yeah, that's weird. I don't know. I really don't
The
know.
Enigma.
And he's actually the Swiss champion.
Yeah, Fatina. Yeah, I knew that. So, a lot to unpack here as we see Fatan standing up on this one. Let's see if Fatin can do air just to showcase his skills on the pool. Bang! Nice turn there for Fantin. Getting out of the water now.
It's weird. I'm pretty sure that
We should get Fantin to come here and talk a bit.
Yeah.
As we see there, last wave, last effort for Iago Domingues. Heat winner, second place Vitor, third Hazam, and fourth Abashi. So well served by the Basques. The goofy couple made it through, and yeah, doing a good job, both of them. Surfing really well, and yep. Just overall, just really crisp surfing, tight in the pocket, and not making many mistakes. So well done by the Iago and Vitor. Coming back next year, it's gonna be Fantin and Matisse. As we see the frustration there on Fantin's face. He's a bit disappointed there with the loss, but he's gonna work hard, come back stronger, and make improvements so he can make the next year. As you see there, Iago Domingues, epic camper after a really great heat yet. So looking good on that board, Iago. Really.
What is he using?
He's using like a Pukish. I don't know the model, but it looked like a Pukish. So really good surfing there by. You see, the board looks short. It looks big, and the board looks really short. So yeah, maybe we should just trying. As we see,
the last of Red Iago was a 267 throwaway.
Fata here, waiting for scores. Let's see, he does need a 6.1 to advance. And I think it's going to be pretty hard. Swiss surfer, Swiss champion actually. So smaller wave, but was able to do one strong turn, but only that one. So it's quite steep for him to get it. Although nevertheless, that was a nice contest for him. Got through one heat. Still a lot to learn. Young surfer. And our winner here, Iago.
yeah, great surfing by Iago and Vitor. Fantan and Matisse. They're gonna need to train a bit more and come back next year, but a lot more action coming up next with some big hits on our end. Nicola Polé, Paco Alonso, Luis Perloro, Oliver Heinz. Big names, big hits. Stay with us for more while we go on a break.
que nos inspira. O milénio está sempre presente, ao seu lado, na conquista de novos desafios. Juntos partilhamos a paixão pelo futuro. Milénio, aqui consigo.
It's good to try, even when something seems to make little sense. Put your weight on it. Make an impact in this world. Call everyone, set ambitious goals, and ask yourself, do you want to change surfing? Dare to test. Ride the future.
Welcome back to the Caparica Surf Fest. We are live, heat 12, round of 64. Nicolas Paulet in the water, Paco Alonso, Luis Perdor, Oliver Heinz. And someone started off really well while we were on break. Paco, Nicolas Paulet, and this is live. Oliver Heinz with a bit of a float over that section and a nice hit off the top. Really tight in the pocket. He's got a good hit in his hands. And Paco Alonso's Nicolas Paulet, really strong French surfers. Luis Perdor, really strong Portuguese surfer as well. Oliver Heinz from the Netherlands, and a really strong surfer as well on his backhand. So a really big hit on our ends there.
Definitely. I'd say that from here on, it only gets better, as we had some surfing from Paco, French surfer, very compact there. Ooh, nice bottom turns. That nice top to bottom surfing. And Oliver Heinz surfing for Stock Surf Team, Surf Talent Ocean Center. And nice surfing there. Looks like that team is working. And beautiful surfing too for Nicolas Paulet. All red. And lay back here. No. Oh, great wave. Surfing for Hurley.
Wow.
That was a long wave. 6.5 or?
Yeah.
No.
It was a 6.5.
Is it? Yeah, exactly.
As we're going to go for a quick interview with the last winner, Iago Dominguez, standing by with Claudia.
That's right, we're here with the winner of the last heat, Iago. Guide us through your heat.
It was the first heat. It's always a little bit nervous, but I was super happy to find a couple waves like really quick, and then I feel really relaxed and happy to be here and happy to be surfing the waves.
You really did look very confident and with smooth surfing out there. Can you tell us a little bit about what you've been working on with your coach?
Now, we have been working a lot lately. The last couple of years have been crazy, training morning and afternoon. So we have been preparing, we are prepared for this moment and more. So we are prepared for everything that's coming.
The board also looked like it was working perfectly. Can you tell us a little bit about it?
Yeah, of course. This is a magic board that I rode in Morocco. I didn't get the result that I want there, but the board was working amazing, and I saved it. I put it on close to my bed at home, and then use it again for this contest. And the board is magic. It's a performance mood from Pucas, saved by David, and it's working amazing for these conditions.
So would you say it's a magic board? How does that influence your confidence in the water?
For me, it's super important, the board. I am a really crazy guy with the boards. I think I always trying boards before a contest, getting crazy. But if you have that magic board, you are super confident for your hit.
Thank you so much. Good luck for the next one. Back to you guys.
Thank you, Claudia. Iago there saying he always goes crazy about the boards he has, and he tries a lot of boards. Were you a guy that was trying a lot of boards there?
Actually, I was not, you know, it depends what you consider a lot of boards. I was using around 25, 30 boards a year. More close to 25 than 30, Beautiful surfing here, really compact. He really has that top to bottom game working for him. Can really like generate a lot of speed on those bottom turns. But yeah, I would say 25 boards a year. That was my number around there. You?
Let me just check this replay. Really nice surfing there by Nicolas. I have no idea. How many boards.
But I'd say that these days it's a bit less, you know.
You reckon?
You know, everything is less. Contracts are smaller, you know, everything. So, in everything that you need to build a board is more expensive, you know. Foams are more expensive. Distribution channels are more expensive. Electricity is more expensive. So, you know, shapers don't have the same, I would say, budgets than last year's. So, yeah.
Damn it. Perloro there had a good opportunity to open up well this heat and got a bit caught up on that first section and ended up falling. So a bit of a mistake there by Luis.
And interestingly enough, today we don't have that second section breaking in the outside, right?
Yeah. It's a bit smaller, I think, but it's better on the inside. Nice carve
bigger
there.
on the inside, yeah.
Yeah, than yesterday. It's weird.
Yeah.
And supposedly today it was going to be smaller.
I mean, the period is bigger than yesterday.
Yeah, you were right then. You told me you thought the waves were going to keep the same or actually bigger.
Yeah.
But 16 minutes to go, and Nicolas Pole is in the lead, so he's got a 6.5 and a 4.9. Nice gouging curve there. He's been finding some really good ones. Yet to put something major on the board, we have the other three surfers: Paco, Luis, and Oliver, and he's got like but he's got a 4.5 and Paco has a 4.33. So they've got something. Luis is a bit behind on this one, only sitting on a 0.5 and a 1. And who has impressed you the most this event, until now, in terms of surfing?
You know, I actually was thinking about that yesterday, and when we had that question, like yesterday from Ben, I said Thomas de Bière, and he definitely was one of the standouts. But in terms of impressing me, I think it was Uri Uziel.
Okay.
You know, surfing for Argentina. I think he used to surf for Israel too. Spends a lot of time in Portugal as well, if I'm not mistaken. And I don't know, just, you know, one of those guys that you know he surfs well, and you've been following for some time, but then you see him surfing, and there's that day that you say, wow, this guy's ripping, you know. And I was quite surprised to see him surfing that well yesterday. Really evolved. And what about you?
Well, I really enjoyed Sempite. I really like his surfing, really light-footed, but at the same time really technical. Yeah, just overall a true goofy as we see live action. Paco, really nice blow of the fins there at the end. And 14 minutes to go now. And Nicolas in the lead. A bit of a sleepier ocean right now as we watch the replay.
Yeah. Nice turn there. Very controlled, and was still looking for another section, but did well to explode on that one because the wave was pretty much closing out. We still have non-stop waves. You know, we're not going to have the same number of waves as we did yesterday. Very close to 700 waves ridden in 24 heats. That is crazy. Probably went down in history for European surf. And Oliver Heinz here. Let's see what he's got. Beautiful gouging turn there. He's looking for a 3.33, so he definitely got it.
As we see another wave here by Paco. Nice layback there, really technical. Just pushing the tail towards the beach. Looked really, he's from Carquin. Plage. Do you know where's Carquin Plage?
Nope.
I think Carquin is like near Osgore, a bit
upwards, you know. Yeah, probably.
Yeah, I think so.
But there's Carquin. Yeah. That was very technical.
I saw the other angle and it looked like a nice layback, but this angle gives it a bit more. Oliver though on the other end, really clinical. Bang, big turn. That turn was massive, and I think judges will love it. I think.
Yeah.
387. Is that it? You reckon? It is. So 387.
Yeah. I think that score is yet to drop. Honestly.
No.
Yeah. That score is yet to drop.
But if it's yet to drop, no, it's in because if it's yet to drop, there's blue.
Okay, all right. I thought that was going to be
a 4-5.
Yeah, at least a 4.
Yeah, I thought the same. That turn was massive.
Yeah.
And yeah, I don't know what happened, but maybe if you see it live, you just see different stuff.
Yeah.
But yeah, that turn was vicious. And I'm wondering what they're going to score for that layback of Paco. Because it was really different, really hard to score. And yeah, Paco needing 405 now. Let's see if we can do that on those last 2 waves. And this is Perlouro on a good looking wave live. First snap off the top a bit late. And a fall. Perlouro here a bit disengaged with the ocean. Not usually his type. 4.43 for Paco Alonso. And he's now in second. And we see another wave from Paco. Nice long carve. Waits for the wave to build. Bit of a snap. And gets out of there. I think he took a long time on that bottom turn, right?
Yeah. Well, he's utilizing the speed of the wave very well. Actually, great read of the wave, long bottom turns. And so I think he was just kind of feeling the wave and looking for sections there. Let's have a look. So nice first carve and then just kind of like cruises a bit and understood that wave wasn't great, so eventually left. So situation. Nicolas Paulet, Paco Alonso, Oliver Heinz needing a 4.26, super attainable, and Perlouro, a bit slower on this heat, needs a 7.06. But we are going for a quick break. We come back, we have all the action in this heat.
sempre algo que nos inspira. O milénio está sempre presente, ao seu lado, na conquista de novos desafios. Juntos partilhamos a paixão pelo futuro. Milénio, aqui consigo.
It's good to try, even when something seems to make little sense. Put your weight on it. Make an impact in this world. Call everyone, set ambitious goals, and ask yourself, do you want to change surfing? Dare to test. Ride the future.
We are back live with 7 minutes to go. Nicolas Paulet is still in the lead with that first long ride. Putting an exclamation point on this heat. And looks like he's dropping another big score. As we see, this was during the break. Oliver, nice wrap there. Another snap, waits for the wave to build up. Another one, really quick, and a finish.
Oh.
And he poked the nose.
Very unfortunate. And now Nicolas Paulet, we expectedly had a lot of action during the break. Let's see, nice section and beautiful turn. That's a 6.37. So improves his situation, makes it harder for Paco and the rest. But Oliver is still looking for a 4.26. So
do you reckon that was enough? That last
super
one,
attainable.
if you landed that last turn?
I think so. I think so. But these guys are definitely.
Do you feel like the scale is a bit low this event?
Actually,
there's a lot of 4s and 5s.
Actually, I think judges are taking it easy, because this ride is super rippable, and so they can't score too high neither. But
there's a lot of 4s and 5s though.
Nicolas Paulet. Yeah. Anyway, this is a fight between Paco and Olivier at the moment. Oliver is part of the Stock Surf Talent Ocean Center team. This is a surf team, and they want to better the Dutch surf level and get that government support. And Dutch surfing, you not just Dutch, Italian, all
just
German,
like Italy did.
Exactly.
And Germany as well. Like they've got
yeah.
such a great team.
Yeah, exactly. All
and
these countries that are not traditionally surf countries, they've organized themselves through various ways to make their athletes better. And there's in the Netherlands, you have some waves. Like I've actually scored there on a weekend mission.
Yeah, I remember.
Remember?
You went with
I went with Marlon.
And was what?
And Jeff Flint, the photographer, and Yannick de Jager.
Yeah, Yannick de Jager.
Yeah.
Does he surf still?
Yeah, probably.
Sick.
In Schweiningen. Then we have Paco Alonso. Nice style. But yeah, on the Rotterdam port, super, not like a super random place. There was this big storm that comes once a year, biggest storm of the year, and we flew to Amsterdam and then drove to Rotterdam, and man, we just got these perfect, barely Kira waves for 2 hours. Super cold, but imagine a right-hander, because they also have a cone with a lot of sand going. I hope the
locals don't get mad.
Dutch surfers don't get mad, but I don't think at least when I went there, people were super happy to see someone that is not from there.
Do you reckon you're exposing like this?
Not at all, because you know,
to them.
You know, 99% of surfers are not going to go there for this kind of mission. First of all, they don't know like how that works. What is the kind of storm that you need to? So, and that's
to look for.
Exactly. Me neither. Yannick gave us the call. And actually, I think like Dutch surfers are happy to get some visitors there. That's my take on it. But they do have some waves from time to time, like on those beach breaks. Beautiful wave here.
Oh, nice air reverse there. Really technical.
We like that.
I love it. I like whenever someone does something different than the usual, and I think that was really technical. So I don't think it's going to go huge, but I just like the intent at the start of the wave, and yeah, as we see Portlouro here trying to get better than a 6.
Wow, he needs a 6.26, so you know
that can be.
Yeah, well, I think he was like
ta.
Yeah,
Oof,
hitting
ta,
the
ta,
board,
ta.
hitting the board a bit too much in between turns. So, and like kind of stomping it instead of creating that acceleration. So this one he was a bit late. This is an amazing turn. A lot of water. He's a very solid surfer, and he maybe played it a bit too safe for that. 6.26. I think it's pretty close. I just don't know what the judges will think because of that last one. You know, in these ways, if you want to be sure, like you have to put it. You really have to give it your all if you want to be sure. So you're not sure now.
As we have 1 minute to go, and yeah, let's see if we can get the score. Portlouro needs a 6.26, and the score is coming there, and it's 5.9.
Yeah, well, again, close, but not, not enough. 2.86, that's what he needs. He will claim this. Kind of a no-claim claim.
He needs a 2.86. Is this a 2.86?
No, I don't think so.
This is not a 2.86?
No, I don't. I think it's a 2.5.
You reckon?
Yeah, well...
that turn was actually great.
Small wave,
isn't that a
white water wave. Yeah, well, let's have a look at it again.
.30 seconds. Luis needs just a 2.86, so a really low number. That's what he needs. As you see, Luis again on the inside. First heat gets another snap.
He's definitely trying.
And
now another one. So this might be a bit more like this, like it.
This is so tough. He's sitting at
tough.
He needs a 2.86. Oh, he's not going to get it. 2.13. And the one previous
one, we have one score from the judges is a 2.3. Let's wait for, so 2.86. That's
madness.
He waited a lot in this heat to start. Like he had 5.9, which was great. But unfortunately, I think he's going to be just a tiny bit below that score. But judges are, taking a good hard look at that, taking their time. They don't want to do any rushy mistakes. These situations are super sensible. They might kind of make or break careers, so they have time, so they're not going to rush the decision over, over not looking at the replays. Probably some comparison work from, from other waves in this heat. So maybe like Paco Alonso's 2.63, for instance, or Luis Perloiro's 2.5, because he had one. And so yeah, hard job. Sometimes it's harder to judge a 2.86 than to judge a 5 or a 6 or an 8 points. 8-point ride. So yeah, he's praying, pretty much, praying for that score to come alive. And yeah, definitely judges are taking a very hard look. This is the man of the heat, surfed very well with a 12.87 combined score. And we are waiting for this score. So nice turn, and it comes out as a 2.67. Not enough, super close. Two judges actually gave him the score, but just unfortunately came out a little low. One of those scores that can either make it or not make it. Would be fair for both ways, but he'll just have to reflect and get better. He's on a kind of on a roll. Kind of frustrated there, but we're going to go to a quick break, and when we come back, we'll have great heats on our hands. See you in a bit.
Na vida, há sempre algo que nos inspira. O milénio está sempre presente, ao seu lado, na conquista de novos desafios. Juntos, partilhamos a paixão pelo futuro. Milénio, aqui consigo.
It's good to try, even when something seems to make little sense. Put your weight on it. Make an impact in this world. Call everyone, set ambitious goals, and ask yourself, do you want to change surfing? Dare to test. Ride the future.
Welcome back to live action. There's the old prison, one of the landmarks of this beautiful city of Lisbon. We got some landmarks of our own in terms of European professional surfing, the final event on the European qualifying series, which will see just 10 men and 6 women go on to the Challenger Series ratings for the end of the year. Right now, though, this man here on his backside is Connor Donegan Santos, his brother. Had a good heat win earlier on. He goes down now. This is a replay that all went down while we're on that break. Stef van Noordenen, he had a good surf yesterday, got through his heat with that sort of smooth style. Meanwhile, Adur Amatriain, so Adur now just one of the Bass surfers' hottest prospects. Look at that Pukas board, adorned with no stickers whatsoever. It's a clean white blade, and he's skiving through it. So really strong surfer from Adur. And it was a pretty action-packed heat, as was that last one. And the man that won that heat is down on the beach with Claudia Pinto.
Nicholas, guide us through your heat going into the next round. How does that feel?
I feel okay, feel good. It's already tough, the first heat of the contest. Now I feel free. So yeah, happy to make that one.
What's the goal for this contest?
I don't have no goal, just heat by heat. I want to focus on each heat, so I have a next heat today, later on the day, so I'm going to focus on that one.
Working on the mindset, has that been what you've been training lately?
Yeah, not really. I'm just happy with the guys I stay with, and that's it. It's part of the game, and I perform well like that, so I think it's the best.
No pressure and working well. Good luck for the next one. Back to you guys.
Thanks, Daria. Yeah, no goals for Nicholas. He's just goalless. He's cast no anchor. He's just floating. You know, sometimes these surfers, they like to have the full, you know, attainment list, like Griffin Colapinta style, where you've got every sort of manifest your dreams, set your goals. Nicholas, he ain't got none.
And use a wood necklace to manifest it. Beautiful.
What's your goals
turn.
for the week, say? What goals have you set for this week?
My goals here are mostly the same as I would be in competition, and just have fun.
Just have fun. Yeah.
I think that's the biggest fallacy. No one's here just to have fun.
No.
Right?
Yeah. I mean, if you want to have fun, don't go to a high stakes European qualifying series event.
Yeah, exactly. You know, it's not going to be that fun, you know. So, Connor here, beautiful. Oh no, this is Matthias Canhoto. Beautiful surfing from him.
He's really relaxed, isn't he?
Yeah, looks a bit relaxed. He's definitely the best surfer of his age, maybe in the world.
Wow, that's a big call.
Yeah, no, yeah.
Best surfer of his age in the world.
Yeah. Well, Medina said it.
Yeah, but what would he know? What does he know about surfing?
Who is he?
Yeah, right. Okay, big call from Gabe.
Yeah. Well, this
surely
was
the world junior champion's the best world surfer. Is that? No, that's not true.
Well, yeah, he's literally his age. I think he's like 16 or 17.
Is he right? Is that young? Okay, gotcha.
But the thing is, like, there's a difference between surfing and competing, right? And that's where he has a lot of work to do in terms of consistency and that mind work, mind game. I think that's where he has, let's say, the biggest potential to improve.
But in terms of pure talent, he's right up there.
He's really amazing surfer. Good in airs, good in barrels, you know, good in that rail game, and you know, expressive power surfer as well, while being light on his feet. It's really impressive.
Yeah, one of Portugal's great young hopes. It's been a bit of a gap really on that, so especially on that CT, you know, ranking since Kick-Ass has been there.
Yeah.
Hasn't really been someone come in behind him in terms of CT qualification, so that's a pretty big gap. That's a good 15 years between those two surfers. So, it needs to be filled. Given the talent, given the waves, given the infrastructure, given the support that the surfing gets, and you don't want to put too much pressure on him. Here he goes, Connor Donegan Santos. So we saw his brother Dylan have a really good heat early on as a natural footer. Connor's got that sort of different style, and a bit more lanky, a bit more obviously a goofy footer as opposed to a natural footer. Growing up down there in the Canary Islands, you can tell by their Irish heritage. Connor Donegan Santos, so a mix of Canary Islands and Irish heritage, and Connor, he's got a different style. Compact, those brothers pushing each other, and there's a nice little turn. He just his feet slid up the board.
Yeah.
Still managed to hang on.
Right. Yeah, but talking about Portuguese generations, we had Frederico being the last guy in the CT. We do have like Gui Ribeiro and Joaquim Chaves. Gui Ribeiro was on the Challengers last year. You know, a lot of work for these guys to make it to the CT, but you never know, right? They're working for it. They're fighting for it, and they're smart kids. They have good support and structure behind them. So, but yeah, that would be, I would say, around 10 years between like my generation, and that involves Vasco and Kikas and Nick and Chico and all these guys. And these kids, yeah, they're like 24. So, yeah, some good 10 years, but...
Yeah, well, it's a big gap. There's Adur Amatriain. So he's the best surfer. He's ranked 5th on the current European qualifying series rankings. So looking really good for his Challenger Series spot. He actually, and we had a couple of surfers above him get knocked out, both Afonso Antunes and Maxime Hussino. So he could potentially go up. He, with surfing like this.
And what's I'd love to hear your take on, like, when you see Adur Amatriain without one sticker on his board, like what does that say about the surfing industry?
Yeah, well, it's hard. There's probably much support out there. There maybe been in the generations before. I'm not sure. I don't know Adur's situation where he's in between contracts or how it's all working out, but it's definitely it's a statement, isn't it? He was supported by Hurley for a long time. Had some great support. He's one of Europe's best surfers. He's had results on the Challenger Series and got a quarter-final in Snapper Rocks maybe last year, the year before. So that's the level he's at. He charges massive waves.
Massive waves.
He surfs great in competition. So he's got it all. And yeah, as you say, he's got a completely stickless board, which means he's funding his own travels here. So yeah, it's tough out there in terms of support. And yeah, he's going to have to find a new path. That board does look good. It's kind of crazy, isn't it, seeing those completely stickerless board. We're so used to seeing stickers on boards, you get used to it. So, and then when you don't see one, even like
what crime is that?
Yeah, I know, it blows your brain. Well, it's like when famously, go way back in time for all the young kids out there, but when Tom Curran won Haleiwa on a stickerless board at Hold That Thought. Here goes that clean blade we're talking about. It looks nice under his feet there, doesn't he? He's flying down the line. Big finish here. And there he goes and goes down the hole. So it was going to go for it. It was always going to attack that section, but it can't quite hang on. Yeah, the Haleiwa Pro, the Wyland Pro it was called. And Tom Curran was actually sponsored by Rip Curl at the time for like a massive contract. As you see Kenyato going, there's that real smooth style we're talking about. And they didn't have time to get the stickers, basically. It wasn't no more statement than that. He was just a bit vague. Maurice Cole couldn't get the boards. Anyway, he went on to win, and that caused a big, sort of talking point, and that was 30 years ago. So the stickerless board is a thing, and at the moment, Adur is using his to pretty good effect. He's still out in the lead, but if he'd managed to finish that last wave, it would have been a different story. Yeah, it's but not even to see the Shapers logo on it either. That's the other thing. As we see, Connor Donegan Santos, nice right-hander off his rip bowl, whipping, shrouping and S-turning and finishing almost. And he does, not particularly cleanly, but still a completion. Yeah, you can't even see the Shapers logo on this one either. So that
doesn't
usually
look
there's
like,
one thing you can see, like a tiny, Sharp Eye logo or DHD or Pukas or whoever it is. So I know he did ride for Pukas for a long time. So we'll just see what the story is. But anyway, this backside attack from Connor.
Yeah, both Connor and Matthias are pretty much from the same generation. I think Connor might be 1 or 2 years older. In that age, you can see Matthias looking at it. Yeah, no, not even the Shaper.
I can't see a logo.
Yeah, can't see a logo.
Hopefully, well, not hopefully, but if he wins, we might get Claudia to ask about that, get the insight into that process. We see Steph Van Noordenen just getting some backhand sides. Here's the goofy. So here's Matthias just waiting his time. Oh, he's just got that clean style. He's a big lad
guy
too, and he's going to get bigger. He's only, as you said, 16, 17, so he's still got so much growth. So that just helps, doesn't it, when you're a young age in terms of your development, in terms of power and things. So, I mean, the Gabriel Medina kind of comparisons are, you can see why they've been made, aren't they? He's obviously both sponsored by the same label. I think they've surfed together. Both sort of phenoms for at a young age. Similar build, goofy footers. So yeah, there's a lot of similarities. You don't want to put too much pressure on it, as we said, but in terms of, you can see why those comparisons have been made. It's like me, Brad Pitt.
I think there was like a camp for young surfers, like a Medina surf camp, and he was in that camp, and that's why like Medina met him and was super impressed with his surfing, and it is impressive. But then again, like, surfing is one thing, competing is another thing. Here he goes though. You see how loose he is, how fast he can go from that bottom to top, and so it's easy for him. Like it looks easy. Adur here, it's not so easy for Adur, or it doesn't look as easy.
Not as much flow. Yeah, he's pushes and he's always just his style, different approaches. He sort of goes from rail to generate speed, doesn't he?
Yeah.
He's all action. He's always moving. He's always catching waves. He's just a bundle of energy. Whereas Mateus has just got a little bit more, relaxed flow about it. But I'll tell you what, Mateus got the better of that exchange. A really, really good wave from the Portuguese surfer. There's a nice rail work. Just kicks out. But even when he kicks out, he's still energy. With this wave, just build. You can see the little double up behind it, can't you? And he just started to wind up. And a nice finish, fins out, looking cool.
Building some confidence, which is important for him. I thought those first turns of Matias were a bit like half turns. So not as
He was kind of almost waiting for the wave to build up, and then almost
so
doubling up.
That last turn was the deal. Was a nice, good, solid turn.
And he needs a small score to move up into second. They're all 4 surfers waiting on scores. It's and he's just on the start of his journey. He's got a long time ahead. You don't want to rush these things. Surfers, he's gonna potentially have a long career. He's only young. You want to get that pathway right. You don't want to charge in too early, get burnt out, or feel the pressure, or get defeats. As we see Adur, as we said, always busy, all action, driving down the line. Real unique sort of finger and hand placement. It's like a really unique style, immediately recognisable. But yeah, some of the best surfers in the world have taken their time. It's like Katie Simmers, for example. She could have qualified, and she was even younger, but she took a year out to make sure she was ready. Remember Taj Burrows back in the day, Ethan Ewing.
Yeah.
So they've all done it. They're having the maturity to say, you know what, I'm going to get there eventually. I'm going to do it at my own pace. I'm not saying Mateus is nowhere near that level yet, but it is it's really important.
Far from that.
Really important to get that trajectory right, just in terms of your, and these events, it's a pretty good place to do it, isn't it? You start off on European series, you get a feel of where you're at in terms of your peers, and then you step up to the Challenger Series, and that's just so cutthroat. That's the best surfers in the world, effectively all going for just 10 spots, so that's brutal. And then if you get through that, well, then you're onto the the CT, which is another level again. So the pathway is there, and they're just starting out, just waiting all these scores to drop. So Mateus has got one more score to come in. At the moment, he needs a 4.3 to get up into second place, and he's got one score to come in for that sort of 4-turn combo on his backhand. And we'll see where that places him. I think he might get a 4.3, you'd imagine, which would be helpful, be handy. 7 minutes to go.
5.5, he moves to first.
Okay, so, and some, so moved right up into the lead. So good surfing there from Mateus, and got rewarded with the lead. Still got an hour and a half to go to the dead low tide. So checking out tide forecast here, and we've got dead low is at 11 o'clock on the dot. Well, actually it's not, it's at 10:59 a.m. So it's now 9:40 local time. So it's 0.46, and then the high tide, 2.5 metres, is at about 5:15. So still got an hour, a bit to the drop. That's why it's getting a little bit scrappy. Steph Van Noorden needing a 4.67. Scratches in this one, waiting for it to build. All his opponents watch on. That's a one-turn combo. That's not going to help him, really. So he'll have to go back out, try and get some type of priority. Mateus now in a good spot. He's got the lead. It's not a huge lead. There's a very small spread between all 4 surfers, but he's got priority as well. So you might want to build on that. But growing up in Peniche as well, it's no bad spot to surf, is it? I mean, you can surf every single day of the year. There's no condition that it doesn't break, unless it's dead flat. But even then, you probably get away somewhere. There's slabs.
Go to Praia do Norte.
There's beach break, heavy barrels. There's reef, the odd reef break. There's rip bowls. There's aerial. So yeah, it's everything. In terms of like a place to surf, there's industry there. There's a lot of good surfers. So yeah, it's just if you're trying to like create an environment to raise a pro surfer, I think Peniche is probably probably the Gold Coast might be the other spot, just because there's good waves and there's probably there's more better surfs in terms of more cutthroat. But
and in terms of shapers, like
a lot more boards, as we see Santos coming around the corner here, just trying to get on a 4.2 to put Adur Amatriain in problem. It's a small, sluggish wave though. She's had to really work hard for that. Here he goes, Amatriain.
Going for the air, no.
Just finished off in front of his opponent. So yeah, a lot of scrappy waves, a lot of small waves getting ridden.
Here we have, this is Matthias' dad. I guess he's coaching him.
Yeah, he's feeling it. And he knows he's in a pretty good position. Only needs to improve on a 3.17. 4.5 minutes on the clock. You want to do that. Connor just winding up this little double up section. Good surfing, but then just this bit went really sluggish and frothy. I mean, he did really well just to get that far, but needing a 4.2 out the back. See if Adur can improve on his score. Probably not. So those two having a real scrap, just four points in it. And right now, Donegan Santos needing a 4.2. Canhoto, the Portuguese hope, out in front, but not with a big heat total. So it is very, very tight to get into the round of 32. We're progressing through the round of 32 later on. So we'll see 2 of these surfers at least coming through, and this is how we've got to this tight little bunch with the heat recaps, eh?
Yeah, Adur really started well this heat with this brandless board, very beautiful whiteboard, and super experienced. I think he's been the European champion. Beautiful layback, a lot of power, a lot of rail. Power surfer, small surfer, but big surfing. And then Matthias Canhoto, super loose. That arm game is really nice. So very talented kid. Here he goes again.
So live action, similar wave, similar style. Just trying to improve on that 3.17. So you see his opponents. Even that last little flick had a lot of spray, and yeah, that's smart competitive surfing. Just trying to improve his lead. 2.5 minutes on the clock, had priority. And he's hanging around to the very, very end. So we'll see if there's any turns at the back. See, well, that's a little back flick. So he's Adur. This is live action. He's got the speed here. Can he finish? That time he finishes. So he made a mistake early on in the heat in terms of that last big manoeuvre. That time he didn't. So you might think that these two are going to improve their scores, make life a bit more difficult for Santos and Noorden. And it's the time to do it. So I like that little quick flick. Well, this last turn, this is where all the money was for error.
Yeah, beautiful, strong turn there. A lot of water, a lot of spray. Some risk there. And Matthias here, a lot of spray too, just what a talent there. I would say, look at this, like unexisting wave. Look at the spray he sends. It's pretty crazy. So yeah, Matthias wants to better a 3-point. Actually, he already did 3.23, but we had this from Steph. That was solid.
Yeah. So before he had the scores, he needed a 4.67. What about the old booty look? You think that? You know, Adur he always loves to wear booties.
Who?
Adur Amatriain. He always wears booties. Is it? Do you think aesthetically, some people don't like it?
I've been through that phase. I've been there. You know, I've had that
Some
addiction
tough times?
to.
You just felt, no matter what the water, you felt.
Yeah.
You felt like you were surfing better in booties.
Truth is, like at the time, it was super hard to leave the booties because, you know, it just grabs your wax so well, and you feel you can do anything. It's like I'm talking about a drug, right? But it really, yeah. Let's look at this.
Yeah, I have the opposite. As we see, Matthias winds up. It's going to be 30 seconds to go.
Oh, an attack there from Connor. You felt you lost your sensibility?
Yeah, I feel the opposite. I feel like when I take these off, I can feel my feet in the wax, and it feels like, I don't know, yeah, it feels way better. I always feel like, yeah, I'm just, yeah, I can't feel the wax at all in booties, but not Adur. He wears them all the time. I mean, he grows up in surfing winter in the Basque Country. I mean, you got no choice. You got to wear the other. It's just too cold not to. So, but in this water like this, you don't really need to wear them. It's not that cold. But he's making the decision. He's just more comfortable in them.
Actually, like in warm water, I'm not sure if he's using them because you have those warm water booties. But yeah, for sure. Like, and then I got used to not to surf with booties again, and I, you know, I've never tried them again. But actually, these days, I might even use them because it's really comfortable, and like you feel that you know like when you have your ankles, you know, they're fragile and you don't know if you'll hurt yourself. It does have that.
It does have
looks
that.
like a Timmy Patterson.
Or is it? It's Pukas, so it is a Pukas.
Pukas, yeah.
I mean, which he's ridden all his life, so it's just a it's right where his front foot is, so that's why we couldn't see it. So that makes more sense. Looks like Red went to first for that last wave. Matthias now into second, and then we had Connor Santos needing a score. There's still a few scores to come in, so they're all just waiting for that final.
He looks like he has like a boxer body.
Yeah, he's super powerful, really compact, really. Yeah, that's where he generates all his speed and power. You know, he's relatively short for a surfer, but he's super, super strong. And you got that last wave. 5.73 was for his last wave. There's actually logos on top and bottom of that board, so just now you see it closely, it makes a lot more sense. No other branding though in terms of sponsors or logos, just the board, which is up from his own region. But it is tight. He seems to be fine. We're just waiting on these all scores to come in. One more to come in for Connor Donegan Santos, who needed a 4.77. We'll let the judges deliberate over that. That's their job, not ours. You see Adur just not talking to the rocks there. He's talking to someone above the rocks, I think. Unless he's got some real affiliation with the local geology. He goes a big break, but while the judges get that last turn in, we're going to a short commercial break and come back with more live action from the Caparica Surf Fest 2025 after this.
Na vida, há sempre algo que nos inspira. O milénio está sempre presente, ao seu lado, na conquista de novos desafios. Juntos partilhamos a paixão pelo futuro. Milênio, aqui consigo.
It's good to try, even when something seems to make little sense. Put your weight on it. Make an impact in this world. Call everyone, set ambitious goals, and ask yourself, do you want to change surfing? Dare to test. Ride the future.
Welcome back to Costa de Caparica. We see the port ship just motoring into the harbour at Lisbon. The greens here that create the banks, provide endless waves in all conditions. And we've got some swell, got a bit of onshore breeze. We've got the best surfers of Europe also cruising into this port to try and get their spot on the Challenger Series. So really, really crunch time now. Enzo Cavalini, Luan Nogues, Nesta Garcia and João Mendoza all surfing here. So these four surfers have seen a lot of each other over the years, similar ages, similar stages in their careers, similar battles. And this is Luan, Frenchman, going first. And then two-turn combo. You can see by his body language, he was pretty happy with that. Meanwhile, Cavallini, a bit busy surfer as well. It's up in Hossegor. He kicks out there. So a lot of surfers getting up. And here's the smooth style of João. Nice rail work. And then another one and kicks a tail out. So that's the type of surfing he's got. Groomed on the Ericeira point breaks. Really strong, smooth style. Has had some issues in his career just getting that talent packaged up in short beach break conditions and making it work competitively wise, but in terms of pure talent, had to fight through some illness issues as a teen. Almost had to walk away from his career at one stage. Was fought back really strong, and you know, is now right in the mix for this European sort of qualifying series rankings and off to a strong start there. So Mendoza getting the best of the campaign, but two who got the best of the campaign in that last heat, I'm pretty sure it was Adur Amatriain. He's down there on the beach with the lovely Claudio Pinto.
A name to watch on the European surf scene. Adur, how does it feel to be back? Last year, third place. Now going forward to the next round on the first. How does it feel?
Yeah, it feels great. You know, first round, it's always the one that you don't know how your body's gonna be or how you're gonna react. And it feels good to get a first round win and getting better for the next rounds.
You're really well established on the ranking on the QS. Does that add up some extra motivation to go to the first place this year at Caparica?
Yeah, I mean, motivation is huge since the first event of the year. Qualify for the Challengers is the main goal. And right now I'm pretty good on the rankings, but still some work to do. So yeah, I'm very excited for what's coming.
Thank you so much. Good luck for the next one.
Thank you very much.
Back to you guys.
Yeah, thanks. He's pretty pumped for that Challenger Series. Could do some damage on that. First event coming up in the WSL Challenger Series in Newcastle. And Toyota Burton Pro at Merriweather. And then we've got some events on. Where do you think he looks like he's pretty a lock for that Challenger Series. He's in fifth. Just see Néstor Garcia. Big swoop, big carve. What a spray.
He has 2 Billabong stickers.
Yeah, he's not worried about sponsors, is he? He's going nose and
yeah.
middle.
That's
just rubbing it in the face of Adur there, isn't he?
Exactly. I guess here he goes again. 2 surfers in the same wave line didn't make it, but straight to Enzo Cavalini, French, very compact surfer. Let's see, he's going to release it. Just gets there a tiny bit late. I think Adur could. I mean, he's one of those guys that can do well pretty much everywhere, but I think he stands out when there's powerful waves. So I wouldn't bet that much, like, or let's put it the other way. I'd bet for him in Ribeira de Ilhas.
Oh, there they go, the two surfers teaming up. Bit of synchronised surfing. Enzo from Guadalupe does a lot of surfing in Hossega and then just finishes off. Yeah, well, this is Merriweather. Bolito, yeah. I suppose Bolito's difficult to tell, as we see Luan Nogues. Bolitos can be right-hand barrels, big slab and tubes, or it can be kind of two-foot beach breaks.
Small,
so, yeah. But
onshore.
But with both suited style. You got Huntington.
Yeah, Huntington.
Which is just a bit of a lottery, really. You never know. I mean, it's weird, that wave. Look at...
it's super hard, that wave.
Alan Cleland, you know, he won it there last year. And, you know, he's one of the biggest power mongrels that they're out there.
That's true.
Then you've got also Sakurima at the end, predominantly left, but has the odd right. So, yeah, it's pretty, you know, there's not a lot of difference between all those waves in some respects. You know, the Ribeira de Ilhas, you know, it's a right-hand point break. It
probably the most predictable one.
Anyway, and there's so many hungry surfers. Each region has 10 surfers, but this is one. Nestor Garcia just sprays his opponent, which is always a nice feeling. Really powerful car. It's got a lot of front foot action. Just can't come through. Yeah, it's a pretty even playing field, isn't it? There's not too much home ground advantage in any of those sort of waves, really. You know, it's not like they're not too idiosyncratic. You know what I mean? They're good competition waves. Merriweather's a beachy. He's got a right-hand point on the south swell, and then it can be just left-handers off the beach in a north swell. It's going to be about 100 foot this weekend.
Oh, really?
Yeah, massive swell hitting the east coast of Australia.
I guess you can get, beautiful, a lot of speed there, João Mendoza. I guess you can get some barrels in Newcastle, right?
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, Merriweather can absolutely, yeah. See Ryan.
Super sharky, though.
Well, yeah, I mean, no more than anywhere else on the coast.
All the Australians say that. Yeah, well, not many sharks. Yeah, well, yeah, there's sharks, but it's full of white sharks. What are you saying?
Yeah, there is. Well, yeah, there is the Great White Nursery, which is just at Port Stephens, which is about 20 kilometres up the coast. But yeah, you see, wow, big first turn from Cavalini. But you're right about João. But his board speed just seems to be a little bit quicker than the rest of them, getting better waves, a bit more power.
And yesterday, you saw that turn. Do you remember?
Yeah, just that one turn, wasn't it? For a high 7. Cavallini just finally clicking off a few with a bit more timing.
It kind of feels that João is kind of coming back, you know. He's been. I mean, in competition, because on free surfing, you know, he's a standout, especially in barrels. Like, you have Nick in terms of barrels in Portugal, right, as the best, and then you have this kid.
Really?
Yeah, I think after Nick, he's the best barrel rider in Portugal at the moment, and so he's. I mean, from what he's been showing in this contest, I think he's maybe there's some click going on regarding competition because of all those hazards he went through, as you were saying. That would be great to see, you know. That would be a fresh surprise. He's a bit younger than Joaquim Chaves, and I think, but yeah, around that generation. So.
Yeah, well, he's got a couple of 4s here to get up into that first spot, I think, potentially. So, early days, but yeah, he's been through his ups and downs. But as you say, whenever it gets sort of, you know, Cochus, Mackin Cochus, or Super Tubes, or any of those like big heavy barrels, yeah, he's a real standout, which is, there's a lot of good tube riders in Portugal, isn't there? So to stand out, you've got to be good. You've got to have a serious amount of commitment. And yeah, so, and that's not going to help you right now. It's all about trying to grind through these heats. As we see, Garcia again, double logo there. Just waiting to get down the line. Finish off with a nice little turn. Not a lot of amplitude. Meanwhile, at the back, here he is, the Portuguese hope. Oh, there's another strong finish. Tail kicks out. Just a bit of extra flair compared to his opponents so far. We'll see if he can do anything out the back, but as you see, meanwhile, Luan just trying to match it, and that wave just petering out. So this tide starting to just play a bit of a part in it. Some of those waves sort of just catch on the outside and then fade on the deep water next to it, and losing it, just loses a bit of energy from breaking at the back as well. And this wave, first good turn, but nothing else going. It's pretty hard to predict when you take off, even Zay, what they're going to do.
Definitely. Oh, he still had this cut back in. So nice little carvy cutback, and then, you know, prepared it really well. A lot of nice tail relief, plus a lot of speed. So I think that's going to be his best.
Yeah, just the release of that fins at the end, just that little bit of extra, you know, power, a bit of flair, a bit of progression. I think Suzhou is going to be in a really strong spot here. Enzo's got bogged on his first turn, but then just sharp in the pocket, and then another one. So 2 carbon copies, really laser zaps those. Very different approach in terms of shorter and sharper. Still a lot of spray, so Cavalini will get a nice number, and still waiting on a score for Zhao as well. Those 2 serves out in the lead. It's a pretty big heat though for those guys, just trying to get up. You know, around the 32 is where you can start to eye for a result. You know, if you get through these, you know, one more heat, obviously in the round of 16, where it starts to get down to the man-on-man sort of factors. You're 1 heat away, so I know it's obvious that we keep harboring the field every round, but just by getting through the round of 64, you start to see there's a potential for some points and some money, perhaps.
Yeah. Do you know how much does the first place win?
$8 million. $8 million euros. Euros, sorry.
Yeah.
It's pretty hefty.
Yeah, that's what I thought.
No, you get $8,000.
$8,000?
Yeah.
Not bad.
That is a significant chunk of cash that all these guys will reinvest in their future, no doubt. So, yeah, $8,000. That'll get you, you know, if you're on the Challenger Series, that'll get you a few flights, a bit of accommodation, get you through the Australian leg at least.
Or one dinner in Tokyo.
Yeah, probably it'll get you $8,000. Will get you a coffee and a smashed avocado on toast in breakfast in Australia.
In Australia, yeah.
And maybe just enough maybe for a meat pie afterwards.
Yeah, exactly. But you can save that meat pie for later. You don't have to eat it in the afternoon. You can just have save that for dinner.
As we just see, this is Luan Nogues. I went to Australia, I think last November. First thing I did, got up in the morning, was a bit jet lag, got up early, went and checked the surf.
Get a banana bread?
No, I went and got a pie.
No?
I couldn't wait. Yeah, 7 o'clock in the morning, went and got
$10?
got a meat pie. Yeah, $10 pie.
$10?
No, $8.
$8 for a pie?
$8 for a pie.
Can't believe it. So a cappuccino must be like 12?
I think about $7, $8 for coffee, $8 for pie. Anyway, got one. Walking down the street, hadn't spoken to anyone yet really, and this old guy just came up to me. He looked me in the eye and he goes, "Breakfast of champions." And I was like, yeah, I knew I was home then. I knew I was home. But yeah, Australia's expensive.
You didn't know him?
No, never. No, didn't know him from Barrow Soap.
That's classic.
But he clocked it. He clocked the early pie.
He saw you.
Yeah, he was a fan.
You're kind of doing that in secret, in secrecy.
His nest up, boom, first turn in the pocket, sweeps around these smaller waves, which isn't helping him, and that's not going to help you.
But that's a nice. That was kind of like artistic, that fall there. You know, I'd love to see that in slow motion. It's that like a dip, pretty much. That was a nice dip.
Dip. Yeah. Mr. Garcia. So those scores did come in. So Cavalini's a 6.4 for those two really sort of short, sharp zaps. Zhao, a bit more different, got a 6.23 pretty much for that last. You did a carve, but that last time was all the money was.
Yeah.
So those two surfers now just starting to get, the two seeded surfers just starting to get a bit of a jump on their two opponents. Look at the rankings.
Yeah, Cavallini here with second priority in the first place. So that last one of his was a 6.4 compared to a 6.23 from João Mendonça. They're pretty close. You know, they have 14 points, 0.14 points that separates them. So, but this guy, Nestor Garcia, is looking for an 8 points. He's gonna have to split that over 2 waves probably.
So Luan actually interesting. And this is big for him because he's actually currently in 10th spot on the Challenger Series.
Wow.
Sorry, on the qualifying series. So he's got, as it stands, has got the last remaining position for the Challenger Series event.
Ooh.
But if he doesn't get through this, you know, you'd think that
someone's
those
gonna get
surfers
him.
below him, there's guys like Renan Granville, Hans Odrizola, who's going to come up later on, and Kai Odrizola. Jacob Patrigo's already out. So Sam Pitts is in it. So there's still surfers behind him. So, yeah, this is 8 minutes on the clock. He needs a 6.8 to keep his Challenger Series dream alive. There is a man that wants to take it. We're going to go to a short commercial break as the Challenger Series and the qualifier scenes here. It's up. We'll be back with more live action after this.
Sempre algo que nos inspira. O milénio está sempre presente, ao seu lado, na conquista de novos desafios. Juntos, partilhamos a paixão pelo futuro. Milénio, aqui consigo.
It's good to try, even when something seems to make little sense. Put your weight on it. Make an impact in this world. Call everyone, set ambitious goals, and ask yourself, do you want to change surfing? Dare to test. Ride the future.
Welcome back to the last 6 minutes of a pretty important heat here. We've got just talking about before that break about Luan Nogues currently in 10th spot on the qualifying series rankings. Just 10 surfers get onto the Challenger Series sort of events. So this is massive for him. He's currently in 3rd spot and he needs a 6.8. Nestor Garcia, meanwhile, just keeps swinging these sort of smaller waves. Hasn't been able to get any sort of into the 4-point range, but that might help. That was finally a bit of strong, big turn. Here's Enzo Cavalini sticking to these rights. A bit more spray, better wave selection as well. Drives around the corner, and just does a big turn. It's a little bit hung up. So he will going to potentially improve his score, but here's Mendoza. A little bit sticky. A lot of spray in that second turn. Now he winds up again for a big finish if he can get it. And he's done that trademark, and there's a mistake. So that's not going to improve his score. Still looks like Luan, who has priority, who was in 3rd spot, now needs a 6.8 to keep his Challenger Series dream alive. Nestor, busiest man in surfing right now, just has not stopped, and he's still fanging away, making another mistake. So a lot of waves, not many counting. It's kind of down to the last 5 minutes. It's all about this sort of race for second, really, and whether there is going to be some movement. We just saw the surfer in the next heat getting ready for his next heat, who also is in the running for Challenger Series rankings. So we've got Kai Odrizola, so Kai right in the mix. So he'll be aware of the ratings. He knows that Luan is above him, and that's the spot he wants. He wants to get into 10th. So it just adds a little bit of fresh twist with priority, needing a 6.8 to get through. Nesta, meanwhile, I mean, it just keeps repeating the same kind of approach, Zay, and then goes for it almost just, because he hasn't had priority. He just keeps swinging away, but it hasn't been working. I'm not sure if he needs to change it, mix it up, try something different.
Yeah, but also Luan, I don't know if that's working, because, you know, he's in a tough position. He's being very selective, but it looks like he's interested in this one. Yes, he is.
Yeah, live action, so this is going to count. It needs to count. There's a big first turn. And there's a nice wrapping cutback on the second. And a third. This wave not standing up, though. He's fanging down the line, hoping for the little double-up section, and cracks it. Surfed it well.
Surfed it well.
Got every section he sort of connected with, but it's not going to be the highest 6.8. There was no wow factor.
Yeah.
But he might improve his score and make the job a little bit easier with 3 minutes on the clock.
Well surfed, nice top to bottom surf. That was a bit weak. I mean, not that much expression. Beautiful carve there. Beautiful surfing in general, but yeah, just needed that that spice, that you know, amplitude in surfing. So he still has 2 minutes and a half. He'll be praying for these guys not to better their scores. At least João, who will be on top of Luan, and you know, this contest actually has that heartbreaking part of seeing people not qualifying, and that implicates, you know, a lot of things, like might implicate sponsors, might implicate, you know, their agendas, but then you'll see other guys that didn't expect to qualify, and that's very, like, beautiful. That's a very beautiful moment. So that's competition for you. Yeah,
it's a double-edged sword. Exactly right. So we just need, Luan's going to need that score to come through pretty quick, and he's got it in. So it came in at a 4.17. So not really change. Well, it didn't change his position at all. No, he's still to come in. My mistake. So he's still. The judges need to give this to him, because it's going to be pretty pivotal in terms of what he gets, what he needs for his next one. For Cavalini, nice. Bit of clean face to work with. There's the first one. There's the second one. Just makes a mistake again. So it's all down to this score. Luan, I don't think it's going to be 6.8, but if it's anything above a 4.17, it might just bring down that requirement. He's got 90 seconds to keep his Challenger Series dreams alive. Everyone else catching waves, so...
Doesn't have priority, though.
No, he has to find some space. He's got a minute on the clock. I think he has distanced himself from the rest of his opponents. Garcia, well, we know what he's going to do. He's just going to keep swinging. There he is there on the inside. This will be his potentially last wave. He's caught, this will be his 12th wave of the heat. Hasn't managed to get a 4-point ride yet. And you can tell by his body language he's either really tired. He knows that wave's not enough, and he's going to come in.
12 waves for him.
12 waves. And, you know, none of them any good. Meanwhile, okay, so here goes Luan. He doesn't know what he needs, but he's just going to have to go for broke. He might have to go for big air here. And he does, and he doesn't land it. So no matter what, I think that's the end of his race in terms of the 2025 qualifying series. He's still got 10th. We'll see what happens in the shake-up. If all the surfers below him don't do anything, then, you know, he still could hold on to his spot, but he's put himself in a dangerous position. Here goes Cavalini winding up. Last. Ooh, crikey, does the old cannonball.
Yeah.
Looks like he could have potentially landed on his board there, but looks like that's a wrap.
He's looking at the board.
Could have been one of those awkward ones. The rail comes up between the legs, you know, in the sensitive region.
Ouch.
I've all been there. And it looks like there's Luan. You can see his body language. He knows how much that how important that heat was. And that score is still not coming in from the one before. So his best wave that he rode still hasn't come in. A 6.8 was a requirement. So it sort of indicated that it wasn't going to be enough, but we're going to watch it again. The best wave of the heat so far has been a 6.4 from Enzo. So, Zay, I mean, is this anywhere near the high 6 he needs, do you think? He surfed it well.
No, I don't think so. I think this is a high 5, maybe quite a low 6, but definitely not a high 6. Yeah.
Yeah, well, the judges are taking their time with it, but at the moment, I think he'll know himself whether he got the score or not. He knew the requirement. He doesn't look like particularly. He's praying rather than hope, rather than expectation of what it's going to be. Yeah, there's that board. He has tweaked that. Done something with his fin there, Enzo, on that last wave. Well, it looks like we're going to go to a short commercial break. It looks like that score wasn't enough. So no, it didn't get the score. So Mendoza and Cavalini are through. And unfortunately for Luan, he isn't. But that's the way the cookie crumbles. We're going to have a short commercial break and come back with more live action right after this.
Na vida, há sempre algo que nos inspira. O milénio está sempre presente, ao seu lado, na conquista de novos desafios. Juntos, partilhamos a paixão pelo futuro. Milénio, aqui consigo.
It's good to try, even when something seems to make little sense. Put your weight on it. Make an impact in this world. Call everyone, set ambitious goals, and ask yourself, do you want to change surfing? Dare to test. Ride the future.
And welcome back to Caparica Surf Fest, 8:15, round of 64 is in the water. I'm Chico by Chico and I'm joined by Ben, the legend, Mandy. He's been around for a while now on the booth, so I don't think you guys are familiar with his voice, but Ben, introduce yourself.
Hello, Ben Mundy here. Yeah, this is me. I was just checking everyone's listening in, and yeah, I'm just pretty proud to be here, Chico, and just be part of it all.
Yeah.
Just to be relevant. I'm just stoked to be relevant.
I'm really stoked that you feel relevant, and you know, someone
I don't feel relevant. I am relevant.
As you see, during the break, we had a lot of action. A lot of action.
Yeah.
That was in the booth. We had a couple of ones, and we had 4-1-7 for Noelide. So we saw that we have scores dropping for all surfers, but looks like the best score so far might be Noelide's one, but this is Michel Scopa.
Yeah.
A bit of a carve, and bang, nice turn there, really tight jam in the pocket. This is Kai Odriozola, the Odriozola brothers, the older one, So one of the best European surfers nowadays, in my opinion. What's your opinion?
Yeah, my opinion is that he's a very, very good surfer, and yeah, I'm really looking forward to seeing him surf.
And while we wait to see who's going to surf on the next round, I think we have a happy camper. Enzo Cavalini just won the previous heat, and he's down there with Claudia.
Also, really relevant person standing next to me, Enzo, the winner of the last heat. Guide us through your heat.
Yeah, it was tricky waves this morning, like low tide, everyone on the same place, on the same peak. My strategy was to stay active, start quick, even if it's a low score, and then grow my score like as good as I can. And the plan worked really well. And yeah, unfortunately, I break my board on my last wave. I try on air, and I feel that's a big mistake. I could have just go out of the water without breaking my board, but yeah, it was great.
We saw the conditions changing a bit throughout your heat. How did it felt up there?
Yeah, it's feeling like it's like weird condition. You never know what kind of wave is gonna be the right one, but yeah, I don't know. It's tricky out there.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Bye bye.
First 5 minutes already gone.
We see the first paddle battle. Look at them. White and blue. Of course, Andy. Andy loves a good paddle battle. Andy is a fearless competitor. Look at him. Who's going to win it?
The day first Crier, yeah. We haven't seen one of those, you're right. Trying to see who gets, well, not even first priority, second priority.
Second Andy, third Noël. So Kai, they surfed a lot, but we haven't seen any major scores yet, right?
No. Really big heat though, isn't it? Stacked heat. No lead He's really surfed really well in the last heat. Kai Odrizola sitting down like 14th, I think, on the qualifying series rankings. Just one spot below his brother. So those, yeah, they're really tight. Actually, yeah, he's one spot. He's in 14th. And Hans is in 13th. And they would have just seen that Luan Nogues, who was in 10th, just got knocked out. So.
And Andy, he's sitting further down?
Yeah, he's further down. Andy Crier isn't in the top 10 or in the top 20, so he's going to have to, yeah, he's sitting in 22nd. Although he did have a good result in the last event in Morocco. So yeah, he's going to have to potentially win this event. And here he goes, Spanish surfer, really strong on his backside. Puts a lot of effort into his surf, and there's a third one, really strong competitor, super composed, and this is another one here. So this is no Lede brothers. Whoa, that's a nice squirt off the back. Really different approach to his brother. So we just see the two goofy footers trading waves, and it's non-stop. Another goofy footers. It's a full-on goofy bonanza. This one, and Scopper, he's been strong. A lot of spray, and then a nice finish. So yeah, really. Was that a completion there,
no.
Chico? Mistake. Shaking your head. You look like you're upset.
I'm an happy coach. We thought about like the completion. We thought about how important it is to complete a ride for the last 6 months. Okay.
You've been through this.
And he
does. That's what we trained for.
We trained for this.
Are you more of a, if you were a coach, heaven forbid, would you be more sort of arm around the coach, or more of like a, you know, the whipping stick, you know? You're sort of like harsh but fair? Or
I'll be more like, you got nothing to lose, but you got everything to win.
Right. So you'd be a confusing coach, would you? Yeah.
Just to make sure
mess with their heads.
They go in, the head is completely...
You want to have fun, but win at all costs.
Yeah. And this is Andy on a good-looking wave. Bang! First snap. Bang! Another one.
Trademark ride out there from Andy Crier.
It looked like he was like on slow-mo.
I've seen
that. On the end of the first one. but then he drove through with so much.
Made it to the Olympics, I'm pretty sure. Yeah, so there's a two-turn combo. And the ride out, that's his trademark, I reckon. Just as he, and a nice little dismount as well. So, yeah, spends a lot of time in Portugal. Lives down here for a fair chunk of the year. Really comfortable in this part of the world. And, yeah, just been a seasoned competitor. Had some big results in his career. And now sitting way down in the rankings. Pretty difficult to get up into that top 10, but he was going to have to go all the way. Yeah, so but Kai, as we said, is sitting down in 14th. Yeah, probably have to get to the quarters. I think get around 1,000 points, ranking points, to make the quarters. So that would probably just about do it. He's got to get through a couple more heats, but to be in the mix, they'll have done the maths, I'd imagine, as we see Scopper.
Wow.
Ooh, he's got the Krier right out as well.
And we see live 2 big gouging snaps out the back, another snap and a finish for Kai. So Kai there, just clinical, right?
Yeah, he's a really, really strong surfer, competitively sound, still young, has done a lot of heats. He's putting the motors in there. Look at him paddle as well. He is fired up.
Wow.
And Noah Lede as well going for it. So the 3 goofies up against the sole natural footer. But yeah, Kai. We'll go for that way, but you'll see his style here. Really quick between transitions, really technically sound. Made every sort of turn count. And this is what he does. So you'll see him compress and then wrap around. His upper body moves a lot, and then just a real finish. So that was 4 really quick turns. Probably a lot of surfers would have managed 3. He got in 4. And then this is a bigger finish. Wow. So a real contrast in styles there from Scopper, who also has been really impressive throughout the course of this event so far. So, yeah, it's pretty tight up the top there.
Yeah, I think Scopper is going to put a good score on the board for sure. And, yeah, Kai as well. Kai's wave was nice. I don't know if he was lacking like a big turn, but that third turn looked really good to me. So let's see where that score is going to go. But a lot of 3s and 4s. So Michel Scopper got a 5 for that one, and Caio Driozola got a 5.03. So basically matching each other's scores. And this is Kai on a really small wave. Not much potential. He's going to try an air, probably. Yes, indeed. And a bit of a fall there. But a really small wave overall for Kai. He will need to wait and catch something a bit better. As we see Noah Lede on a bomb. Bang. Fall. Noah Lede has a 5.17 and a 4.17. Michel Scopper a 5 and a 3.33. And Caio Driozola sitting in 3rd, needing a 3.30. Andy in 4th, though, with a 3 and a 2. So, I thought like the wave of Andy was better than a 3. And you? I don't know. I feel like there's a lot of 3s on good surfing. I don't know. Nice snap. Look. Bang! Whoa. Massive turn there by Michel Scopper.
Got a 5 in that last one, didn't he? So that was really bowly, wasn't it? He managed to finish off. So we'll see that replay. But I like Scopper. I like his style. There you go. Andy just going vertical. See him really trying to muscle his way through that section. Behind him is Lede. Oh, just does a little rotation just because he can. Bit of progression, bit of variety, and then the wave does keep standing up. So another 3, 4 big hacks and a finish. So you wouldn't have thought that wave was going to do that. So it just came up from nowhere. Lede just kept, almost did that sort of 3-0, just almost because the wave was going to be a throwaway. He had nothing else on, he thought, at this stage, but then it just kept building.
That was nice. Some progression at the start. Something different on the eye, and he backed it up. And on the inside, look at this. Tau.
Yeah. So this approach. So this is the way, this angle here. Just here it starts to bowl up a lot. It looks like it's got the Gatien De La Haye. It's kind of not just sort of their body types are similar, but just that backhand whip and then the finish. So we'll see how those scores come in. The last wave of Kai or Gisela was at a 5.03.
0-3.
So it's super tight. Kai actually coming off a good result in Morocco. You got a quarterfinal down there with pumping waves at anchor point.
Oof.
And
those waves were incredible.
Insane.
Well, we shot
for competition.
I actually thought about like going for it. Yeah, going for it. And then I was like, oh, I'm just lazy enough not to go. And then I saw the forecast and I was like, oh la la.
Just a chance to surf that with 4 guys out. 8-4, perfect anchor point.
That's so good. 4, 6, 7 for the last of Scopa. He's in the lead now. And we are waiting for the last of the Noelede to see if he's going to improve on the 417. And he did 4-4-3. So Noelede improved by a bit with that last one.
Actually, Andy Crier also made the quarterfinals down there in Morocco. So these two surfers coming off their best result of the campaign so far. And now just trying to get up into that all-important first and second spot. So yeah, both surfers would have been confident to turn their year around with a good result in the last event. They need a quarterfinal really at a bare minimum to push themselves up into that all-important top 10 finish. And right now, kind of in struggling position. Still 9 minutes on the clock. Kai just seeing that 4.58 and he's 6. So yeah, it just goes to show you've got to surf all conditions all the time. And yeah, there's a lot to play for with 10 minutes to go, Shiko.
Yeah, a lot to play with. A lot of good waves ridden on this one so far. Really tight hit on our hands. And yeah, can't wait to see what's going to happen on the last 8 minutes of this one. While we wait for that, we're going to go for a quick commercial break. And we're going to be right back with heat 15 of the round of 64 here at the Caparica Surf Fest.
Na vida, há sempre algo que nos inspira. O milénio está sempre presente, ao seu lado, na conquista de novos desafios. Juntos, partilhamos a paixão pelo futuro. Milénio, aqui consigo.
It's good to try, even when something seems to make little sense. Put your weight on it. Make an impact in this world. Call everyone, set ambitious goals, and ask yourself, do you want to change surfing? Dare to test. Ride the future.
Welcome back to the Caparica Surf Fest. 6 minutes and 40 seconds to go on this one. Heat 15, round of 64 of the men. And we've got quite good news for you guys at home. We're gonna have round of 32 up next. So a lot of big eats coming up in a short moment, and while we wait for that, we just watched Noël Lédé on a really good one again, and Caio Driozola out the back needing 4.58 on this one. Zah! Snap, and goes for the air, and he makes it. So Kai there, clutch situation, needing a 4.58. A bit I think it's going to be enough. Looks great to me.
Yeah, really, as you say, kite surfing's a word from Kai. Needed to score, not a big number, but he risked it all, and Scopper.
Live now, he needs to better that 4. Just a combination of 2 snaps. I don't think he will improve on this one, but Kai, clutch situation, needing a 4.58. As you see, Andy out the back, big surfing and big turns, and Andy is needing a 6.07, so I don't think that will be enough. Let's see again.
Yeah, so first turn is strong, second turn gets it up there, just lacking a bit of open face to work with, especially when you need a high 6. But this is the wave that mattered, so nice little wrap around, and then just here thought, is it going to happen? And then he starts to put on the afterburners, and then manufactured something out of nothing. It wasn't a very big wave. He needs a 4.58, so he definitely gave the judges to think about. Without that bit of progression, it wouldn't have been the score for sure. So he's pushed it and he's made it happen. We'll see if the judges reward that progression. Scopper just sticking to his strengths of just backside blasts, and another one. So he's Lédé, he's just sticking also to the pretty nuts and bolt surf and backside blasts. A lot of scores to come in. 4.5 minutes on the clock, and Kai pulls the trigger again.
Yeah, live. He just got a 5.4, so he went to the lead with that last wave. So Kai now in the driving seat, going for a bit of a tail release there, and he falls. And here Andy needing a 6.14. Nice surfing there. The wave isn't really cooperating with him, but nice surfing. A bit of a look at the judges to let them know he finished off the wave. But yeah, Andy there trying to improve on that 2.93. As we see Noël Lédé out the back, big turn, and another big turn. Let's see if he can fit one more there.
Wow. The judges have got a lot of work to do there. Chico, all 4 surfers getting some scores in. Some going to be super meaningful. I think we had 700 waves ridden yesterday.
And we talked through over 700 waves.
Yeah, and they didn't miss a single one, and the judges judged every single one of it. As we see Lédé just banging up the top, and he needed a 4.5, but there's a lot of scores to come in. So Kai, he did get a score there, that last wave, a 5.4, so a point above the score he needed. And meanwhile, Andy, who's chasing a 6, did this, and he was just hammering away, and he liked it. He's looking at the judges going, what are you going to do about that? So a lot of scores to come in, and Andy waiting now, needing a 5.44. So Chico, I don't know what, there's a lot going on there, a lot to unpack. Looks like Kai, as you said, manufactured that score under pressure.
Yes, he did. He had to. Otherwise, he would be in a not a good position right now. He would be sitting in 3rd still. So I think it comes down to these moments, right? When you're that good, 3 minutes to go, and you just make it happen. So
yeah, he made it happen through. Yeah,
hats off for him, huh?
Yeah, under pressure. You know, the Challenger Series is huge for these guys. If they can get on that, I mean, it's your whole, well, your rest of your year kind of sorted without it. There's a big gap in your CV and a big gap in your competitive year. Meanwhile, Scopper, he's currently holding down 2nd. Got a bigger wave here, taking his time. Another 2nd turn, just comes across, so that's not going to help. Lédé still with the score to come in. Andy now needing a 5.44, so 90 seconds on. Yeah, Kai can just breathe a little bit easier being out in first. Andy Carrere coming off that quarter-final in Morocco and chasing a win here to stay in touch with the Challenger Series is up against it. And late 8, it's netting a 4.5 with the score to come in.
1 minute to go, Ben. Can Noé or Andy turn this heat around?
Yeah, well, Andy, no priority whatsoever, so he's probably in a bigger hole. Noah potentially can, but he's going to have a little look at this one. Chico, take it away.
Winds up off the bottom, nice snap, and a big turn. But I don't think it's going to be enough for that 4.5. But yeah, Noé Lidé trying to get that second spot back from Michael Scopa, but yeah, Michel Scopa doing such a good heat. He surfed really well. And this is Kai Odriozola, last wave, bang. Oh, sketchy landing there. Andy Carrere, 10 seconds to go. Will he have a chance? Yes, he will. Snap off the top, winds up off the bottom, and bang. Oh.
Yeah, so Andy, you can see the disappointment in his body language. He knows he's not enough. Kai surfed well under pressure. Had to grind that heat out then. Really impressive. And stayed in enough, stayed in touch, and just did enough to get through. That's all you got to do at this stage. Stay in the game, stay in the mix, and he's done that. He'll go and support his brother, who's surfing later on as well, through the round of 32. Andy, that's his European qualifying series done and dusted. He won't be on the Challenger Series this year at least, so that's disappointing for that man. But that guy on your screen, he's done well. He's ground out of heat. He's still in the mix.
Yes, he's in the mix, trying to get that spot on the Challengers. And while we wait for more action, we're going to go for a short commercial break. Stay with us because we have a lot of action coming up next.
vida, há sempre algo que nos inspira. O Milênio está sempre presente, ao seu lado, na conquista de novos desafios. Juntos, partilhamos a paixão pelo futuro. Milênio, aqui consigo.
It's good to try, even when something seems to make little sense. Put your weight on it. Make an impact in this world. Call everyone, set ambitious goals, and ask yourself, do you want to change surfing? Dare to test. Ride the future.
Welcome back to Costa de Caparica. Oh, there's Mundy's Laugh just winding off there on the other side of the pier. That is the beautiful beaches here. As banks, you can see stretching off in between each groin. There's all sorts of waves on the whole stretch. Handles all sorts of swell. Great for learning, great for good surfing as well. Dead low tide, pretty much about right now. So what we'll see, as you can see that sand, hard packed sand there on that inside, we will get as the tide comes in. Mid tide here tends to be about the sort of best. And while we're on the break, we saw this man, Uri Uziel, get off to a pretty strong start. Oh, loads of spray. Surfed well yesterday and a big finish. So a strong start. And Chico,
wow, that turn there, really impressive from Keoni Lassa. Really vertical approach there on the first one, and he was able to finish it off. Strong gear at the end. Oh, a bit of a fall there, but damage was done before. 4.4 for Keoni. So impressive stuff there by the Basque surfer as we watch live now.
Yeah, so Keoni currently second on the European rankings. Come not out of nowhere, but really has improved over the last year or two. Just suddenly just became a lot stronger and smoother. And the impressive Nunes here, the Portuguese. But yeah, Keoni Lassa, another Basque surfer who's just really come out of the blocks really, really strong this year in particular. And as you know, he's on the Challenger Series. He's going to make it. He's got the points already on lock. So really interesting to see Keoni's come out. Sometimes you get these breakthrough surfers that just arrive fully formed and just get on a roll. And this is Nunes. Martin, whatever his strengths, Chico, you've seen him surf much around the traps. What's his go-to sort of strengths?
Well, competing, he's known on his tight group that he always catches the best ones on the free surf and competing. So I think he's known for having that little extra honey for the good ones. Yeah, he's always in tune with the best ones, I think.
Kalani De Silva banging down the line. Canary surfer. Can he finish off? There's a nice top turn. And there's another one. So 3 little bonus sections towards the end. So real different approaches from all 4 surfers here. Saw Lassa's sort of powerful backside blast versus Silva's sort of more energetic approach. What about these last 3 turns? Is that where the money is, Chico?
Yeah, I like the first wrap as well. Really tight in the pocket. Then winds up on the inside. Bang. Really tight. And he's throwing so much spray on those turns. But yeah, really, I think this is going to be the best wave of these so far. The turns were really tight in the pocket, threw buckets of water on the inside, and well done there by Kalani. And a 5.33 for Keoni Lassa for that one we saw.
Yeah, so pretty solid number, solid start, 5.33. Live action here is Nunes again. Tim squirts that first turn. The second one's a bit flat. Gets a finish. You know, good surfing, but just not what you're going to have to do to get through this pretty stacked heat here. So, you know, Uri Uziel was surfing really, really strong yesterday. Keoni Lassa, as we said, right up there on the top of the rankings, had an amazing year. So, although that was good surfing, he's going to have to just pitch it up a bit, isn't he? Better wave selection or a bit more power?
Yeah, the wave wasn't really there. It was a really bad wave overall. Not the way he surfed. He surfed it really good, but the wave wasn't there for him, so probably just needs to wait a bit more for a better quality wave as we see more lines approaching out the back.
Yep, got some waves out the back. Right-hander picked off here by Uri Uziel, and he's just winding up. Really aggressive surfer. Spends a lot of time in this part of the world. Knows Portugal really, really well. And he's just winding up. That last turn was a bit sticky and then finishes it off. So, and then goes down. So had a bit more meat on that bone was left. There was a bit more scoring potential. But while that goes to plan, the judges are going to sort that out. We're going to go down on the beach and see Claudia Pinto with the winner of the last heat.
Going into the next round, Kai, guide us through your...
Yeah, it was a really tough one. Couldn't get any good waves on the first minutes of the heat, but yeah, I got 2 at the midway, and I got 2 scores, 2 5s, and made it through. Not the best heat, but a make is a make.
You're working with a well-known Portuguese coach, Zé Seabra. Tell us a little bit about what you've been working on lately.
Yeah, we've been here, we're staying together, the whole EDP Surf for Tomorrow team. And yeah, we're coaching with Se. He's a really good coach. We've been here surfing around here, doing some hits, training, and yeah, it's working out good. And yeah, it's helping me a lot.
What would you say is the main focus now?
Yeah, the focus is to keep making hits. I'm still on the fight for a spot on the tiers this year again, but yeah, last year I was the last one before qualifying, like the last one who made the cut. And I had like something to lose coming into the event, but now I'm a little behind, so I had nothing to lose and a lot to win. So yeah, hit by hit, and let's see where I go to.
Congrats and good luck for the next one.
Alrighty, thanks, Kai. Yeah, nothing to lose and everything to win. Pretty much sums up Chico Boshiko's life right now. Plenty to play for. He's not feeling the pressure because he's out of the rankings, so he's just got to take up some, gobble some real estate. You've seen some of those surfers already in the top 10 already getting knocked out, so the opportunity's there. And we'll see what he can do, working with Zay Siebra and the UDP Surf Tomorrow team. That's been a really force for good across Portuguese surfing. Meanwhile, Silva, live action, just clicking off that top turn, staying busy, keeps moving that board. Unique coloured spray, that. What colour would you call that, Chico?
I think it's
purple.
Purple, black.
I was going to say navy.
Yeah, like purple, black, navy.
Purple, black, navy.
It's purple, right? Or
no,
bluish?
I think it might be. Yeah, I think it's navy. I'm going to stick with navy. His singlet is blue, his wetsuit is black,
and it's in
board,
between.
I mean, there's a purplish hue to it. It's a bit
right?
of purple
when the sun hits.
Meanwhile, Martin, Portuguese surfer, this wave's got a bit more juice. There's a nice little turn, and there's another one. Unlike yesterday, we're not getting those squalls coming in, Chico. See Lasso. Wow. What did you like about this?
It reminded me a bit of what? Oh.
Yeah. Who does he remind you of?
I tried. Travis Logie.
Wow.
He has a bit of it.
Yeah, a real vertical whip.
Really whippy and fast and just like, yeah.
Do you think he might become the commissioner one day? He won. There's Uri he fell off that one as well. Keone won the event. He's won a 3,000 series win at Anglet, and that's why he's so high up in the rating. So he's won an event before, which just goes to show the level he's at. He's won before. He's really confident. See, Uziel just sticking to it. This is live action and finishing off this time, unlike last time, not making a mistake. So yeah, plenty of action there going on. Wow.
Nice snap there. And the cutty. And he waits for the wave to build up. Waves are a bit smaller than like an hour ago, so they need to kind of readjust. Close the fins there at the end, so as we see Keone Lassa on this one.
Yeah, just pushing so hard. He made a mistake on that last turn of that last wave. Still did plenty of good work out the back before that happened. Scored still to come in.
Interesting stuff. A lot of the Basques are surfing with Cabianca.
Yeah. So am I.
What?
Yeah, so I ride.
You too?
Yep.
You ride them?
Yep.
Me too.
There you go. Well, it's interesting. I'll hold that thought as we see a big top turn there from Nunes, and that's a bit more like it. That's bigger waves, better surfing. Yeah, Johnny Cabianca, obviously made famous for making Gabriel Medina's boards throughout his whole career since he made his first ever board when he was 6 and then started making when he was 15, 16. But it's one of those rare cases where you think of John and Pizell or Mick Fanning and Hanley, where the rest of the world's caught up and they've become a global brand, where Johnny's just stuck with his really sort of arrangement with Gabe. And I think just sort of more recently people are sort of cottoning on to how good the boards are and how well they work. So, and he's based up in Zerouts, as you see. Kalani de Silva just finishing off. So it makes sense for those Basque surfers. You've got, a shaper that literally is making the boards for the world's best surfer and has done for a decade.
Yeah.
Why wouldn't you get boards off him, So yeah, and
I thought
and they're
same.
working.
I thought exactly the same as we watched the replay. 2 roundhouse cutbacks, waits for the wave to build up, and bang, nice turn there. So, but yeah, same with me. Like I've been seeing Gabriel surf on them for the last 15 years, and I never had one. Seriously, until this year. And then, bang, Martin there with his best wave so far. And then we went to Peru, and there I asked him, like, we were on the jet ski, I'm like, can I just try one wave on your board? He's like, yeah, for sure. Surf with mine, or surf with yours. And then we had a quick exchange of words. I'm not going to say brands, but yeah, I tried these, and I was like, sick, this feels great. I'm going to talk with Johnny. And then I called Johnny and said, Johnny, can I do like 7 boards? And he's like, yeah, for sure. And then I ended up doing it, and I love them.
There you go. So live action, as we see, Uri Uziel chasing a 4.34 before this wave. Finding up last bit, yeah, it's a big section, and he just comes a cropper. And yeah, he's making a few uncharacteristic mistakes there. Is Uri needing a 4.34 before that last wave of Martins came in. So Martin needing a 4.34. The surfer in green from Portugal. Scores just dropping. It's going to be thereabouts, really, really close. It might be just above. Waiting on the last score to drop. And it's come in, as we see. Uriel pushing hard, just making mistakes, Chico. You can't afford to do that.
Yeah, first turn looked great. Second one as well. Just a bit repetitive, the carving, but at the end here, he had the section and he cannot fall there. So he had the chance to make an improvement for sure, as we see Kelani. Lassa driving through that turn. Waits for it to build up. Nice. Tight in the pocket, and another one. So I think this is going to be his best number so far.
This kid is good, man. He's really, really good. And he's proved it on this qualifying series. He's going to take it to the world stage now. And that's the thing about this Challenger Series. You're going to rock up in Newcastle in June. Not many people know about Keone Lassa. I'll tell you what, they're about to. As you see Noon. So he hasn't got his score from that last one. It might even be the number, but he's getting the better waves here now. It's his 3rd turn. A lot of spray. He's not done yet. And there's a 4th one. So that's a big,
You know what I'm saying about him? That all of them say yes, the honey for the good ones.
The honey for the good ones.
Look at this wave.
I know.
This is like another day. Bang. Big turn. Nice transition maneuver. Sets it up with a snap. Look now. Wave opens up like J-Bay the whole way. And he finishes it off really well. I think this is going to be the best wave of the heat so far.
Yeah, so the score still to come in. Just see the difference between Kalani's wave, smaller, less juice, not as big, half as big, a lot of foam on it. So surfed it well, but none of the wow factor that Martin had. So you needed a 4.34, but he's got 2 waves to come in. One was pretty good, and one was really, really good. Plus Lassa has got another wave to come in as well. So you think those 2 surfers might now just start to get a bit of daylight between them and their opponents. Here we go. Uziel is going to need a score here. There's the first turn in the pocket. And there's another one, bit more rail work, redirects back to the foam. There's the 3rd. Now, he hasn't been finishing his turns. There's a 4th, and there's going to be a 5th, and this time he does finish it. So he likes that. Gives a thank you. He won't know the score he needs, but he knows that he's finally put together a good package of turns. Didn't make a mistake. So there's a lot of scores to come in, but yeah, this heat has suddenly just really hotted up.
Is Keone Lassa in trouble suddenly?
Well, he's still got a score to come in. Yeah.
Yeah.
I think we're going to see Martin move up into 1st, but this 2nd spot, he put this together well, Chico.
Yeah, I love it. First snap, 2nd wrap, really tight in the pocket. I like the off the top transition, and this last one was massive as well. So
and a nice little
and then namaste to the judges, and bang, Kalani as well. Look at this, nice turn there, and a bit of a shaky finish for him, but yeah, he's hitting up well. Like a lot of movement in the wow.
There's Martin again, so just on a roll here. This is his 3rd wave in about 3 minutes. They've all been his best waves of the heat. That one's not going to count. The two before definitely will. So finally, a score comes in for the wave before the last one, the 4.6. So that did move him up into third spot, hitting a 4.48. But then he got a really good wave that the judges still have to input. They're just getting through, sifting through so many waves getting ridden. As we said yesterday, an average of 30 waves ridden every heat. Which is a lot. They've all got to be logged, they've all got to be thought about, they've all got to be calibrated. Look, you know, we all give the judges some of a hard time, but if you're in that booth, and I reckon they pretty much got 99% bang on yesterday, it's a really difficult task right now, given the conditions, given the sheer amount of waves, given the closeness of all the surfers in terms of their abilities. And they've dropped the score for Ken Lassa, so a 6.67. So your question was, is he in trouble? Well, he's not. He's moved up into first. And now we're just waiting on one more score for Martin. It's probably and Uri. So they're both going to change things as well. It's really, really tight, really, really exciting. This bank's just kind of turned on. And it looks like we're going to have another wave here from Uziel. Nice carving down turn. That wave just fizzled out, so that's not going to count. 6 minutes on the clock. Sort of a match-up between Martin's 5 big turns versus Uri's bit more compact, quicker turns.
Which one do you like the most?
I think Martin waves is just fundamentally a better wave, wasn't it? It was longer, it was bigger. He did connect with all the turns. It was 5 or 6 maybe. So
yeah, Martin can go to the lead actually.
Yeah.
He needs probably a 7, something.
Yeah, he's going to be right in the mix. Definitely. He's going to be a shake-up. I think Kalani de Silva's in probably quickly going to go from 2nd to 4th. We'll see how that works out. Here he goes. Here's Uziel though. He's not waiting for the score.
Wow.
He's blasting away. First turn was a snap in the pocket. Second turn, cut back. Now he's winding up. There's another roundhouse. Fagging down the line. Gonna have to do something a little bit special. Goes for the air, doesn't make it. Worth a pop. He doesn't know the score he needs. He's just surfing on instinct really, which is not a bad way to be. And we're going to see the scores coming in out the back though. We see Uriel, bang. He's made a few mistakes on these end sections. I'm not sure if they're going to be potentially mistakes that cost him the heat, but this wave, you saw he wanted to manufacture score, went for the aerial. As those fins slid down, they didn't quite catch, so numbers dropping in for Nunez as well. His wave still to count. We've got a lot going on. You can see the surfers starting to request some scores as well, but it's not easy when there's so many waves that need to be logged. Sometimes have to look at the replays to make sure they're bang on. And 4 minutes to go. We're going to see where they're all locked in at. But it's been exciting, and so there we go, a 7.07 for Martin Nunes. Chico by Chico, you scored a 7-point ride. You were 0.07 off, but I'm going to give you that one yet again. So that moves him up into 2nd spot. But Uri does have one wave to come in. He needs an 8 now. It's not going to be that, but it's going to be at least improve his score. So suddenly Martin Macchione with some big numbers, and just in the space of that 3-minute exchange, it's all changed on its head. Noon's been really impressive finding those honey waves, as you said. And there we go. Here he goes again, not wasting any time. There's a first vertical turn. Eyed off something down the line, just waiting for it to build, and it doesn't. So that way he's not going to be of any use to him. Meanwhile, Uri is a little kind of strange 2 turns, but managed to stay with the board, generate speed, fanging down the line, goes for the tube. Not something we see every day, but yeah, just, I mean, he was doing everything in his power to manufacture something and didn't. A little bit of desperation there. Silva, meanwhile, he just keeps arcing and turning and cutting back, and he's got a little section on the inside, so he needs a big number, a 7. Still going, and finishes off. So, wow. So all four surfers just absolutely putting on the line, never giving up, battling away. But it's Lassa and Nunes who are way out in front, it seems. And we'll see how they get on. Still one number to drop for Uri, which was ridden a fair while ago. I think that's a 5.13. So here we go. 2 minutes on the clock. Looks like Silva and Uziel both needing some big numbers. Lassa and Nunes has been really impressive. These two goofy footers, Chico, put on a bit of a clinic, haven't they?
Yeah, Keone really sharp and really tight in the pocket, really quick in transition, so did such a good job. And Martin, as I said, is really good at catching good waves. He surfed it really well as well, and it made all the difference the wave he caught. So this is a replay of Yuri. I don't think it's going to be the 6.56, so yeah, Yuri here just trying to make the most out of this one, but it won't be enough. So and here Kalani on a wave. We didn't saw the first turn, but that curve looked massive, and he comboed up with another curve, and at the end he was needing a 7.01, so I don't think it's going to be enough, but nice surfing by Kalani. He surfed really well the whole lead.
Yeah, that first turn was really, really smooth. Unfortunately, it just didn't quite open up. You got a 4.17 for that one, so not enough. So 50 seconds on the clock. Silva and Uziel both needing some big, big numbers. I fear their race has been run. Lassa, the current world European number one. He was number two, sorry. We saw Kzn in the first heat of the day saying he wants to get this trophy, get the European Champions trophy, put it on his shelf. But I'll tell you what, Lassa is right on his heels. He's not going to go up without a fight. So really impressive surfing from Cody. Here he goes. This is his victory lap. There it is. Wow. Nice first turn. He's got so much power. Cuts back. Low centre of gravity. Here we go. Big finish. And it wasn't a big finish. He went down the hole. So still got the heat lead. Great surfing. This is not going to be the 7 for Kalani. He's just going to come in on that one. The heat is over. Keone and Martin are through to the round of 32. De Silva is out. That's his European qualifying series season over for now for 2024-25. He'll come back at the end of the year and regroup. That man there on your screen was really, really, really good surfing from him. He's going to be one of the favourites, and it's with good reason. Surfing strong, surfing sharp. Well, as the wheel cap down, we see the action here. Loads of good waves. We're going to go to a short commercial break and come back with more live action from the Caparica Surf Fest 2025 after this.
Na vida, há sempre algo que nos inspira. O milénio está sempre presente, ao seu lado, na conquista de novos desafios. Juntos, partilhamos a paixão pelo futuro. Milénio, aqui consigo.
It's good to try, even when something seems to make little sense. Put your weight on it. Make an impact in this world. Call everyone, set ambitious goals, and ask yourself, do you want to change surfing? Dare to test. Ride the future.
Welcome back to the Caparica Surf Fest, and we are live, and I'm excited. we have the first heat of the round of 32 in the water. So we can say only the big dogs, the guys that performed until now, the guys that served a couple of heats, they have the rhythm. And joining myself on this round, on the first heat, is José Ferreira. José Ferreira, first heat. How are you feeling?
Yeah, well, I'm feeling well, but these guys are definitely feeling good. Cocagne here on that first wave. How are the waves looking?
The waves are looking really good. There's a few fun rides, and one thing that I was mentioning, talking with Ben, is that we are seeing a lot of surfers surfing with Cabianca surfboards
coming back,
and yeah, they're performing well. Most of them are making heats, so it's nice to see like these trendy transitions into certain shapers.
Yeah, there's moments, right?
As we see Cocagne on a beautiful turn there. He beat Maximus No
yesterday. Yeah, he's a big guy.
Have you seen him live?
Solid surfer. No, I mean, no, not really, but you can see he's big. This guy is also quite big. Renan Granville. These guys surf on big boards. This looks like kind of like a very big board, right? Like a, but this is Hans' first wave. Very tight style for Hans. He performed very well yesterday, and just falling on that last turn at 2.5 for him. But yeah, we have very, four different, four very different surfers here. All of them, I mean, 3 regular footers and 1 goofy footer, Renan. Iron strong, bit older, but super good competitor. And here we have Cocagne, nice arch with some amplitude there, and now ahead off the top, very well done for him. Three good turns, and in the back, Iron strong. His coach Sylvain is obviously looking, and that very trademark arm game for Iron there.
As we have in the water, Renan Granville sitting in the
10th position.
11th.
Oh, right.
Yeah.
But Loin...
And Hans in 13th.
Exactly, and Loin lost.
Yeah.
So, this is a very important heat. It's, it would be very hard for Loin to stick his 10th place with so many surfers still in competition, wanting to go over and perform, so they can be on that top 10 that will qualify surfers for the Challenger Series, that very important stage.
As you see, Renan with a bit of a snap out the back. A lot of bumps. Judges don't really love that, but
yeah, especially now, I would say. Actually, yeah, that would be interesting to talk a bit about. Let's just follow through with Aaron's last wave. He had a little.
He got stuck on the white water a long time here.
Yeah, a bit sticky.
Wait. He did like 4 times trying to leave the white water.
Yeah, but was able to ride. But this one though came out as a 4.17. But this turn, like he really waits for that bottom turn, and he has that backside, aggressive approach, top to bottom, upside down kind of bottom turn style. As we have a little shower. I hope, Claudia, you're not, catching a lot of rain while you're sitting there with Keone, but go for it.
Luckily, we took our turn to come inside, and yeah, we have the 2nd place on the QS rankings, showing us why you deserve a spot on the Challenger Series going into the next round. Guide us through.
Yeah, I mean, I'm feeling great with surfing right now. I've been training really hard for this year, and I'm having a great season, so feels good to keep making hits. And yeah, I'm feeling ready, and yeah, can't wait.
Tell us a bit about what you're riding today.
I'm riding a 5.7, which is my kind of good wave board because the wave here is kind of powerful, even though it's small. But yeah, it feels good on the backside, and yeah, thanks Cavianca.
How do you describe the importance of working with a shaper to secure a good performance for a professional surfer?
Yeah, I mean, I've been working with Cavianca since I was a little kid, and I think it shows our relationship on the board. All the board he makes are magic almost, so I'm really happy to work with him, and yeah, I'm really thankful for it.
Congrats and good luck for the next one. Back to you guys.
Thank you. Yeah, on a roll, Keone there. Young surfer, but with a lot of great things ahead of him, where when we see a bit of a shower, it's the first one of the day, came at 11, so that's better than yesterday, and as we see Hans replay.
Yeah, nice. Tight jams in the pocket. Smaller wave though, lacking a bit of energy, the wave. He was forced to surf the wave with his own energy and not with the help of the wave, so it's going to be hard to beat a big score, but well surfed wave by Enzo, 417.
Yeah, so both of these guys with a lot of on the line, Kzn and Hans on this one, they're sitting in 11th and 13th place of the ranking, so this is like each heat for these guys is make it or break it. They need to have a good result and perform, and so they have that in mind before going in the water. Obviously Hans being supported by Zé Seabra there as his coach. They've been doing an amazing work for the last 4 or 5 years, both of them, Hans and Kai, and obviously being ISA World Junior Champion under 16 and with a few good results under his belt. Here he is, Zé Seabra and his brother Kai. They're obviously following this very closely. This is a winning team, these guys. Very smart competitors, very good surfers, hard workers, very trademark European surfers with a lot of rail game. But Cocagne here.
Cocagne here in transition, not finding the end section there, but as you said, they make a good team, that's for sure. And Enzo here, nice snap there, a bit better on this one.
How low he gets on his
bottom turns. This was impeccable. Really nice snap there. Went for the reverse to get some extra points, and the finish was great as well in transition. So really good surfing there by Enzo. This is going to be the best wave of the heat, in my opinion.
Yeah, let's watch it again. The wave wasn't amazing, so really, big spray. You can see the compression, and then all the speed he's able to generate. So, creating that acceleration and a lot of explosivity in each turn. I'm sure now that he has like 2 average waves under his belt, he's going to wait for that better one. He still has 14 minutes on the clock. And yeah, we're going with, let's just watch this wave now from Kzn. Has some open face here, nice slash.
Wow.
A lot of water, kind of loses balance there, but yeah, that's not sure if he was happy or not about it, but it's counting. He's probably done his best wave. And Claudia is with David Raimundo, Portuguese coach forever, also coached us. Let's hear what they have to say.
Although an individual sport, surfing has a lot of people working on the backstage. To have these guys come here on this stage and show the best performance, being one of them, the coaches, David Raimundo. What do you think of, they say that it takes a village to raise a child. Would you say the same thing for a high-performance surfer?
I think nowadays it's not only about the surfer, not only about the coach. I think it's a multidisciplinary team. We need a guy that do the physical preparation, the psychologist, the nutrition. So we need everything. So we need to see it as a multicultural team. And for me as a coach, I try to put all the input that I can, the way we organize the season, where we need to perform the best, and I do my job and the athletes do their job.
What would you say these days? You've been coaching for quite a while. How is it this generation coming up, and what's the main differences and challenges that you face these days?
Yeah, comparing with the time I used to compete at the high performance level, at that time we didn't have coaches, so we do it everything by ourselves, and we didn't have all the information that they have with the social media and with the internet. So nowadays it's completely different. They have more information available, and that you can see as a positive way, you can see as a negative way the way you manage all the social media and the time the kids spend watching the screen. So if you use them wisely, it's a huge weapon that they have for them.
Would you say all this more organized structure behind the surfers these days makes the performance of the surfers being more and more impressive?
Yeah, for sure. Because if you look to the top sports like soccer, rugby, and all the other sports, they are really well organized for many years. And in surfing, we just need to watch what is being done well and try to adapt to our reality and to improve on our weakness, and to have everything really well organized. And I think that's the way a top surfer will be in the future.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Back to you guys.
Thank you, Claudia. Very nice questions and insights from one of Portuguese best.
Local Lopes.
Best.
Up and coming surfers.
He's a good example of an ex-pro surfer that was raised in a different time, in the 80s and in 90s. I mean, I think he stopped competing around like early 2000s. But that's for sure, like surfing and what do you need to become a pro surfer really changed throughout the years.
Yes, indeed, as we see the replay of Hans 4.57 on this one, and he got a 5.17 on the previous one. And Renan Granville is in the lead, so both of them need
Beautiful turn there, sorry.
No worries. Both of them need results, and they are first and second. This was the 5 from Renan Granville. Snap. Another snap, gets vertical here and blows the fins.
He likes it.
He likes it, so 5-point right there for Renan.
Yeah, well, you can see they're chasing it. They're not leaving it to chance. Really working for it. Renan here waiting for that critical part of the wave. But that wave is just not very good. But yes, changed a lot, but also the level also changed a lot, right? Like, I would say the level now is way higher than it was 20, 30, 40 years ago. That's natural. It's that happens in every sport. Level only goes up, and so in parallel, what you actually need to get to that level also has to change. And I would even maybe add to your team, to your entourage, if you want to be a pro, a media trainer, a media coach, maybe. What did you could actually coach some kids on the media side?
Oh, like helping like sports
have you
athletes
thought about
to get. Yeah, I've been helping a friend of mine on the paddle side. We have been making videos together for a while now, and he improved a lot, his numbers, and it has been a pleasure to help him out. But yeah, I think it's a question of time until you see people actually working on that area and helping athletes to reach more a bigger audience and really use their tools to reach more people. But at the end of the day, it all comes down to you, right? You wanting it and you understanding it's part of your daily process to get involved with it and trust the process. So you can give anyone you want a perfect communication strategy, but if they don't do it, it's just a strategy, right? It's just like a training program, right? You can lose like weight, build muscle, but if you don't go to the gym, at the end of the day, it's not that was nice.
That was a good 2 last turns. I think that really impacts the scoring system when you have 2 turns, one after the other, that are good. You know, if you have one good turn at the beginning of the wave, and then just the last one, it's different than you have like 2 good ones. So probably the best score of this heat so far, and he's positioning himself in a good place to get through this heat.
Yeah, I like it. I like the drift of the fins on the first. Well, it was the second turn he did on that way, but the first major maneuver he did, and then the second one was great as well. As we see, Aaron strong here, just fading, waiting for the wave to build up a bit, trying to get all that power source. The wave was not there, but he tried to make the most of it. But 327 for that one, so just forcing a maneuver there at the end. Yeah, Renan Granville
squeezing
717.
Yeah. So scores really come up when you have those 2 good turns in a row in those critical parts. That's exactly what he did. Solid surfing from him. You know, not holding back in the important moments. So both of these guys are fighting for that space that pretty much opened up for them. Luan Nog, unfortunately, wasn't able to get through, and so, yeah, pretty much it's like playing the chair game, you know? If you get up, someone's going to sit there. And both these guys still have a good chance to qualify. That's their goal for this year, and you know, I'd say the whole of the top 20 is you know, able to qualify. They just have to do a good result and do a better result than the guys that are in front of them.
Wow. He's surfing good. That turn was big. I like he's patient. He really waits for the moment.
Smart.
Yeah.
He's a smart competitor.
And he's really like grounded to the board. He barely falls all the time.
He's training with Rodrigo Souza, Portuguese.
That's why.
coach.
That's why he improved so much. He's training with him for 2 years, I think now.
Yeah,
or more. I remember like 4 years ago in Santa Cruz, they were already working together. So
yeah, that work is showing up some results. If he's able to qualify to the challengers, that's a major milestone for that team.
wow, he was on his way to another really good number here. He got a 4.10 on this one, but yeah, Rodrigo, he will have a few surfers on the CT, on the challenger this year, right? On the women's side, maybe Kika, right?
Kika.
And then if he has a man, would be really good for him, right?
Yeah.
So
I think he's coaching Jorgen Kzn now as well too. Hands here, tight, turn in the pocket there. Little cut back to wait for that wave to mount up. It doesn't really, but it's probably going to have a little air section in the end. Or, yeah, just that ticky.
looks a bit harder to surf on the front side.
Yeah, you called it yesterday, and I think it's still the same today, right? Like it's easier on your backside, on this low tide, and then when the tide comes up, it's like pretty much the same. But I don't know, it depends. The best waves of the day were ridden by Jorgen, and he's a natural footer.
Did you see the replay of that one? He's trying to improve on a 4.57. What do you reckon?
Yeah, he likes it. And while that was happening, we had Renan Granville on another one, non-stop here, non-stop waves. Renan is surfing his 11th wave, and we had Cocaine behind that. Look at this little drainer of a wave, super fun. This is like proper free surf.
Fun session to have with friends.
Yeah. Oh, look, barrel time. You have mind surfed so much in this last hours.
That's something that with aging, you never stop doing, right?
You never stop doing. You stop doing it in the water, but you know you're.
Yeah, when you're out of the water, you just kind of like mind surf with your eyes, which is great.
This one looks good.
Oof. Wow, really good first turn. Carve. And another snap. And a big finish, so needing a 5.87. I don't know if it's going to be enough or not. And this is Aaron going for the air.
Oh. Unfortunately, just getting that nose rail picking the water there, and I think he had his knee on the board too. We'll wait for for that replay. So first heat, nice, a lot of spray there. And then unfortunately he was looking for a 6.77, so that probably wouldn't be it even if he landed that. So he had his knee there, but this is quite a serious attack, looking for a 5.87. So nice first turn, then waiting for the critical section and vertical there. So what do you think? Oh, but Hans had this.
Nice snap there. Carving again, waits for the wave to build up. Gonna go for the air. Oh, got a bit stuck there.
Yeah, no, he's not going to improve, but quite a serious attack.
Everyone surfed.
A lot of water, bigger wave too.
And nice finish.
Yeah, he likes it.
Cocaine
might even improve his 5 points.
Oh, he's feeling it. But yeah, Jean Cocaine, can he upset?
4.53. So no, that's a no. Hans will safely go through. Well, this is the man at the moment. Surfed really well. It's super important for him, and performed really well. Smart decisions. He definitely got the best waves in terms of quality in this heat. Hans surfed very well, as we are used to. Not the best wave selection, but I guess he surf compensated for that. There they go. So keeping them hopes alive for qualification. His brother qualified last year. He did the Challengers. His first year on the Challengers went well. Super hard to do those first Challenger years. It's like actually when you go from being a kid to a man in the surfing world, I would say. And we are going to go for a quick break, and we'll have more of this right back after a few very short commercial breaks.
Na vida, há sempre algo que nos inspira. O milénio está sempre presente, ao seu lado, na conquista de novos desafios. Juntos, partilhamos a paixão pelo futuro. Milénio, aqui consigo.
It's good to try, even when something seems to make little sense. Put your weight on it. Make an impact in this world. Call everyone, set ambitious goals, and ask yourself, do you want to change surfing? Dare to test. Ride the future.
Welcome back to live action here in Costa de Caparica. We are motoring through the round of 32. We've got some big names coming our way. And straight up into this heat, Joaquim Chavez, Ruben Vittoria, who has won here before, Iker Trigueros and Thomas O'Day. So more names, more big hitters as we progress through quite quickly in what's been another great morning of surfing here in Portugal. And there's Chaves just doing a nice big vertical first turn, trademark from Joaquim. And then the second turn is a little bit soft. You see him still motoring down the line. So Chaves doing well. You see that little right-hand bowly rip bowl here, and this is more live action. This time it's that man again, the Portuguese hope, waiting for the first section. Clicks it off the top, waits for a big section there, and does a nice floater closeout re-entry combo. So that was a big finish from him, and he's just off to a pretty strong start. Of course, I'm joined in the booth. Oh, he didn't leave it. Oh, the phone. You got Iker, bang, just gets a little bit stuck in the foam and can't handle that one, so that's a mistake. I'm really looking forward to Ruben Vittoria Ferreira. He's, I reckon, got sort of style that suits this little rip bowl. I think he's gonna go ham.
That's for sure. We have Joaquim Chaves here. It's crazy how your hands can say so much about a turn. Look at this. Floater and then hands. And then it just gives you that notion of safety and control. So your hand game sometimes is super important for the judges.
It's the most important thing.
It's pretty much sometimes
the most important thing in
your
surfing.
fingers say more than your surfing.
I've always said that. See Thomas, you could see a little bit frustrated. His body language wasn't good.
I think he was complaining about Iker being in his way.
Good. Let's have a look
Some
here.
drama. Yeah, exactly. Would you call that an interference?
Well, it's the real state that if you can't get out of the way, I think you have to be purposefully get, almost, you have to cause interference. I don't think that was that's going to quite make it. Let's see, Chaves just motoring to that one. Oh, that's a big first turn and a nice second turn.
Beautiful.
And a third one. He just finished off. That is great surfing. Speaking of great surfing, while the judges just allocate some points for those three big turns, we've got the winner of the last seat down, talking to Claudio Pinto.
Renan, making it to the next round.
Yeah.
Guide us through your heat.
As I said before, we talked about this with my friends. The first 5 minutes, it was Renan 2020 surfing. It was kind of slow. And after the beast came back, Renan 2025, and just knocked this out, and it was really cool. And I felt myself in this heat really like more even than the first heat, and I'm pretty happy about this. Yeah.
You've been working with the Portuguese surf coach Rodrigo Sousa. Is that hard work showing its results?
Of course, and it's only 3 months of working. Imagine of working 10 years with this guy, who I will become. I know already. I will be a fucking city surfer. Yeah. Don't forget me.
Thank you. Back to you guys.
Don't stop. Oh, don't stop him talking.
Yeah, get him. Yeah.
Renan Granville.
Wow.
Man, he's the man. He's just put a marker in the sand. He's not mucking around. And yeah, that was class from Renan. You could hear the excitement.
Definitely.
You know what? Just someone saying something different. Someone just having the gall and the confidence to call it as it is.
Yeah, that's super good to hear.
There's some big turns for Ruben. We talked about his style suiting these right-hand rip bowls. Well, there you saw it. And there's a finish. Oh, can he hang on? And he does. So the hands have it there as well. So Ruben Vittoria just showing what he's got. He's capable of. He's won this event before. He's won a few events on the European, well, quite a few events on the European qualifying series. So he's a serial winner. But yeah, back to Granville. What else did he say? He's a bit.
Yeah. So basically, he's. You know, beginning of the heat, he was kind of slow, like 2020 version of him, and then the beast came back, and this guy's surfing is beast mode as well. Beautiful, sharp carves there. You know, you can do a lot of these because they're always beautiful to see. A bit of an clicky, unbalanced return there, but was able to control that. And a lot of white water here for Iker Trigueiros. It's sticky, but just cleaning off the dust from his board, starting to warm up. And Joaquim Chaves 417, beautiful 2 turns, very, you know, no water out of the place. That was super nice surfing. One has to catch the best waves of the heat though, so Ruben did just that, 6.17 on that last. But you know what? It's refreshing to see, you know. Usually interviews, you know, people are kind of moderate and, you know, there's some reservations, which is understandable. Surfers have to protect themselves, but you know, just release it. Let it go. Like sometimes it's good. It's good for you. It's good for us. So yeah, it's a great moment for Renan. Oh, he doesn't get
too carried away.
Called out for that. No. Little Bobby Martinez moment, but you know, as surfers, I guess, you know, people that are seeing this, it's either family or fans. We like this.
Yes,
you know,
we can take it. We can handle that, can't we?
I think we do.
We can handle that for sure. Chavez, what can he handle? First turn, there's a nice big green open wall, vertical snap in the pocket. He's looking confident, I'll tell you that.
Yeah.
There's 3 turns before, which I thought could have been a bit higher than a 417, and he's finished off strong there. So, yeah, we can handle that. And Renan, he's obviously sitting 11th on the, you know, on the current rankings. So trying to get up to that all-important 10th, as we see Lede also fanging down the line. He's got another guy in his way. That's twice that's happened. But he dealt with that, Thomas, and a big finish. His brother, unfortunately, didn't get through his heat before, so Lede's trying to get 1 from 2. But yeah, but Renan, Luan Noj was in 10th spot. He got knocked out.
Yeah, there's a free space.
The next surfer is 11th, and that's Renan. So I'll tell you what, can't wait to see his next heat, in his next interview. As you see, Thomas, good combo there. Zay, what did you like about it?
Yeah, so 3 turns. I think that's a good wave. His best wave probably, but look at this. So really weighted, but did well too, because really found the sweet spot on that one and just finish it off. Probably his best wave so far. I was looking at if this was count as a completion, but yeah, definitely completed.
And that score coming in for Ruben Vittoria was a 6.17, so the best wave, as we suggested, of the heat. Yeah, now we need some we need a bit of fire in the belly. You know, these surfers getting out there, we can sometimes get caught up in the machine and, you know, we just talk about the same old things and there's no new point of view. So, yeah, Granville, going for it. I'm a massive fan. And
Who
with
doesn't like
surfing,
an underdog as well, right? Coming from behind, having to make it.
absolutely. Story of my life. Except
Yeah,
I
same.
haven't made it. But everything else just coming from behind
It's still
all
coming.
the time.
It's still coming.
Yeah, while there's life, there's hope. That's what my father Colin used to say. Right now, though, 14 minutes to go. And we've seen Chavez. I like his surfing. He looks like he's got his timing. His board looks good. And got a couple of scores up around the high fours. This bank time we got here now, so it's 11, almost 12 o'clock local time. So probably an hour gone on the tide already. So it's just starting to fill in. I reckon this bank's going to improve. Probably got 2 hours of optimal conditions as the tide pushes in and this right-hand bank starts to fire up. So we're looking pretty good. We're going to go through the round of 32 today and then just 2 heats of the women at the end of the day. So that by that stage, yeah, we would have down to the 16 for the men and 32 for the women. So all set up for the last 3 days of competition. As we see, Chavez again, without priority, managed to sneak this under the nose of his 3 opponents. And just another couple of backhand blasts. Is his backhand a bit of a weapon, would you say? One of his strengths of his surfing?
Yeah, I think that's his strong point. His backside. He's super vertical, able to carve as well. Nice bottom turns, you know. He really points his arms to the right place. And look at this. Bang, fins out. Just quite white this wave was. So I think judges, you know, will have that in consideration. But beautiful turn there, very vertical. He was born here. Well, in Lisbon, obviously, but spent most of his time surfing here. Now based in Ericeira. It's actually weird. You were saying before that Peniche is the place to be, but actually all the Portuguese pro surfers, even like guys like let's say Goni, Spanish surfer, but based here, everyone is based in Ericeira. Actually, not many guys are based in Peniche.
No. Yeah, you're right. I mean, and yeah, there's a big industry support. There's probably better. Well, yeah.
I don't know. I think for waves, Peniche is better.
Yeah, but in terms of being access, I suppose, to Lisbon and
obviously, yeah,
different point breaks and a bit of variety.
Visibility.
Yeah, I'll tell you what, Chavez, it's working for him right now. We're going to go to a short commercial break, come back for the last 12 minutes of the Caparica Surf Fest 2025.
Na vida, há sempre algo que nos inspira. O milénio está sempre presente, ao seu lado, na conquista de novos desafios. Juntos, partilhamos a paixão pelo futuro. Milénio, aqui consigo.
It's good to try, even when something seems to make little sense. Put your weight on it. Make an impact in this world. Call everyone, set ambitious goals, and ask yourself, do you want to change surfing? Dare to test. Ride the future.
Welcome back to live action here at the round of 32 of the Caparica Surf Fest 2025. Live action, Thomas Ledet up and riding the natural footer. Got a nice wedge here, swooping carve, drives around again and then finishes it off. A little bit rough edges there, wasn't as smooth he would have liked for those 2 turns. Currently in second spot, going to improve on a 2.40. But had that nice little bowly wave, Zé Ferreira, but just didn't quite connect, I reckon, as smooth as he can.
Yeah, well, I think it's hard to choose those good waves. It's when you're sitting there, I imagine it's hard to understand what's a good wave, what's a bad wave, and I think that's missing for him. That open face wave to put 2 or 3 good turns together. But yes, we have that replay. Nice first carve, and then a bit sticky there, as you were saying. So that's his best wave, though, so far.
Yeah, so Thomas, nice. I mean, there was a flash of the fans. That angle shows it a bit more critical than I probably gave. Got a 4.83 score to come in from his last wave. So Thomas just starting to build a house really small, as we see. That's Iker Triguez just getting 2 turns in and a cut back. This is a replay of a wave ridden during that break. So currently on 4 surfers, really tightly grouped. Scores to come in for both Thomas and Iker, as we see Ruben Vittoria. So paddling for this one, and he's in. So needing to back up a 617. There's a nice trademark swoop from the Basque surfer. Does a fair bit of coaching too these days as well. So got a foot in both camps. Also studies as well. And there's a finish. Right now he's concentrating on his main job. Right now is just to be a very, very good competitive surfer.
Do you know what he's studying?
I think he was doing some type of engineering from memory. I need to double check that, but I know he was always never stopped, his studies, even when he was doing quite well on the series. So really smart guy, and also real good mentor to a lot of the young Basque surfers.
Yeah, because he's still young.
Yeah, he's super switched on, really mature for his age, and he's got that surf, and he knows how to back up a 617. So yeah, good
impressive
surfing.
Impressive. And I think that with time, and again with the present context of surfing industry regarding sponsors, and surfers think about their future. So I do see more and more pro surfers studying at the same time. Sometimes it's not an actual degree, but few executive post graduations, and some of these that these guys are. Yeah,
absolutely. Well, I just actually wrote a piece for Surfer magazine about that very same topic. Hold that thought. Yeah. I'll tell you all about it after Ruben. Before I was rudely interrupted by Ruben Vittoria riding a wave.
Yeah, these guys.
Yeah, well, right now, Isabel Nichols on the CT. She's doing a degree in mechanical engineering.
Wow, she's
mechanical.
She's super smart.
She's super smart.
I think, in terms of decision making, she's one of the smartest competitors.
Yep. So she wants to get into the wave pool technology and do mechanical engineering.
Wow.
So she's doing that whilst also on the CT. Liam O'Brien, he was doing also another engineering degree actually.
Really?
Yeah. He has deferred it, but he did a year. Wow. He's done a year, so he's going to go back to that.
Julian Wilson also did a degree, didn't he? No. That was just marketing.
Yeah, I don't think he's done a degree. So yeah, so there's Lob, there's Liam, also right now is doing sports marketing is Joanne Defay. So she's almost finished the Lyon Business College, so she's doing a degree in sports marketing. She's also a qualified yoga teacher, so she's been studying the whole time as well as being one of the world's best surfers.
Wow.
So
that's so
they're
impressive.
all on the CT. Yeah. So.
But you know what? I'm not sure if you kind of went there in that piece for Surfer, but do you see a relation between thank you for interrupting me, Thomas.
Okay, live action. See, yeah, he's off. You can keep talking.
Thank you. And a relation between the results and people being, taking smart decisions in heats and stuff. Do you see a relation between people who are studying and then how they perform in competition?
I don't know if there is. Yeah, I mean, I don't know if there is, to be honest.
There's not enough degrees out there for surfers to be able to...
It's a different type of intelligence, I suppose, isn't it? The ability to process lots of information and remember it and regurgitate it might be different from being able to make sort of clutch decisions under pressure and stuff. I mean...
Because it's also a lot about logic in these degrees.
Yeah, I suppose it is. I mean, Adrian Buchan's another one. He hasn't done a degree, but he could have. He was one of the smartest. He went to a super academic school.
Dylan Perillo did a degree.
Right, yeah.
But after stopping, actually.
Yeah, a lot of the Americans actually go and do college, don't they?
Which I think it's super smart. I did a little degree too.
Did you?
Yeah.
What did you do?
Business and management.
Yeah.
There we have Rodrigo Souza. He knows he's in the camera.
So, yeah, these surfers, well, that's the thing, you know, not everyone can make it in this sport. You've got to have a backup. These surfers now just throwing all their eggs into the one pro surfer basket. As Lade, he's going to go for it. Whoa, now these surfers start to get a bit twitchy. That air wind is there on the left-handers as the tide probably gets a bit higher. We saw a few more lefts yesterday and a few more opportunities. Thomas has got a pretty crazy air game, so he eyes that off. Yeah, all the four surfers here just putting their eggs in the basket of trying to get on the Challenger Series. Chavez just needing a 4.38. He surfed really well, but hasn't been able to just get above that 4-point range, which would get him into second spot. So now it starts to get pretty tight. 3.5 minutes on the clock. And we'll see. I did pitch the world's dumbest surfers. That was my other pitch.
No way.
But they wouldn't. I didn't run with that. It was a bit cruel.
No, yeah, but you know, I'd be curious to know the names. But maybe in another time.
Yes. Okay. Okay. So here we go. Ruben Vittoria. Big turn. So much head flick going on. A lot of action. Thomas, there we go. There's the air game I was talking about. Just comes and stuck though. Currently in second spot. You might want to concentrate. Okay, here goes. Chavez. Yeah, he might want to concentrate just on improving that score of 4.27. Still in second spot, but he knows that the surfers in white and surfer in blue both need not huge numbers here. They just got to get a couple of fours to get up to that all-important second spot. So it's really, really tight. Maybe better off waiting for a set. Just try and improve on your score. He doesn't have priority or get that, but still. Now we just see a bit of a calm before the storm. No sets approaching. See the rips just running through there from the pier out the back. Good thing about this is that pretty much, even that little wave there, it's not a set, but it's still breaking. It's still got some type of scoring potential. And now we've got Ika in blue needing a 4.71. He's got priorities. He's just going to hope that one more wave comes through. One more opportunity to get a 5-point ride, which will get him up into second spot. I think Ruben's pretty safe and has been the best surfer of the heat. Thomas has surfed well. I think Chavez has been a bit unlucky. His surf's been on point. That 4.17 was maybe a little bit tough, but he hasn't had that backup since that. He's caught 11 waves, and the last 5 have been 0.5 ones and or nothing. So here we go. Just pull the trigger. This is the last wave of his event potentially, unless he gets a 5-point ride. There's a nice swooping roundhouse cut back. A little whack. He checks his watch. He knows that's not enough. So he had to have a go. A minute on the clock. Not a whole lot more he could do, really. Now he's trying to scarp her out and get a bit of space to move. But I'm not sure if that might have been his chance. His last opportunity. The wave just didn't deliver. It's not going to be the score. Now it's up to Chavez. He's got priority. He's got 38 seconds. It's a tiny bit of movement out the back, but we'll just see if he can do it. They're having a chat with his mate there. He's checking out the back, getting on his board, hoping that with 25 seconds to go, we'll get one opportunity. 4.38. It's not a big number.
This guy will look for an air section, probably. But with 10 seconds to go, it looks like Chaves is going to have his last chance.
So here he goes, last chance for Jorgen. First turn, a little swoop, hoping it's going to build on the inside. The Huda goes, so this will be his last wave no matter what happens. He's coming down the line and goes for a reverse, and he knows that's not going to be enough, so that's the end of his run. So Thomas and Ruben, see the disappointment. Surfed well. You can see the brain thrusts, they're all disappointed. Know how much work and effort they've all put into that and how much work he's done especially. But that's the end of his European dream for 2025 at least.
That was kind of poetic. This is the end. And Ruben here, I don't know how he's doing in the rankings, but he's doing very well in this contest. We'll check that out.
Yeah, he's not up in the mix, but he's going to be super dangerous. He could definitely play a part in how it all falls down. Surfing like that, he's super dangerous, but we're going to have a short commercial break and come back with more live action of the Caparica Surf Fest 2025 after this.
Na vida, há sempre algo que nos inspira. O milénio está sempre presente, ao seu lado, na conquista de novos desafios. Juntos, partilhamos a paixão pelo futuro. Milénio, aqui consigo.
It's good to try, even when something seems to make little sense. Put your weight on it. Make an impact in this world. Call everyone, set ambitious goals, and ask yourself, do you want to change surfing? Dare to test. Ride the future.
We are back live action here on the southern shores of Lisbon. Another stacked heat. Thomas Deviere, who's been a man on a mission yesterday, 2 massive heat wins. Patrick Landon-Dark sitting in that all-important top 10 on the rankings. Another couple of heats and he'll be on the Challenger Series. Guilherme Ribeiro, the local hope. And Samuel Redon, who's come from nowhere really. A young French goofy footer who's been really, really impressive. So a mix of established surfers and form surfers.
Actually,
and it looks good. And straight up is Patrick, the Welsh surfer from the Gower Peninsula. He's really sharp on his backhand. Sort of goes to his rail on his backhand and goes to the air on his forehand. And this is Redon, the Frenchman, who's also really sharp, powerful, goofy footer. Oof, throws so much spray.
Wow.
And there's another one, so you can feel it straight away. He did that yesterday, Jose Ferreira, and he's looking like he's taken off where he left off yesterday.
Yeah, I was actually going to say he came from his atelier, where he's doing some carpentry work to be here, as he explained. So nice first one, bit sticky, but the wave didn't allow much more than that. And then, boom, beautiful low center of gravity, and you know, those slow motion turns. It's beautiful surfing there. Then Debier here with a 2.5. Probably won't be using that in the end of this heat, just to clean off the dust from his board, you know, feel the board. And this is Langdon Dark's 3.4. Beautiful surfing from this lad. and a 7-point ride for Samuel. So judges really rewarding when you do like 2 turns in a row that are both, you know, good, the score really comes up. So keep that in mind.
Okay, live action. Thomas Debier from Guadeloupe just kicks out that wave, not offering any opportunity out the back. Patrick has a paddle at that, has a little sniff, pulls up. Right now we've got Claudia Pinto, which is down on the beach with the winner of the last heat. All yours, Claudia.
That's right, we're here with Ruben, a person that we've seen in this booth before on this contest. So, guide us through your heat, and what was clicking for you on the lineup?
I don't know, it was so tricky out there. Like the last 2 hits before my one, they were like looks pretty fun waves, and when I paddle out, I saw the current, all the movement, and it was tricky to find the good waves. But I was lucky to find the best wave of the heat, and so happy to make this one because it was so tricky out there.
Sticking to the same strategy for the next round?
Yes, just believe in my surfing, go out and just do my surf. So that's the strategy.
Congrats. Good luck for the next one.
Nice one.
Mucho obrigado to you too, Ruben. So just surfing really well, backhand surfing. Had some waves come in there, a lot of action from all 4 surfers. Thomas Debier, yeah, we were really impressed with his surfing yesterday, weren't we, Zay? He just looked on point. He was your favourite surfer, and this is why.
Yeah, super smooth, powerful, you know, variety of turns there. He's like that. He kind of reminds me a bit of Joel Parkinson in his style, because it's like he's super comfortable but smooth and powerful at the same time. And Patrick here, his second wave, super sassy on those turns, going vertical. So his best wave as well. And this was Guy's first turn. Beautiful hack, a lot of water there. Waiting for this wave to mount, and then a bit sticky on that one. Didn't create that much acceleration, but finishes off well. So good start for him, and a lot of waves. Not as many as yesterday, but still a lot of waves. And Samuel here trying to close the deal on this heat, and wow, this is like a roller coaster.
Yeah, non-stop conveyor belt of waves. The tides, as we said, is just starting to push in, which is going to help. And there were some big numbers. That first wave for Samuel Redon was a 7 for those backhand whacks, and he's backed it up as well. So, a 4.5 for that wave. And then we also saw Patrick London Dark start off with quite a big wave. Live action here though. It's got G again up and riding. Didn't have priority, so not a bad opportunity to get a wave under the nose of his opponents.
Has to
for
go
a big finish, and he does. There's a bit more aggression. Meanwhile at the back, Thomas. Yeah, I don't mind that Parco comparison. I can see it for sure, and there's the type of surfing why he's been was one of the form surfers of yesterday, just in terms of posting big numbers, and he's looking really, really strong again. So yeah, Thomas looking sharp. You know, there's no chance of qualifying on the rankings, but just here to get back in the groove, feel the pressure, and build for next year. And so far, he's done a pretty good job of it.
Definitely. Look how much rail, just in that little turn there, that little carve, how much rail is there. But this turn here, it was beautiful. Look at this. Hard turn to make too. A lot of fins thrown there. And this was Guy's second wave, so a bit on the sticky side, but this turn, bam, that was solid. Guy's a very solid, smart competitor. Really also been on the EDP Surf for Tomorrow program, so spending a lot of time with the Adriazolas and Vizelko and Zesiabra, and you know, did his first year on the Challengers last year. So this contest was super important. Actually was the contests that allowed him to qualify to the Challengers last year. So he has definitely good memories from this place, and you know, solid surfing from him, building. But this heat is quite taking off with Samuel having that 7 points and Thomas surfing like that.
Yeah, some big numbers, dropping a 7 with that first wave, and he's backed it up with a 4.87. Thomas has still got a couple of waves to come in, which will change things right up. So, yeah, it's really, really exciting. Hopefully, you know, when those numbers go big, go early, the surfers realise that they've got to go big themselves, so they push, and it can lead to a big heat. G. Ribeiro down there, he's in 19th on the current Challenger Series ranking, so you'd think you'd have to almost get a win, or get, you know, some really, really incredible results to move up. But you know, he's still in the mix right now, as we see. That's Patch, PLD, a Welsh surfer coming in, just waiting for this wave, and it doesn't stand up. So a bit of a mistake. Had priority and used it, and didn't use it wisely. Who we've been working with, Luke Dillon, on, you know, making smart decisions, using priority well. Unfortunately, couldn't quite get a hold on that once it goes back out. All the scores to come in. Thomas's wave, you got a 6.33 there, as we know that. Freddie Mirage Cash surfed well in his backhand yesterday, going to his probably his favoured forehand today on these right-hand rip bowls. So coming back from that ankle injury, and just looking to get involved in this. And you see out the back, there's the Frenchman again. His wave selection's been really good. It's just been getting the bigger waves. Those two turns weren't as clean and crisp as some of his others. But you go, and here's Thomas. He's not waiting for his scores. He's just going to keep staying busy. Get through this foamy section. Little zap off the top, and then another one. Doesn't look like falling off or making a mistake. He's so...
Or losing speed, you know?
Centered, and yeah, just it all seems to be coming together at the right time.
A lot of harmony in his surfing, for sure. And, you know, he's not, like, going up and down on his board a lot. You don't see a lot of, like, flexion, reflection movement. But he's a big guy. So he's really putting his weight to work for him instead of the opposite. So, yeah, really a lot of talent from him. He had a 6.33 on that last one. So moves... doesn't move anywhere, actually. We're still waiting for his last score. So situation, Samuel, first place, going through heats, surprising us, maybe himself, mostly us. And then Guilherme is now on second with a 5.77. But we have Samuel again. He'll have one big turn here and another one. We'll have that replay for you. With the normal angle, but he definitely seems happy about it. He wants to change the 4.87, and before that, Thomas was looking for a 3.94, but nice amplitude there, Ben.
Yeah, I actually did a bit of a disservice from that wave. I thought he wasn't quite as clean as that, and then Thomas just backing up. He's got a few sixes. He's going to get another one. Just so casual, but still a lot of spray. As you said, the harmony, just, you know, every single section was dealt with a minimum of fuss. Looked good, looked sharp, and now he's got a pair of sixes. I think we're still with one score to come in, so he's really set his stall out quite well. Samuel Redon is also backed up that 7 with a 4.87. There's one more score to come in, so surfers in red and green doing a pretty good job right now of overtaking the two seeds in this round of 64. Round of 32. So plenty of time, but could be a few more upsets on the cards.
For sure. Yeah, and I also think the judges will adapt the scale. I mean, they already did when we entered this round, because we are going to have better and better surfing, because you know, these guys, if they're here, they've surfed either 1 or 2 heats, you know. They know how to do a good result. And as much as the contest progresses, everyone will get just more and more confidence.
Yeah, and there's a first turn of confidence from Thomas, and there's another one, and there's a third one.
Whoa.
He's just feeling it, you can tell.
Small wave too.
Yeah. So just, he's in rhythm with the ocean. His boards feel like they're really on point, and he's smashing everything that comes his way. One of the standout performers of yesterday. And this was a bit more quicker transitions.
Beautiful first carve. You know, not a single drop of water between that first and second turn. He catched the rail a little bit there on the bottom turn. The wave wasn't easy, you know. It asked for a quick bottom turn, and just, you know, we've been seeing good scores with 2 turns, but when you put in 3 turns with acceleration, you get an 8 points.
Yeah, an excellent score there. So one of the few excellent scores we've had. I think it's the second one of the whole event. And so already he's got a commanding lead. Really, really solid. It's now all about this race for second. Thomas has just been on fire. Came from the round of 96, so he's surfed more than anybody. But it seems to have suited him, because every time he's jumped in the water, it seems to have just gone up another level. So incredible, incredible surfing from that man there. And yeah, you mentioned the rest of the week. Well, we're here all weekend, aren't we? We've got till Saturday. We've got the Easter weekend coming up. All the there's so much stuff to do in this part of the world. We've been staying at the World of Travellers at the hostel, which is just behind the beach here. They've got the athlete zone set up there, where all the athletes are getting ready and hanging out. The hostel's super cool, just down the road from the beach, so you can run down from when you're wetty for a surf. And super fun. Meanwhile, Patrick landing dark, trying to get back in this heat. It's a little trademark backhand belt, but he's needing a massive number at the moment, and needing 8.47. So not quite enough on that, you'd imagine. So while he regroups, he washes off that hair. He's going to get a small number, but hopefully a bit of improvement. We're going to go to a small. There's commercial break. There's there. That's what we're looking at. That's where you should come down if you're anywhere near the area. Come down to the sponsors village, come down to the water area. But we're going to have a short commercial break and be back at this beach right after this.
Na vida, há sempre algo que nos inspira. O milénio está sempre presente, ao seu lado, na conquista de novos desafios. Juntos, partilhamos a paixão pelo futuro. Milénio, aqui consigo.
It's good to try, even when something seems to make little sense. Put your weight on it. Make an impact in this world. Call everyone, set ambitious goals, and ask yourself, do you want to change surfing? Dare to test. Ride the future.
Here we go, live action, 6 minutes on the clock. Thomas Debier is on fire, but this man here needs some big numbers, and he's not going to get it with that. Patrick Langdon Dark in the top 10 on the qualifying series rankings, needing another, potentially a few more heats to seal his deal on the Challenger Series. He's worked really, really hard with Team GP, training a lot, but came down here a few weeks in advance, so it's been it's not a question of preparation, it's not a question of talent, now it's just a question of opportunity, whether he can get back in this game as we see Samuel Redon, the Giffy footer, along with Derbier, has been probably one of the form surfers from yesterday. That wave not just filling out. Patrick Landon Dark. Well, we saw the 10th place surfer get knocked out, Luan Noj, earlier on today. We've seen Afonso Antunes, we've seen Maxime Huguenot. So there's already been 3 of the top 10 being knocked out relatively early. And now, potentially, if we got Patrick Landon Dark, could fall into the same category unless he pulls out something pretty quick in the next 5.5 minutes to go.
Where is Patrick in the rankings?
He's 8th on the rankings.
8th.
Yeah,
Oh,
so he's in a, he's in a.
That's super bad news for him. Yeah, so kind of early losses for that top 10.
Yeah, for sure.
Right? 5, if 4 guys lost so far in the top 10.
Yeah, if Patrick goes out.
And Afonso, I think he's already guaranteed for the challengers.
Yeah,
I
I think he's fine. He was quite high. We've already got Keanu Lasso. He's safe. He's through, and Jorgen Kzn. So it's all about this man here, whether he can get back up. As Patrick, first little turn's a bit sticky. Just can't find any of the connections. And that's not going to help his cause. He needs 8, but he needs a couple of waves. Yeah, so those top 5 guys you think are pretty much, locked and loaded. It's that bottom 5 where there's a real interest in what's going on. And as we said, it's all about this, like, I know we keep banging on about it, but just the rest of the year, sort of, for Patrick, let's use him as an example. Get through this heat. He's probably got a good chance of knowing what's going on for the next 6 months of his life. He's on the Challenger Series. He's traveling the world. He's getting more exposure. He's training. He's surfing with the world's best surfers. Or on the flip side,
he'll be in Wales for a year.
Yeah, he'll be training at home. He'll still be working hard. He'll, but he's just going to have to recalibrate, and it's a massive, massive sort of dent in your career.
It is, especially because I don't think you have that many regional. You can do the regional QSs in other places, so you
can't qualify for.
But you can't qualify now.
There he goes. So he's trying to fight back. He won't go down without fighting. Patrick, he's a real scrapper, really serious about his sport, and he's not going to go down without a fight. So just trying to get back into the 2 waves. The top seed in this particular heat, Thomas Derbier, has just absolutely smashed this. So, it's one of those unfortunate circumstances where a few other heats, surfers have been winning with 8-point heat totals. Thomas has come out with an 8-point individual ride, so way above as an outlier. But that second spot is still there. And also Ribeiro, we haven't spoken enough about him. He's in 3rd and just needs a 6.11. So
he's holding his priority for quite some time. So he's playing the patient game. 6.11, super doable for him. He's been really in form in the last months, and he's interested. He has to go. He paddled.
Yeah. So first turn's pretty savage. Then he fangs down the line. He's going to have to go big here. And there's another big one. And can he hang on? He's a bit
He
sticky,
can.
but he hangs on. So some clapping there from the Portuguese surfer. They're just saying, is it? Or is it not? Not that confident, do they?
No. By his face,
You think whether it's completion or whether it's a score or not?
I think completion.
Let's have a look. So the first turn, talk us through, Zay.
Yeah, beautiful first carve, bit of fin release there, and then just really puts it all on the line, Tail release.
That's a completion.
Well, yeah.
You're not sure.
Exactly. It's completed here. Like, he didn't stand up in front of the white water, so it's it was a very nice effort that he's
It's not going to be 6.11, is it? So
I think that if he landed like safely that last turn, it could have been there. But yeah, maybe a high 5. But yeah, low 6. So
we got a 3. So yeah, you expected it wasn't.
Yeah,
the completion. So that's a mistake. Anyway, meanwhile, Redon just getting that wave, can't suck out. Here goes Patrick Landon Dark. There's a big section, and there's a big whack on his backhand. Drives around. He just managed to hang on, almost lost his footing. Finishes off. You can tell he's not quite feeling it in terms of getting his timing right. Had one big section. Still needs that 8.4. So I think with a minute to go, needing 2 waves, you know, well, maybe now 1 wave, but still, he's in a world of pain.
Yeah,
So
beautiful section there. He really ate that section with his board. Kind of out of balance there, but then hits it off in the end. Yeah, he needs 2 waves basically, because he did improve his position, so he only needs a 6.78 now. But 30 seconds to go, and Thomas Desbières has the priority, Samuel the second priority. So, you know, in this case, you got to give it up to both those guys. They played a great heat, surfed well. Thomas Desbières like kept the ball rolling as he did yesterday, and Samuel as well. So, you know, they surfed really well. They do deserve to go through this heat.
Yeah, absolutely. Patrick scrapped and he fought hard. He just couldn't quite get the ways he wanted, and Thomas and Rendon have gone. And now Patrick's got a really, like a lot of the other surfers, he's got a really nervous wait with the rest of the event to see if they can, you know, depending on the surfers below him, the point shakedown. He's you know, he's sitting in 8th, so he's going to be nervous. This will be a big loss for him. You have to shake it off. He's got other UK surfers that they all support, and he'll back them. But that man on your screen, been absolutely on fire all event, and every time he hits the water, I reckon he increases his chance of being one of the favourites. So really, really great surfing from Thomas. But we're going to get a short commercial break and come back with more live action right after this.
Na vida, há sempre algo que nos inspira. O milénio está sempre presente, ao seu lado, na conquista de novos desafios. Juntos, partilhamos a paixão pelo futuro. Milénio, aqui consigo.
It's good to try, even when something seems to make little sense. Put your weight on it. Make an impact in this world. Call everyone, set ambitious goals, and ask yourself, do you want to change surfing? Dare to test. Ride the future.
And we're back with the 4th heat of this round. I would say one of the hardest heats, at least in theory, on paper. And Sheik, welcome back. What do you have to say for the names on this?
Yeah, Fred coming back from the injury, trying to build his momentum back, as we see live action. Saint-Péter, one of the standouts of yesterday. Saint-Péter, Charlie Quivron, and Elijah Short. So a really stacked heat, as you said. I'm super stoked to be back here with you. It has been, I think today has been better than yesterday. Conditions are better, I don't know. We are in the rhythm as well, I think.
Yeah, well, I think everyone gets in the rhythm, a bit more in the rhythm on the second day, but I agree, I think conditions are better today. You know, at this time yesterday, it was super hard, a lot of current, and because we have a bit more energy and swell, I think it's a bit more organized there. Just got his rail there, lost his momentum, left, but we have Elijah Court here with a strong 2 turns, you know, that slow-mo turn there, and Charlie Quivron very experienced surfer goes for the air, you know, reminds me of Dusty Payne. Always did.
And he did a 4.83 on that one. And Elijah Short, I think he's going to get the best number of the heat. What do you think?
Yeah, for sure. And we have the winner of last heat, Thomas Desbières, with Claudia. Let's give it up to you guys.
Thomas, going into the next round with the highest score of the day so far, what was the trick and how did you position yourself out there?
It's a bit as yesterday. I surfed like at the same time yesterday, so the spot was pretty similar. My strategy was to surf a lot of waves because you never really know which one's gonna give you the more opportunity, and it worked pretty well with me. Didn't start really well, but yeah, I just building my score through the heat, and then finished with the prio at the end. So the strategy worked pretty good.
You seem like very confident also with what you're riding today. Can you tell us a little bit about it?
Yeah, it's a 6.0 from my shaper from France, clean cut. Yeah, it's a board I had for like maybe 2 months or 3 months now. And I've ride it in Morocco as well, so it's like a board I trust. Works in pretty much all the conditions, and yeah, I hope it's gonna get me to the final day.
So, congrats, good luck for the next one.
So, yeah, same strategy, it's working, seems to be working, and you do not change the winning team. Saint-Pité, though, bit of different start from yesterday. I think he had the best score of the day yesterday. So coming from a very good day for him, building confidence, obviously being mentored by his dad, who's known to be one of the best coaches in Europe, Didier Pité, also a great surfer. And we have some action from Charlie.
Charlie live here on a good looking right. A bit of a slow start. He tries to get around it. He does, but it was just a mushy way from start to finish. So not a spectacular way for Charlie on that one from Royan.
I didn't know he's from Royan. There's a junior, like a junior comp there. Now Federico.
Fred with a carve. Another bit of a setup for this last turn. Let's see what he can do. And he does a bit of a snap on the finish. So a bit of a start for Fred. And yeah, from Cascais, Portugal. Talk me about Cascais. You live there your whole life. As we watch the replay, I'm going to hold that thought. Nice cutty there. A really relaxed wave overall. Wasn't. I don't think it's going to be a major score, but it's a start. But yeah, talk me through about Cascais, because he's from there. You're from there. Talk me about it. How is it to grow up in Cascais?
It's pretty much where, you know, I wouldn't say where, you know, at least this last generation, besides you, everyone is pretty much from Cascais. So you have a lot of great places to surf and to train. You know, the surfing industry passes a lot by Cascais. Now it's a bit more in Ericeira, the center in Peniche, but Cascais used to be the biggest provider of good surfers in Portugal. And it's just like you have beach breaks, you have point breaks, you have like heavier conditions, you have barrels. Then it's just an overall fishing town. It used to be a fishing town, fishing village. You'd either, if you lived there, you know, in the 30s, you were either a fisherman or from, or you'd be an aristocrat. So that's where, actually, like Cascais is known. It's a curiosity, but it's like one of the only places where kings and fishermen would actually talk, hang out, kind of. So it has a pretty good, you know, history and heritage. It's just a beautiful place as well. If you haven't been, do go. It's worth the visit. It's worth the walk throughout the center. all these small little streets, but yeah, that's where this guy's from.
Yeah, Kikash is from Cascais. You grew up surfing there alongside you and a lot of other surfers, but yeah, just trying to get a bit of a laid-back jam there. I feel like when you have like a back foot injury, to do these kind of turns, you kind of like feel a bit unsafe.
Mentally,
Yeah,
like it's
just like-
super hard, like, because you have
You remember
the
I had the back
physical.
foot one.
Yeah, me too. I broke my foot too, and
Yeah.
and it wasn't as bad as his because
Yeah, his was the
his
worst,
was
yeah.
like heavy.
Yeah.
I saw the photo and like his foot was really like all twisted. He really broke the bone.
And the ligaments, yeah.
But sometimes it's best to break the bone. But
No,
yeah,
but
if you break the ligaments,
yeah, it
that's
was
the
everything.
worst you can have. Yeah.
It was like everything. So.
Yeah.
But yeah, the confidence you need to build back like that approach of aggressiveness is so
Yeah.
weird. It's really hard to
It's very
that
mental.
click,
It's very
yeah.
mental because you always have this little pain for like 3 years.
Yeah.
So you think you're gonna break it again, and it's really traumatic because, especially if you need that as your main job, like Federico, he's a competitor. So if you then put your career on pause because of an event that was breaking your foot, it's a little trauma that it's hard to overtake. Besides always having that little pain, and the actual like recovery, you've had that too while you're still competing. No, after that.
Yeah, I got it. While competing,
While
it's so
competing,
annoying. Yeah, I was always in pain, and I don't know. I had, and it's interesting because when I stopped competing, I never had more pain in my foot again. So it's something that is related to
competition.
Yeah, to actually needing to perform and stuff, and then I couldn't really cure like the foot because I was always thinking about.
Yeah, a lot of these things have like a mental part of.
I was
to it.
always thinking about that pain, that specific pain, and I was always with pain. And then when I say, yeah, I don't need the foot anymore, kind of, it went away.
Yeah.
I never had like pain in my life.
That's interesting.
On the foot. So, but yeah, as we see, this is a good-looking ramp. Nice air there by Charlie. A bit better than the first one.
Yeah, and he had a 4.83. This guy is just a powerhouse. He had a 6.5 on his first wave. So really distancing himself from the others. And Saint-Pité on what would be the best air of the contest so far. Kind of like a front flip kind of thing.
That thing was massive if you landed.
Now, little priority fight. Who's going to get it?
Well, Sam paddles really fast by the looks of it.
Yeah, but Elijah has the inside. So, yeah.
Sam is paddling really quick.
Sam is ahead of Elijah. Yeah, that's an interesting one.
He has been catching waves that have been really slopey at the start. And quite, I wouldn't say small, but overall maybe needing that extra like push to help him unload the big turn, as we see the wave after coming in a bit bigger.
Oh, little fish jumping there. Don't know if you saw.
As we see the wave against there, a bit of a carve, waits for it and releases the fins there. A bit better. I think this is going to be his best wave so far. That last maneuver was critical, and this was Charlie's there. I think this one can be in the same range as his first one.
Yeah,
they were
maybe
quite similar, so 417.
Yep. Well, it does help his cause. He's always been this radical surfer. And Saint-Pité here. He wants to.
Looks hard right now.
Yeah.
The waves.
Yeah. Especially maybe it's now easier on your front side now.
It looks
right.
Yeah, I think
that time of the day.
Yeah, it's when it's that low. I don't know. It gets like it runs down the line faster. But Elijah is running away with this one. He has the 6.5 and now looks like he's going to post another big number. Not a big number, but a solid backup. Probably the highest, the second highest wave of the heat so far in the 5 range. So he's going to go into the lead. And Elijah, a bit of a underdog on this one, but surfing so well. 4.9, and this was Sempite last one. Just a bit of a snap off the top and then couldn't finish this one. And yesterday surfing so well, and today having a bit more difficulty on posting big numbers.
This guy though is playing like a super smart heat, you know, going against really good surfers and also like known surfers.
As you say that, he has the most awkward fall until now.
Yeah, commentators curse.
Yeah.
But that leaves Frederico Moraes with the priority. He'll be waiting. He actually needs a 5.33.
You will need less than that because he's going to post like an I4, I think.
Oh, right.
407 is a 493, so he needs basically 5.
Yeah.
But yeah, looks like it's hard to identify which one is going to be the good one because they have priority and they go on anything that pops up. So looks hard to identify the best waves. As you see, kickers here, nice carve, a bit better, a bit more speed at the start of this one. Looks like he's going to have a good end section here, and bang, nice turn there to finish. I think this is going to be his best one so far.
Charlie Quivron on the back. We haven't seen the beginning of this wave, but he's on his 3rd cutback, and apparently the wave is not good enough for him to change it over priority. So he's going to guarantee that he has at least 3rd priority. And here we go. Yep, that was his first turn. So, but yeah, you know, in terms of strategy, you can't really understand what's actually a good wave and what's not. So you just have to try. Even this wave from Frederico, how can you know in the beginning that it's going to have this juicy last section? You don't. You just have to try and catch a lot of waves. That's also why we've, you know, been having so many waves, because the peak is super close.
To the shore, right?
To the shore, yeah.
So yeah, Fred with a 5.3 goes into 2nd now, and now Charlie looking at this insider. He has been catching a lot of like really small waves.
Yeah, well, that's not going to work.
Even if he tries an air here, he needs to kind of maybe choose a bigger wave and perform on a bigger one. And Sempite having a bit of a shocker on this one with a 2.33, and as I speak he's unleashing some beautiful rail turns, waiting for the wave to build up. Another snap, and another one, and another one. So his best wave so far.
Smaller wave, but again, like you finish a wave like that and you're like, okay, I can do this. Still have 8 minutes. Let's go.
As we see Fred, beautiful carving.
Beautiful.
Really extended carve. I like when he has the chance to open up like this. Gives a lot more amplitude to his surfing, and I think that's going to reflect the score for sure.
Yeah, I'd say best wave of the heat, probably.
Yeah, the amplitude on those first 2 carves was a bit better. He had the space to open up, and he kind of like drew the whole line. So that always looks a bit better when you're watching, as we see.
Air game?
Sam.
Nope. Yeah, Sam is one of those surfers that can play that card and play it well, right? The air card.
As we see, wow, beautiful. And I like this 3rd one as well.
Yeah, chose to carve instead of hit it,
and
so could then apply some variety here.
And he's building confidence. You can feel like eat after eat, he's building confidence. This is the replay, or this is another one? I think this is the replay.
Yeah, this is the replay.
Yeah, I think this is going to be the best wave of Sam. It's going to be in the 4 range. And the last one of Fred yet to come in, but I think he's going to go into the 6s.
Definitely.
I might be wrong, but
I would say that
I felt that wave felt to me like probably the best wave of the 8 so far.
Yeah.
I know Elijah had that strong 1-turn maneuver.
2 turns.
No, the 6-5 was like 1 turn. He did like a cutback and then he did that big.
The re-entry.
Yeah. So
a lot of waves.
I don't know, but what do you reckon you should like on this case reward the most, like connecting the dots or a cut and a big turn?
Who?
What do you reckon you should reward the most judging? A wave like Fred's wave or Elijah's wave? I like Elijah's turn though, but
yeah,
I don't know.
Well, I think judges are really compensating big turns, in general, power turns. And I think Fred had that, although it wasn't lip turns. And he didn't have that big finish, neither. And so I think judges have really been looking to that, like lip turns and big finishes. Frederico had big carves, and judges haven't been, judging carves the same as those big turns. So, personally, I think carves are better. I don't know if the judges will agree. Probably not. But it will be, I'd say, like a fair wave. If it's not the best wave of the heat, it will be close.
Yeah, I think he's going to go into the lead with that one. Yeah, 6-3-3 is in the lead now.
Yeah. So good for him. Now Charlie needing a 6.57 and Sam a 6.93. So their life is not easy at the moment. With 4 minutes to go. This guy played a very smart heat. Still trying to improve. But super impressed with his surfing and decision making. Going against 2 very established European surfers, Charlie and Sam. Charlie obviously with a different, with way more curriculum than Sam. He's been around for quite a few years. Not a young gun anymore, but still a gun.
As we have 3 minutes and 30 seconds to go, and Federico is in the lead. Elijah, as you said, playing smart against 2 heavy hitters, Saint-Péter and Charlie Givron. So Sam moving towards the middle of the beach to try to find like a ramp, probably on the left. I don't know if there's waves there, but he's trying to go there and find something here at the end of this one. Probably an air section to go big and get a 7. So we'll see if he can find anything. But with this tide, I don't think it's worth it. But I might be wrong. But when it's this low, like, you don't want to go surf the middle part of the beach. It's really much a lot of closeouts, but we never know. That one looked all right to me, so, and this one looks like a good one as well. So no, decides not to go. So we have 2 minutes to go, and Charlie and Sam trying to come back on this one. Charlie decided to stay near the pack, He's got second priority, so if Fred decides to go, Charlie just needs to take his turn now. And he's needing a 6.57, so I think Charlie will have another opportunity on this heat to try to go for second place. Let's see, as he has a bomb. Nice carving there out the back. I'd love to see him go to the air on this one.
Yeah, that's what he's looking for.
As he has a good ramp here. Oh.
No, I don't think that's gonna.
Have we missed something before?
I don't know. I think he's very excited. Obviously, like he completed it, but yeah, I don't think that's going to be quite enough.
He needed an air there.
Yeah, he needed something bigger, right?
He had the section for it. Just blow the fins out and try to make an air.
Yeah.
But yeah, let's watch it.
Yeah, so nice carve. The carve was nice, a bit chilled in that end there. I just think he was just, throwing everything at the judges, seeing if it works. But yeah, beautiful turn, fin slide there, but just maybe a bit of
wow. What? Out of nowhere.
Maybe this one, 6.93, that's what he needs. I don't know if we missed the first turn. I hope we do, because we like some drama.
Is this the best wave of the...
So,
wow.
First turn, that's a nice
Massive.
turn. Look at this wave, little barrel.
Wow. Was the most committed wave of the whole heat.
I think that was the best turn of the heat. But that second
and the
turn,
wave, actually.
That second turn wasn't amazing.
I don't know. I liked it. Like
the second turn, like the section itself wasn't amazing.
But it was steep, really steep. The whole wave was really steep. Was the most committed section we've seen the whole heat.
Yeah, but I mean for a 6.93, I think that's a bit low. This guy though wants to better a 4.9. Let's see how he finishes off and kind of finishes strong. Not sure if he can improve on his.
Well, but that first turn from Sam was huge.
The first one was beautiful. Yeah, it's very nice and strong.
Was the best turn of the whole heat. If you compare to the 6.5 of Elijah, I think it was better than his end section maneuver.
That's true.
And he backed it up with a big turn on a really meaty section as well. So
yeah, it would be great if we could compare those two. But
I think he can do it actually. But I have a feeling he can get a 7 if we compare to the 6.5 of Elijah.
Yeah, would be good. Would be good to see it. But 6.93. That's what he needs.
I think he's going to get a 7.
So,
because if you compare it to the Elijah's 6.5, I don't know if you can see both of waves on the same screen, but if we compare the 6.5 of Elijah, he had the wrap and then the end turn, and then you see Sam's wave, and he has like a massive turn on a really, really, really steep section. And he backs it up on a really steep section as well. So I think if he gets it, I'm not surprised at all. So
yeah,
because it can be the best wave of the heat so far.
Yeah, well, let's watch it again. So this is Charlie's last one. Didn't drop yet, so judges taking a good look at it. I don't think this is a 6.57. But this one, beautiful turn there without losing any speed. And then finishing off
I think that's
very well. So that might very well be a 7. But again, would be great if we could have a watch of that first wave from Elijah, because that's what judges will be looking to. Here's Didier Pité. They're both waiting. They're not releasing any fireworks before the scores come out. Elijah obviously being the other interested part. And
let's wait.
Yeah.
Everything is being cooked.
Both of them are waiting. They're like, you can see the lasers in their eyes. Is that Yves Cassel there? It is.
Romain Lollet.
Romain Lollet.
How was the last of Charlie?
Oh, 6.93 for Charlie? No way. Wow. So judges really liking that wave.
But if Charlie's wave is a 6.93, Saint-Péter needs to be higher. Right?
But Sam needs a 7.16 now.
Yeah, but you need what?
I don't know. I'm a bit lost here. I think that comparing to, for instance, Federico's
this hit
wave,
was wild in terms of scores.
Yeah. And even the judges, like one judge gave 6.2, the other 7.2. That's pretty usual. 1 point difference from the lowest to the highest. But yeah, I don't know. I got confused now. 6.93, and now he needs a 7.16. Charlie moved to first place.
That's nuts.
And I think like when the first score drops, we'll have a better idea of what judges are discussing up there in the judging tower, the place where careers are made or unmade or broken.
Well, a lot of tension on the beach, that's for sure. Waiting for this wave of Saint-Péter.
And here too, you could stop shaking your leg.
In my opinion, I really thought like Sam's wave was better than.
What is he thinking now, Sheik? What's in his mind now?
Just give me the score. I pay you a baguette. Do you like pain au chocolat? I give you pain au chocolat.
With that voice, pain au chocolat. Yeah, Charlie very relieved. Great surfing from him. He's, one of Europe's best surfers. So, yeah, well, glad for him. Didn't think it was going to be the score, but it's definitely a great wave, great surfing, great style, a lot of speed in that wave. Risked it all. 6.97 for Saint-Péter, so he's not going to make it. He was going to make it if Charlie Quivron didn't have that 6.93. So unfortunate for him. Didn't go through, but that's how it is. He's still young, a lot ahead of him, and this guy Federico is saved from this situation and advances through.
Just there trying to understand what happened, but this hit was hard to make.
Yeah.
Right?
Well, some action.
Because I'm here shaking my legs still. It was nice to see Fred making it and Charlie Quivron going into first with that last one. So stick with us for more action. Right up next, we're going to go for a quick commercial break and we're going to be right back.
vida, há sempre algo que nos inspira. O milénio está sempre presente, ao seu lado, na conquista de novos desafios. Juntos, partilhamos a paixão pelo futuro. Milénio, aqui consigo.
It's good to try, even when something seems to make little sense. Put your weight on it. Make an impact in this world. Call everyone, set ambitious goals, and ask yourself, do you want to change surfing? Dare to test. Ride the future.
Welcome back to live action here in the Costa de Caparica. We're at the Surf Fest for 2025, motoring through the round of 32 of the men's. Saw some big names going down in that last heat. Federico Moraes just squeaking through. As we see the surfer there, that's Bitor on one of the yellowest boards I think I've ever seen in my entire life.
I just knew you were
I've
going to say
seen
that.
some fluoro boards, but that's just pure luminescence, and I'll tell you what, he's using it to good effect. Meanwhile, the current #1 on the rankings, Jorgen Kzn, had a really strong first heat today in the morning. First heat of the day, and he's back out there in a replay. Also saw Noah Dupouy. He's been really, really impressive as well. He's won every heat, I think, and started in round 96, and then just goes down. So unfortunately for that, but I'll tell you one who didn't go down is the winner of that last heat, a last-minute win for Charlie Quivant. He's down on the beach with Claudio Pinto.
Tense moment here at the beach with the last heat showing us that with these conditions anything can happen till the last minute, and Charlie going into the next round, going from third to first at the very last minute. How does it feel?
Yeah, it feels great. Feels great. Lots of pressure going through this event because I'm obviously looking to qualify on the Challenger Series after a couple of years on it. So I definitely want to get back on there, and I feel like I'm right there, just at the limit of the bubble, you know, sitting in 7th coming into this event. And yeah, I have a small score to change. So. But still puts a lot of pressure, you know, last event of the year, and yeah, that it just show it all, you know, until the end, never give up, and luckily I got the sun at the end to change the situation and make it through, so that one feels very good.
Part of this whole process is also the recovery side. What's the recovery plan for the next round?
So you just sit at home, watch Netflix. If you haven't seen Yellowstone, watch it. It's pretty good.
Sounds great. Good luck for the next one. Congrats.
Thank you guys.
Thanks, Charlie. He's going to sit back, watch a bit of Yellowstone. Have you seen it? Haven't seen it. It's pretty good. So,
I have no time.
Yeah, I know how busy you are, but I know how busy you are.
You know that people, you always ask, have you watched this movie? And they go like, no, I have no time.
No time, yeah.
Sorry, brother.
Yeah, we'll make time.
I didn't know you were working at midnight every day.
Yeah, it's pretty silly. It's set on an American cattle ranch, Chico. Kevin Costner.
Where can I watch it?
On Netflix.
Nice, thank you so much. I'm going to watch it tonight.
Yeah. Okay, good for you. And that's what Charlie's doing in between heats, so it's working for him.
Yellowstone.
Tell you what, really cool Bitor. There's a little top turn there from Paco Alonso. He's light on his feet, and then this time goes a bit heavy-footed on the second turn. So Alonso cracking that one to get a good score of 5.5 was that one. We saw Bitor on, not Yellowstone, on yellow board. He got a 6.17, so he off to a strong start as well.
Yeah, Paco having that pipe on pipe, and on the first one, and 6.17 for Bitor. Bitor on Yellowstone.
He's on Yellowstone, and there's give him Sammy Pitter a bit of encouragement there, Charlie, just because He knows how much that hurts, so he's sharing the wealth. That's a bit of mentorship. He's older. He's been through those disappointments. You can see how crushed Sam is. And the camera's on him, which probably doesn't help him, but he's just as some come so close. Like, you're literally within a couple of points. Oh no, decimals of a point.
No, the truth is that his wave was actually, if you watch it and you compare with what happened at the end of that heat, I thought Charlie's wave was just, we were not expecting that being so high compared to the waves that were done. Even Fred's 63.3, I think, was better than his. And then Saint-Péter does the best wave of the heat so far.
In your opinion?
No, in everyone's opinion.
Okay, well, yeah, well, the judge's opinion is final. They do it for a living, and they are pretty clear on their schedule. Anyway, that's even if you think, you know, you can be on the wrong side of some decisions or you can be on the right side, but either way, you've got to tough out those losses.
Yeah, it is what it is. They ended up thinking differently, and yep, so that's the way.
Okay, he goes Bitor on that board, as we can see. Bank still holding through. The wind just starting to ruffle up from the west more. 2 turns and he's down. So the plan is for today to go through a round of 32 and then just 2 heats of the women's at the end. And we'll be sort of getting away through this. You'll see Jorgen Kzn, and he almost hit. Oh, he did. Crikey, that was... Oh, no. I thought he was...
It was evolved with Bitor.
Yeah, I thought he actually ran him over, but it seems like he's all okay. There's no major collision there. But
hopefully Jorgen is okay.
Yeah, there's that rule about interference, you know, when you know, the surfer paddling out, it's up to them to get out of the way and not cause any interference. It's been some, you know, pretty high-profile incidents. So you might remember, was it Jack Robinson and Zeke Lau back in the day at Sunset? Do you remember that one, Shiko? Jack Robinson, Zeke Lau at Sunset in the final.
Yeah.
In terms of Zeke running over Jack, and Jack didn't get penalised for it. Do you remember that? No.
No.
Of course you don't. Okay, here goes Noah. He's been surfing on his backside the whole event. He's been really strong on it.
Wow.
There's a big first turn, a lot of spray. And then winds up again.
Nice.
And he's got another section. His wave selection has been really, really impressive throughout the whole course of the event. And he's just managed to connect 3 or 4 sections really, really well. You could hear the sharp intake of breaths, or outtake of breaths by Shiko. He liked it. What did you like about it?
I just like the connection of the power turns. Was really impressive the way he connected this one through buckets of water with this one again. And I like this really vertical approach again, blowing the fins out. I think he did a really good job on the way he read that wave. Yeah. Do you remember when Megan Abupu got a 933 in
Honolulu?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Do you remember?
Yes, I do.
Yeah, me too.
I haven't missed a single wave of professional surfing in the last 25 years. Not a single one. I've seen every single one. Ask you about another one.
Last wave of Tap Texter?
Saw that. 1.5.
Did he claim it?
Now at the back, speaking of claiming, Paco Alonso got a 5.5 in his first one, driving down the line. Nice clean open face, and he's going to belt this.
Oh.
Actually doesn't belt it, goes to the air and goes down. Bit of progression, adding a bit of risk to it, but not quite paying off. What else you got? What other wave do you remember? And this is a pretty good surfing here from Paco Alonso. Goes down the line. He saw the section, and what a bad manoeuvre to make. It was a good decision, just poorly executed. Kzn clicks off the top. Now he's got some speed. Now he means business. Oh, there's another power carve. He's liking it. Kuz is on point. He's on fire. He wants to win this event, and he wants to win the European qualifying series rankings for the 4th time in his career. So he's fired up, and that wave will help Chico.
As we see the replay of Jorgen, nice fin drift there, and another one, massive turn there. He loves it. I like the finger flick at the end, but this turn was massive. I think we're going to see an excellent number coming in for Jorgen, and well deserved.
Yeah, great surfing. As we see, Alonso up and running again. Goes for that same bit of flare and doesn't handle, so that's none from 2 in terms of kicking the fins out. Trying to get just that little bit of extra points on a one section turn. Both times coming a crop up. So Alonso not quite getting to grips with these single sections. He had a really good start at 5.5 and then just hasn't been able to back it up. Kzn now with 2 scores coming in. We'll see where he's placed. But he's just been really consistent throughout the course of the year. As we see Bitor on, can't get that yellow board over that bit of hump. And some big numbers dropping for Kzn. So he's going to go up, not quite in the excellent range, but pretty close to it, 7.73. So having already scored some big numbers early on in the event, in the first heat of the day, and the round of 64, he's backing up now with another big number. So he's the man to beat. If he was a betting man, he'd be at unbackable odds, really. We'll see what Dupouy can do about it. Just trying to get around the section and can't, so that's a bit of a mistake.
Weird one.
How do you beat Kzn? What's his kryptonite?
I don't know. He's number 1, so until now, no one really beat him. Neither Ramsey in pumping right-handers, so.
Yeah, if you're beating Ramsey in 6 to 8 foot anchor point, it's
you're really
CT
special.
Surfer up against a local hero on his favoured backside. It's no easy to. And I think Ramsey's heat total was 18 or 19 or something, so not as if he was he had a bad heat. So yeah, Kzn went absolutely ham. If you can look up the highlights on the WSL YouTube of the Moroccan event, it's worth a watch. Some of the performances, some of the waves were just incredible. Kzn was absolutely on fire throughout the whole event.
And the thing is, like, one particular thing about Jorgen is that every time he surfs on it, the way he produces excellent numbers, it's insane. You can produce them every time, almost.
Yeah, he's always got...
When he's in shape and not with injuries, and every time he goes in, you know he's going to perform like 7s and 8s.
Yeah, definitely got that in his locker. Doesn't even need the best waves.
Yeah, exactly.
Do that. You can just manufacture big scores, go to the air, you can go to hacks, you can go to rails. So he's got a lot in his arsenal. As we see that man there, we're just talking about, formerly of Reunion Island, now when Hossiger drives down the line and that wave just petering out. So even the best can struggle in this sort of scattered, fractured lineup at the moment. So much water. Look at them water churning through that as the high tide comes in. So we've got the 10-minute mark. We're going to go to a short commercial break and come back with a lot of action from Kzn like this after this short announcement from our sponsors.
Há sempre algo que nos inspira. O milénio está sempre presente, ao seu lado, na conquista de novos desafios. Juntos, partilhamos a paixão pelo futuro. Milénio, aqui consigo.
It's good to try, even when something seems to make little sense. Put your weight on it. Make an impact in this world. Call everyone, set ambitious goals, and ask yourself, do you want to change surfing? Dare to test. Ride the future.
Welcome back to the windswept shores of Costa de Caparica. We've got some of the world's, well, some of Europe's best surfers out there gunning for a spot in the Challenger Series. Jorgen Kzn is one of those. He's already got his spot locked down. Now he's trying to win the event and win the European rankings. But it's these guys below him, all still in the mix. Noah, Vitor and Paco, all with solid scores. 7:07, 6:17 and 5:5, but no backups. So 7.5 minutes on the clock. As ever, Chico, it's going to come down to the battle of the backups. This is Vitor. What do you do?
Nice carving gouge at the back, winding up the inside, just waiting for the wave to build up, and he was able to finish it off. Not really explosive turn, but a 3.23 on this one, so needing a bit of a better finishing turn for me to go into the 5s and 6s.
Do you remember Martin Potter's fluoro boards he used to ride?
I have one. I have one at my garage of Martin Potter's board.
Really?
My father got one back then.
In our little home beach, one of our guys is a really good surfer. He went on the QS for a little while, he bought one home and rode it, and then another mate of mine bought it off him. So for 10 years this board was just surfed redhead, and it was got snapped and fixed. It was just had that. Chris, it's probably something that your dad's got at fluoro pattern.
Yeah.
The gotcha. Was it gotcha? Yeah. Anyway, Kzn, he's got his own boards and he's going pretty quick on it. Wow. He's just kicks the fins out. Can't quite.
He's working with Darren Endley for a while now. Jorgen.
Yeah, he has been. Yeah.
And he surfs really well on the DHD. We saw Ethan Ewing as well, changing it up, right? A while ago already. As you see,
he's been on DHD forever, right?
I don't think it's forever.
Well, for a long time.
Really?
Yeah.
Was not JS before?
No.
Okay.
But anyway, Kzn, he's been working with DHD, smacking off the top. They're working really, in tune with his training and his equipment.
But it's funny how sometimes they shift shapers. They are all really good, right? They are all excellent. We are not debating that. But it's funny how like a Leo, for example, went to Sharp Eye and suddenly he's top 5 and he has been improving a lot. Kanoa though, he was there and now he's with JS and he has been surfing really good as well. So
I think it's sometimes it's just a bit of
like the coaches,
just a spark. Just trying to try something different, get something new on your feet. Making you think a bit more about it. It's got this nice angle from the pier here, so it's coming from behind. It shows the angle of that rip bowl a bit better. Paco Alonso, wow, he's surfing really confidently here. Got those wide open stance and arms. And for a young guy, he's not been rattled at all by his opponents. Yeah, just the constant sort of search for the perfect boards, isn't it? They work so hard on it in terms of trying to get it right. It's the most tiniest of changes.
What is the guy that you think his surfing changed the most when they change boards? That you can recall.
As we see, well, I think maybe Jack Robinson he's moved to Sharp Eye, changed it a lot. He surfed Eric Arakawa, and rode those boards and ripped on them, especially in Hawaii in the slabs. But when he went over to Sharp Eye and started working on his small wave equipment, I think
you developed this surfing.
Made WSL finals, threes in a row. So that was a big change.
I watched his vlog actually in Peniche.
Jack's?
Yeah.
Oh yeah. I didn't see that.
Yeah, he's
Good?
got a YouTube channel now. He makes an episode every stop. It's great, yeah. You can see a bit behind the scene. You can see that he's really mellow, really cool. And yeah, he just wants to have fun. Wow. That turn was massive though. And 4.67 for Paco, not enough. He needs a 4.91. And Vitor needs a 4.24. So basically, he needed to make that turn, Ben.
He did, and he didn't. But Vitor just chasing that small total. You see the water rushing out there next to the pier. So the swell just is dying off slowly over the course of the next few days before we get another sort of bump come Saturday and Sunday, I think, or Friday, Saturday. So I think tomorrow might be some of the smallest of the day. Still swell, still waves around. You can feel, mate, just a bit of the energy seeping out from it. And all these four servers just trying to grab whatever energy they can. Vitor netting a 4.24, Paco now netting a 4.91. So sort of solid scores. Those 2 sevens for Noah and Jorgen have distorted the heat somewhat. Here he goes, Noah. There's a big vertical first turn. And manages to get the second one in. We're not sure if he did one out the back as well. So just trying to improve on a 3.33. He liked it. And then the current heat leader has got a nice looking wave here. A little slash off the top. And then another one. So you can see that he's feeling it. Confidence is there. The technique, the timing is also there. And when he's got all those three things together, yeah, this is really impressive.
Yeah, I loved it. Nice gouging carve and poof, blows the fins. I don't know, he gives always something extra on the maneuvers that make them feel a bit like that they have more amplitude. Yeah, he worked on that a lot. And Jorgen there. Yeah, they're going to make Vitor's life and the rest of the group life a lot more difficult. But
yeah, first vertical turn and then the setup and then tries to finish strong. So, well, prior to that wave of Noah's, you would have thought that 4.24 might have been enough, but it's potentially going to go up. So there's a bit of reorganisation of these scores. Vitor chasing number, Noah just got a number in. So we'll see. Meanwhile, Alonso's going for the air here. He's done a few of those and hasn't managed to complete any of them so far. So he's struggling just to get those completions in. A minute on the clock. Noah got a 4.1. So Vitor still chasing that 4.4, and that last wave of his still to come in. So that was a 3-turn combo. So we'll see if that's a 4.4, and that could change things.
I think he needs a bit more because...
Sorry. Yeah. No, he needs a 4.4.
Yeah, but we are waiting for the wave of Jorgen.
Ah, true. So it's going to go hard. I mean, he surfed it well. He surfed into what the score he needed at the time, but in that short time, the requirement's gone up. Meanwhile, Kzn is zigging and zagging and S and turning and wiggling and wraggling and still going through, and he's been so impressive throughout the course of the whole heat. The course of the day, that's 2 heats, locked and loaded. Some big numbers. Going to improve on a 2.83, which he'll do with both of those waves. So he is on a fire. It looks like Paco Alonso is out of the picture. Vitor still waiting on some scores, so we're not quite
big
done
number
yet.
for Jorgen coming.
Yeah, another huge number, another 7-point ride to go with his 7.73. So he's just, look, a cut above. He's the man to beat for sure. He's on a sharp eye actually after all that chat about THDs. So yeah, there you go. Like, stand that corrected. So he's obviously mixing it up these days. Noah, another just really solid performance. He's been really consistent throughout the course of the whole event. And he's got himself, I think, with 1 foot in the round of 16, which is huge.
Well, we need to see if the last of Vitor is a 5.01.
Yeah, that's the score he needs for that 3-turn combo that we saw. He got a little bit sticky on the first turn. It was vertical, but it was just a little bit rough around the edges, Chico. You tell me.
Yeah, the first one, he played a bit safe, almost poked the nose, but the last one though, that was committed.
He likes it, but he's a bit biased. Just waiting on those scores. We had to wait age for the last heat when Sam Peter and Charlie Quivant had some scores to come in. In that case, it was Sam Peter just missed out by a whisker. So Bitor there. He's on a Cabianca. That spray looks good, that board. I'm liking that spray. Massive fan, but he's just going to see whether he can get another chance at surfing it. There's Noah. He's talking to his friend Kzn. Looks like the scores have come in for Bitor, so it was a 4.67, so it's not enough. So Noah through, the two Frenchmen. They congratulate each other on a good performance. They move on to the round of 16. And that was a pretty impressive bit of surfing from Kzn. A couple of sevens again. I would hazard a guess he's got the highest heat average of any surfer today for sure. Maybe even yesterday. So the event favourite, the European Qualifying Series ratings leader, is currently on through the round of 16. We're going to have a short commercial break, and we're going to come to more live action from the Caparica Surf Fest 2025 right after this.
Na vida, há sempre algo que nos inspira. O milénio está sempre presente, ao seu lado, na conquista de novos desafios. Juntos, partilhamos a paixão pelo futuro. Milénio, aqui consigo.
It's good to try, even when something seems to make little sense. Put your weight on it. Make an impact in this world. Call everyone, set ambitious goals, and ask yourself, do you want to change surfing? Dare to test. Ride the future.
Welcome back to the Caparica Surf Fest. We're back at the action here at the beach with the winner of the last heat, Jorgen, second heat of the day for you, going to the next round in first place. Was it harder this time?
It was way harder. This morning it was way cleaner, and now it's a bit windy, so yeah, I was just struggling to get a backup, and I think my backup was like a 2.8 almost all heat long, so I was like, come on Jorgen, you got to put maybe like a 3.5 or 4 or maybe higher, and luckily I got a good ride with 2 turns. I was able to improve, so I'm happy with it.
Tricky, but still got to find your place in the water and making it to the next round. What strategy do you use when the conditions are this unpredictable and this challenging?
You know, I was rushing to get waves. I probably like called 4 waves, like losing priority and being like, "Oh, Jorgen, you can't lose this heat. You gotta make sure you're finding the right waves." And luckily, I found a good one. Like actually, Bitor had the priority, so I saw him not going. I was like, "Oh, okay, I'm going." And then the wave just got good, so I was lucky with that one, and then I got another one at the end. And can I say some stuff in French? Can I speak in French? Ok. Merci à tout le monde à la maison, ça fait plaisir. Deuxième série passée, j'aime pas trop passer le matin tôt, donc j'ai fait la première et celle-là c'est presque la dernière, je crois, il en reste encore 3 ou 2. Mais je me sens bien, les planches marchent bien, je sens que ça va le faire, ouais. Allez, let's go. You.
Thank you.
Thank you guys.
Allez. Yeah, Jorgen Kzn looking confident, looking relaxed, and looking pretty dangerous, I would say, as a result of those two sort of states of mind. Some big numbers, some really impressive surfing throughout the course of both heats today. So, yeah, really impressive from the Frenchman. And but time waits for no man. We progress on to the round of 32, heat number 6. And we've got surfer here, Iago Dominguez. So Iago also in that top 10, currently sitting around the 6th ranking. So he's been on form over the course of the qualifying series. And we see this big number here. Looks we've got a 7-point ride here from Ido Hagag. He is fanging down the line. Got some speed. What's he going to do? He's going to launch, is he? He does. Clicks it around and comes out. So we haven't seen a whole lot of aerials that have been made. And so the judge is rewarding that progression. And then another one there from Dylan Donegan dos Santos, who surfed really well in the start of the heat. So those aerials, yeah, we haven't seen that many, have we, Zay Ferreira? What do you think that is?
Wind change, so probably taking advantage of that, side-on wind. It's actually perfect for aerials now. This little wind, and great way to start his campaign in this heat. Ido, strong surfer. He hasn't been. Oh, let's just watch this, Iago.
Yeah, live action from Iago.
Beautiful
nice
surfing, man.
Big spray and then a nice finish. So that's a strong start. He likes it. So, yeah, Iago is on point, surfing strong. Nice, really nice finish to that wave. Just found the rhythm of the wave and then end up just completing the turns with some big backhand belt. So that'll feel good to get some scores on the board early doors. 19 minutes to go. And what do you like about this, Zay?
First of all, that bottom turn with grabbing the rail, pretty classy. Just super straight up surfing, a lot of water. That slow-mo last turn is beautiful, risking it, and you was able to put that rhythm going for him on that wave. So definitely the best wave of, well, maybe not the best, yeah, because of Ido's air. 5.83 though, still a great score.
Yeah, nice surfing there from Iago, and gets a pretty solid number. As you see, live action from Nicolas Paulette. So he's also in the top 10. So these surfers got it on nice, strong first turn and right in the pocket. Oh, just a little bit late, and nose picked that. It went down the hole. So unfortunately for Nicolas, just not able to get around that wave. Hometown of Biarritz, one of the great surf capitals of European surfing. And he's had a good year. He's had a good run. But it's going to come down to this. Who else has really impressed you? You can't say Thomas Debier, because you can't play that card anymore. Who else has sort of impressed you over the course of the day so far, Zay?
Actually, that kid, Uri Uziel.
Yeah.
I was super impressed with him yesterday. I know this is unfortunate, bit of a mistake there. And I'm not sure if everyone was counting on that 7 points from Ido. Really changes up the things in this heat, because if both Nicolas and Iago are top 10 and they want to, safeguard that spot, they're really going to have to fight hard to take that place away from Ido, because he's still going to do another one. But yeah, Uri Uziel, yesterday, he surfed super well. I was very impressed. Today, who did I like to see? A lot of them.
Yeah, struggling to differentiate between all the great surfers there.
Yeah, exactly. It's hard to pick a name. Especially when you don't have the list of names in front of you.
Especially if you just watched it all day, it's pretty hard to remember such stuff. There we go. So we've got the surf in blue. He's Dylan Donegan dos Santos. He's gone and said, you know what, I want no part of that right-hander anymore. I'm going to sit down the beach. So the high tide you do start to get just a few more peaks that happen either side. And Dylan Donegan dos Santos decided that I'm not going to play. I'm not going to sit with the other guys. It's a risky strategy because you're the outlier. So on the one hand, well, why is it risky, Zé Ferreira? Why, well, you know, what's the thinking behind that? Do you reckon, moving away from the pack and sitting on your own?
Well, usually because you'll be sitting with fourth priority, and you just want to like do an air or have a strike of luck and catch a good wave so you can score under priority.
But I think this is a strategy because it's not because he hasn't got priority. He has decided to sit way down, I think, hasn't he?
But because he was in the end of the pecking order, right?
Yeah, maybe. But he's a long way away, so he's not as if he can just get back up there quick smart when it's his priority. So
he's good in air. So maybe he had a talk with his coach and said like, look, if there's too much of a mess, just go there, go for an air, get a score. Because he has a 5 point, so if he puts in an air, if it's a good one especially.
Well, here he goes. He gets to see how you're talking about. I tell you what, he did. I mean, you predicted it. I'll give you that. But unfortunately, the idea was good. Execution just let him down a little bit.
Yeah, I thought he was going for like an air reverse, a grab. Because if he wants to score with an air, it has to be a good air. Like these days, I feel that like average airs are worth less than a cutback.
All right. Okay. That's the way to set the stall.
So you do have like to, because there's wave pools, man. Don't give me a small air reverse. Just don't.
Just don't do it. Just don't make him angry.
Just don't.
Okay, there's Scopper. Tell you what, this Italian's been super impressive throughout the course of both the days. He's got some big numbers. He's only young, really tall, lanky, great style. So really looking forward to seeing him pop up in the next heat. He's such a talent. Haven't seen a lot of him, but it's been really impressive. And yeah, we see. Here he goes again. So right now, oh, there's a big turn from Dos Santos. We'll just see what he did before, but he managed to finish off strong. He's got no one bugging him. He's got no one on his heels. Meanwhile, Ido trying to back up that 7.17.
Oof.
And he's just got a little bit stuck. He's got another section here. Oh, and he goes to the big layback.
Wow.
Does make it. So Ido, really impressive. Not holding back whatsoever.
Exactly. Just building that confidence and, super strong surfer. Very determined. You can see his determination in every turn. Yesterday he had this thing, he wasn't being able to finish all those waves, a lot of waves. But today he's doing both things, like not holding back and still making it. Even though like he caught his rail a bit and stuff, I would say this is might go excellent. A lot of risk.
Yeah, he got the fins out. Got the fins out, busted it wide, but just couldn't quite make it. So that was another good strong turn there from Dos Santos. So the approach of sitting down the wide might be paying off just yet. Still in third place. Now he's starting to move back up to the pack. I think you might have been right there. Zé Ferreira just called it. Just trying to get a bit of space, trying to make some stuff happen. And he's done that now. He might be motoring back, waiting for that wave to come in. So it was a 7.37, so a huge number for Ido. So he's way out in front. A couple of 7-point rides, pretty huge for him. And it looks like he's going to get a lock on. He's going again, so this kid is really feeling it right now. Just kicks out, but he has been super impressive. 2 big numbers, just like Kzn did in the last heat actually. A couple of 7s in his pocket, and pretty impressive considering he's not one of the the big names in this draw, and he's really gone about it well. And like you said, say like just the aggression.
Yeah.
Not holding back.
And again, like he was doing that yesterday, but wasn't finishing the turns like most of them. But now he is applying that pressure and finishing the turn. So, you know, super dangerous surfer, Ido. Putting a lot of pressure in these three, you know, more established European surfers. 2 of them in the top 10. So it just comes to show that in the QS like that, you can't keep anyone out.
Yeah, you can't. Everyone's dangerous in the round of 32, absolutely. 4 surfers in, 2 go in, 2 go out. Some, you know, like Nicolas Paulet, he's you know, he's right up there in the rankings at the moment. So, you know, he's again, just look at those rankings just to double check. But you know what? He's sitting in 9th at the moment. So, you know, under pressure to maintain that spot, because if we go through the rankings, and I'll tell you what, I might be repeating myself somewhat, but this is what's all on the line. There's a lot on the line.
Yeah, yeah. It's all about that. Really.
We've got, you know, Afonso Antunes in 3rd. I mean, he's already qualified, but he's out. We've got Maxime Hisno, same deal. He's was in 4th place and got his Challenger Series things, but he's gone. Charlie Crevant still in. Patrick Lenard was in 8th. He got knocked out earlier on today. Nick Paulet.
Nick Paulet in 10th.
He's in...
no, not Nick Paulet, sorry.
Luan Noj.
Yeah, exactly.
So Luan, he's out. He was in 10th. And this surfer here in the water now, in the green, Nico, he's in 9th. So
yeah,
there's some serious real estate start to open up in that back half of the draw. And it's just whether the guys sitting below that can make. But here he goes. He's not done yet. He's got plenty of time. Nico just goes for that spin. Did need a big score. But yeah, the guys below, you know, are all still in the hunt. So Renan Granville, he's in 11th. He's there. Gatchin Delahay's not here at the moment. Hans and Kai Podrizola, both still in the mix.
What happened to Gatia?
Not sure whether he's injured or, yeah, I'm not exactly sure what's going on.
Probably injured.
As we see, Ido, the current heat leader.
Oh, no way.
Came close to
being surf clip turn.
Miraculous recovery, but couldn't quite hang on. Jacob Trigo is out. Ramsey's not here. Sean's not here. So Sam Peter's gone. So basically, it's going to come down to the Odriozola brothers and Renan Granville. Can they?
Exactly.
Those 3 surfers, can they get up to that top spot? Right now, though, we've got more live action. We're going to a short commercial break and come back with the Caparica Surf Fest for 2025 right after this.
Na vida, há sempre algo que nos inspira. O milénio está sempre presente, ao seu lado, na conquista de novos desafios. Juntos, partilhamos a paixão pelo futuro. Milénio, aqui consigo.
It's good to try, even when something seems to make little sense. Put your weight on it. Make an impact in this world. Call everyone, set ambitious goals, and ask yourself, do you want to change surfing? Dare to test. Ride the future.
Welcome back to live action here in Caparica Surf Fest 2025. Ido Hagag has been exceptional in this heat. He's got 2 7-point rides, got a commanding heat lead. It all comes down to this score. While we're on the break, Dylan Donegan dos Santos, Triple D, He's got a lot of battery and he's got a big finish. Can he hang on? He can. And so it looks like, as it stands, we'll see what that score came in. 4.73. Is it Iago? Dominguez. Whoa, so much spray from those turns. Small wave, big spray. And meanwhile, to Santos, this is live action, so he's going to finish off there as well. Smashes it shut. So a lot of scores to come in. So Jose Ferreira, you got something to say? You got quite excited there.
Yeah. Well, you know, about the standout of the day for me before this round, actually Iago was, let's see, actually Iago was like my go-to surfer, as who I like to see the most this morning. Now he's performing again, so super, you know, super good surfer.
Yeah, we needed a 3.9, and this is Dos Santos though.
Yeah, nice first hack. A bit under the lip there. He likes it. The very well-known no-claim claim. He only, actually he's in second place. He needs, you know, a 9.54 to advance. That's not going to be it. But it might better his last score, although yeah, it did. So 4.77. But Iago goes to second.
Yeah, so that wave, a lot of spray, a lot of power. Smaller wave, but did enough to manufacture the score. So as it stands, we've got Dos Santos now in third spot, needing a score. And this was the wave. As I said, like, even that, the spray.
It's crazy. And like, even though it's a small wave, the place where he's actually doing the bottom turn is crazy and giving him a lot of speed. So well done. Iago is surfing very good.
So live action from Nico Paulet. He's a surfer on the top seeds, as we said, right in 10th spot. So he's under the pump here. He's only got a 4.47, 293. I'm not sure if that will improve his score. So another potential boil over in terms of those top 10 Challenger Series rankings. There'll be a lot of surfers watching this in those teen rankings going, right, game on. All they needed was an opportunity. If someone above them slips up, you've got to be in the race to try and capitalise. Current heat leader, starting to go to these airs. He's got that air win, he's got a heat lead, so he's a bit more relaxed about things. The last two, he's failed though.
Yeah, pretty impossible now for him to lose. Dylan here.
Chasing just that 4.91. With the squally rain squall. We haven't many of those today, but it just started to happen. Real bowly wave this. That just meant he couldn't get up in the lit quick enough.
Yeah, and Nicolas Paulet, sure, he must be super nervous. Beautiful turn here for Iago. He's, you know, one of those guys that when you see him, you know, past some time, you're surprised, you know. I've had a few surprises this contest. Yuri Uziel, Iago, well, Thomas Desbières, it's not a surprise, but it was amazing to see him surf. So a few, you know,
Samuel
guys.
Samuel Redon,
exactly.
Impressive.
Who else?
Yeah, he came in, the Carpenter, as he's known. He's been ripping on his backhand.
The CP.
So it's a few of the, you know, lesser known lights from European surfing stepping up, which is what you want to see. As we see this wave here, drives around the corner. There you go, and there's that really solid in the lip surfing, really powerful from Iago. He's just starting to put a few scores together, and now it's down to 2 minutes on the clock. Dylan and Nico both needing 5-point rides, and well, Iago is looking safer and safer, but there is 2 minutes on the clock. Ido, the current heat leader, has got probably this guy. He's been really busy, just whacking those backside attacks, and there's two again. So that could make the job a little bit harder for Dos Santos and Paulet as they search the scrappy area, looking for any type of bump, any type of wave to get that 5-point ride they need. I'm not sure if they're going to get it. the way the ocean's looking at the moment. Bit of rain around, bit of a squall, which just does make those conditions deteriorate somewhat. Meanwhile, this is the wave he needs. So Dos Santos lining up a big turn to finish off and doesn't complete it. So you think that might be the last time he gets to surf in the qualifying series. He had 11 waves. In the old days, they'd have to bring him in. You only used to be allowed 10 waves.
Yeah, exactly.
Back in the day.
Sometimes it was 15, sometimes it was 10. But I've reached that limit actually. Really seems like another time. Those little rules, that change really made all the difference. But for me, the thing that, well, let's look at this barrel time now. I think the priority system, that's what had the biggest impact in surfing, in competition.
Yeah, changed the game, made everything a bit fairer, and right now, well, Dos Santos has that priority. The problem he's got is he's got 25 seconds to use it. Ido, he keeps going on his left. He'll go to the air again, you'd imagine. Well, he's going to come in now. He's done his job. Done it very, very well indeed. So
very well served for this guy. You know, he's building a lot of confidence. Being, great surfer yesterday, great surfer today in this important round. So good for him.
But another boilover, one of our top 10 surfers on the Challenger Series qualifying series ranking. Sorry, has been knocked out, opening up space for the others. Here you go. He's surfed so well. Really, really impressed by that young man. A couple of sevens, boxed it off quick, smart, and now he's going to the round of 16, which should be on tomorrow. So really, really solid surfing from Ido. Big heat total, big turns, a lot of progression, a lot of power, and yeah, he's one happy man, so he should be. So as he makes his way in, he also gets not only the benefit of getting through round of 16, he gets the chance to chat to Claudio, which is no small thing indeed. And he's going to go up. While he does that, we're going to go to a short commercial break. Come back with more live action from the Caparica Surf Fest in 2025 right after this. Don't go anywhere, folks. The surf is pumping.
Sempre algo que nos inspira. O milénio está sempre presente, ao seu lado, na conquista de novos desafios. Juntos partilhamos a paixão pelo futuro. Milénio, aqui consigo.
It's good to try, even when something seems to make little sense. Put your weight on it. Make an impact in this world. Call everyone, set ambitious goals, and ask yourself, do you want to change surfing? Dare to test. Ride the future.
Welcome back to Caparica Surf Fest. And we are back on Heat 7 round of 32, and joining myself is Zé Freire. Zé Freire is here in the booth with me, having fun on this beautiful day. And we have Adur Amatriain, Enzo Cavalini, Michel Scopa, and Martin Nunes. And the rain is back there.
Yep, back again, and we have, probably an average age group here of the same window. I'd say maybe 2-3
year difference between these guys, maximum. Adur Amatriain being the most experienced of them all. Nice turn there, little layback carve, and finishes here with a re-entry. But yeah, so Martin, he must be around 19 or something. Scopa, same thing. Enzo, maybe he's in that Adur age window, which probably is what, like 23, something like that. All young kids.
Really young,
but,
yeah.
Men in their surfing. And yeah, like this storm is hitting quite hard now.
As we hear Martin Nunes surfing. He's surfing really well. Surfed really well the last round. And this is Michel Scopa.
Very similar style to João Roquepin.
Yeah, I can see that as well. And Adur coming from behind. A bit of a Larry layback. And it's off the top again. The last section. So, yeah, Michel Scopa on the other hand, trying to improve on his score line, gets a 1.47. So, a bit of a sleepy start for all of them, Zé. Do you think it's the conditions? What do you reckon?
Yeah, I'd say so. Also, tide is coming up, and this ride is going to start being less and less defined, as we saw yesterday. And you know, we're going to have spread out peaks throughout all the beach. And now is that time. Now it's changing. And we're going to change to an interview with Ido from last heat. Take it away, Claudia.
That's right, we're here with the surfer from Israel, Ido, the winner of the last heat. Guide us through your heat.
Wow, actually it was really fun. The conditions was weird, but I found two good ones, and I'm super happy, feeling good, and staying in the moment.
This overcoming the challenge of this more rough and unpredictable conditions makes the win feeling a bit better?
Actually, it is, because it's already tough, you know, with the conditions and the wind and everything. And yeah, to get two good ones, pair of sevens, it's fun. It's good, feeling good.
So what's the goal for the next round?
It's to stay in the moment, to be calm, and to get another one. Heat by heat, wave by wave, and yeah, that's it.
Congrats and good luck for the next one.
Thank you very much.
Overtime.
Thank you, Claudia. So, staying in the moment, that's Ido's secret. And is working out for him because he's been performing very well yesterday, today, you know, against surfers, more experienced, more seasoned surfers. He just doesn't hold back, man. Like, he had one of the best scores of the day so far. And he's in the quarters, so great for him.
Really good result for him, as he said. And on the next heat, we've got some big names and two Portuguese surfers as well coming up next on the last heat of this round. Canhoto, Mendonça, Caio Driozola, right? And Keone Lassa. So what a heat we have up and coming next. And this is live. This is right now. This is Adur Amatriain doing a big wrap, catching a beautiful wave and finishing it off with...
A lot of white water there. Took his balance by surprise. Enzo Cavalini here. Nice. Right in the ear.
Of that wave, yeah.
Yeah.
The ear.
Anyway, Michel Scopa in the first place with two small waves. It's probably going to change with the lasts of Enzo. Yeah, very like exactly in the spot. Unfortunately, like started well here, Adur with a nice first Carve waited a lot for this section, but then just a lot of white water there, couldn't make it.
As we see Michel Scopa as well. Slower start to it and a bit of a snap and a finish, but I don't think it's going to be nothing major. As we see again, Adur snap off the top and wow! Now this is better. Nice now this is Adur style, right?
Yeah.
So Adur there, making sure he applies all that pressure on that last turn. That's going to be a big number, right? So,
yeah, the best wave of this heat so far. I'd say it will be better than the 5. So maybe between a 5 and a 6. But Enzo, though, is going to also put something in the board. Not really 383 for that last one. And we have big storm in our hands at the moment, as you can see on your screen. Raining a lot. This is the real deal, you know. A lot of people romanticize the being a competitor, so a pro in surfing. But truth is, you know, in contests, especially in QSs, you get a lot of this. Just hard waves and bad weather.
Oof. Nice turn there by Enzo. And this is Michel Scopa, I think. No, Martin Nunes. It's so hard to see right now. I can't believe how much rain it has to be, so you cannot see through the camera. It's raining
look
so
at this.
much. Yeah.
A lot of rain.
You remember back then when we were in, I think in Lacanau, we had a couple of events where they stopped because the judges couldn't see
because
through
of the rain,
window.
yeah.
Through the window.
Yeah.
How do they do it now? Is it the same?
I think here they have someone like helping them with cleanings from time to time. But they can see this pretty much or better, because I imagine their windows are like rain proof, you know, so the drips come down.
Okay.
They don't stay, and it's different from, you know, normal cameras.
Whoa, it's looking wild now.
But it's kind of looking wild.
It looks like he came to stay, not like the other days, where we could see the sun coming right after. And
I hope you're wrong.
Looks sketchy right now. But we have now Claudia with Philippe Malveau. I believe he's got a couple of athletes competing in this event. Take it away, Claudia.
That's right, we're here at Philippe Malveau. Philippe, we were talking before about the combination of professional surfing and studying and all the factors that combine of the personal life of a professional surfer. How do you work that out with your athletes?
It's just about like the way we manage the time at school and the time in the water. Right now they're lucky because they're able to study when they don't have the competition season, off season, so they are able to manage more than back in the days, that time during the months. They have like a couple weeks to do, a couple days to do every month, and some season where they study a lot and some season where they surf a lot and travel. So right now, they pretty much all the group, very young in Italy, I train. They all try to manage like a double project, which is like professional surfer and studying. And in my opinion, is something like really interesting because it helped them to be more conscious on like on the competition skills. They improve the competition skill because they get smarter, clever, they have a better vision, and the way they compete, they know it's not easy, and then when they study, maybe they commit more. So I always feel those athletes are more into what they do, you know, like they commit a lot.
You've been in charge of the Italian team, including the Italian surfer that's in the water right now. What can we expect from these next generation of Italian surfers?
I expect big things. I'm really impressed by the level and the degree of passion Italy has. There's a lot of athletes really good right now. We have like pretty talented surfer. Nobody expects to have such good athlete because we always think Italy is inland, like it's not inland but Mediterranean Sea. They don't have much wave, but they have wave. And in this kind of country, you have a lot of passion because you're starving about wave. You want to surf more, and they travel a lot. And the next generation of the young are coming, and they are coming good. Like I expect big thing with them.
Good to know. Thank you so much. Back to you guys.
Thank you, Claudia. Always good. Always good to know the insights of our industry. Yeah, we've been super impressed with the Italians in this contest. Not just the number, the amount of surfers, but also their quality. Hopefully, we'll bring also Jesus tomorrow to talk with us here in the booth. He's coaching the Italy team with Philippe Malveau as well. I'll try to bring some guests tomorrow for you.
Oh,
and this is one of the results of these guys' work. Michel Scopa.
Nice turn here by Enzo. And he needed that finish there. A bit of a low scoring heat until now. Highest single score it's Adur's with that 6.5. So Adur is in a good position to make this one, but conditions look really hard right now.
Yeah, it's messy. Look at this. It looks like it's bigger as well. Like I haven't seen a set that big on the outside. I think it just looks ugly.
Yeah, overall looks really hard. And it's hard for everyone. It's hard for the surfers in the water. It's hard for the judges. It's hard for us.
For the coaches.
For the coaches.
For the cameramen.
Wow.
I think that they have the hardest job.
Can we see the cameraman?
We should be thankful these guys are out there and surfing. That was Martino.
We want to see a cameraman. Might be so tough for him right now. Because the amount of rain, I think we cannot see on the screen, but as we see Martin again on a good looking wave and really close to make that turn. Yeah, you almost got it.
Whoa. You could start it like a sample with that.
Yeah.
Just every time anyone does a wave, you just click that button and that sound comes up.
And then the beat drops. Stop. We need to stop. It has been a long day. A long day.
Long day. Anyway, Adur still in the first place, and we have the replay of Nunes' last one. It was gonna blow. Yeah, unfortunately didn't make it, but still a long time to go, especially in the day like today, 8 minutes. You know, a lot of waves will be ridden in that amount of time. So just Scopa has another score to drop. He needs a 4.7 to advance, and has 2 waves to come actually. Doesn't look like he's gonna get the score, but he's definitely going to have his best wave, 2 of his best waves. So he might even move to second actually. Might.
8 minutes to go. It has been a long day here in Caparica. Looks like the rain has stopped, kinda. I cannot really tell, but looks like he's a bit better now. And last Michel Scopa improved a bit with a 3.83, and he's a 3.37, so he's gonna be right there. Gets 3.47, so he goes into second. Michel Scopa jumps into second. Enzo Cavalini now needing a 3.47, and he goes up and riding live. Gets the speed down the line and couldn't find anything. And in fourth place, Martin Nunes, needing a 3.81. So basically, he needed to land that turn, right?
Yeah, exactly. And as you were saying, super low scoring heat. This storm really hit the peak there, made it hard for everyone. And Nunes here, the good thing is that this heat is pretty open, right?
Wow.
Nice turn, a lot of spray. Let's see if he finishes. He does. It's a 3.81 he needs. So
Well
I
served.
think he did it. I think he did way better than that.
Yeah, I think he will. I think if he goes into the sixes with this one, I wouldn't be surprised. That wave was really well served.
For sure. He has a 3.5 already. So bless you. God bless you. Even though you've closed
Thank
your
you.
mic like everyone heard, because that was a big one.
Oh,
beautiful. Oof, stylish there.
Great combo there. Great connection there in between turns, and we see Enzo Cavalini now. Wow!
Oof! Wow!
If he had landed that, we would see excellent numbers across the board. Reminded me a bit of the turn João Maria Mendonça did.
Exactly.
Where he drifted the tail over the lip.
Let's look at it.
Look.
Let's see.
Oh.
Whoa.
He almost got it. And this was Adur's. Poof. Off the bottom, bonus section.
Wow. Nice, nice. Really
good.
Really sharp.
And look at this one.
So,
Snap.
Little snap there.
Tow.
That was
crisp. And boom. Able to finish it off.
Yeah, so
4.43 for that wave. I thought it was going to be just a bit higher, but
yeah, maybe 5. But anyway, 5.93 for Adur. Truth is, when you compare both waves, like there's a big difference in terms of power, in terms of commitment, and so in terms of that differentiation from one wave to the other, I feel like the score is well represented. Both of their scores. Martin Nunes.
Wow.
He went. Yeah. Looked like some lack of confidence going into that turn, although it would be a very nice one. He's young too, maybe 19. So to be here in this round it's a big deal for him, and I'm sure he wants to go through. And you have nerves when that happens. So
6. Sorry, I think.
Oh yeah.
Yeah,
exactly.
I think we misunderstood the score.
Yeah.
I think the 4.43 was another wave.
Exactly.
And now he's posting another big number. So
and also for Adur, his last one is actually a 6.27. So
maybe yeah.
Yeah, scores are taking a while.
Wow, so a bit of a big number for Martin Nunes coming in as well.
Adur, this is live.
Oh.
So his last one is 6.27, and Martin Nunes' last is 6.13. So judges really liking that.
So I was trying to see where Martin Nunes is sitting on the rankings. And he had a really tough year so far.
Scopa here. Wow. Nice turn, tail release. Beautiful. He needs a bit more. This is David Raimundo. That's the sign for blocking. It's just like, this is sit there. We know this because he was our coach for a while. Spent a lot of time with us. Took us everywhere. Taught us everything he knew. We all have great respect for him. And Adur Amatriain, nice, but also stuck. So 2 minutes 40 seconds. Let's look at Martin Nunes. Quite a kick. And Enzo going for the air. Chic, is he landing this?
If he is, no section at the end, but he's really good at those airs, backside rotation. So I wouldn't be surprised if we see Enzo Cavalini going for a
big air.
A big air. He loves to do them. So it has been a long day, and we are stoked to be here in Caparica, and we've got a massive heat coming up next.
Shout out to Jacques Correia. He's used to be one of the competitors here in Costa, a regular, and you know, a lot of friends watching, fans, but also people that used to be here and competing and that are missed in the circuit. But that's how it is. Life moves on. One goes ahead. You know how it is, Chico.
Yeah, of course. As we see live.
Live.
Ooh.
Oh, that's called a helicopter. That's heliscopa. Actually, that's
trying
the
to
name
go for
of
that 673, not landing it, and Amatriain, just precision, power, speed,
and flow.
He's got everything. Adur. Just he makes his job look easier than it is.
Yeah.
Right?
You know, in this heat, 40 waves have been surfed. 40 waves have been surfed. 40 waves have been surfed.
people
it's
people
actually
at home, they're gonna be like, did my internet just
exactly. But truth is, I can't remember 40 waves.
I do something like this on FaceTime, which is not repeating, but suddenly stopping a phrase in the middle and staying with a frozen face. Exactly. And the person goes like, "Are you there?"
I know. That's
Are you
cool.
there?
Yeah. And then you can even say like, that's quite a trick. Adur here, he's not freezing at all. He's moving and moving well. That's his, let's say, victory lap. Good for him. Good for him. Secured his place and yeah, Martin Nunes too. He must be happy about it. Must be real happy. And yeah, I guess this heat is over. Story is told. Unfortunately, Enzo falls back. Michel Scopa too. But great surfing from these guys. And we'll go, as usual, for a break now. And we'll be right back.
Na vida, há sempre algo que nos inspira. O milénio está sempre presente, ao seu lado, na conquista de novos desafios. Juntos, partilhamos a paixão pelo futuro. Milénio, aqui consigo.
It's good to try, even when something seems to make little sense. Put your weight on it. Make an impact in this world. Call everyone, set ambitious goals, and ask yourself, do you want to change surfing? Dare to test. Ride the future.
Welcome back. We've got some live action here. We've got some rain on the screen because there's a bit of a squall coming here in the round of 32. The last heat of the round of 32. Some big names coming up. and some big implications for the Challenger Series rankings here. It's Matheus Canhoto, the classic young Grom from Portugal, from Peniche. Keanu Lassa. And then this man here, that's Matheus. Had a really convincing win in the earlier rounds. João Mendonça. So first turn was strong, then another turn. So that was pretty impressive, as you see. Also Keanu Lassa, who's coming second currently on the ranking. So he's got it locked in. Probably the most interesting here is Kai Odriozola. So Kai currently sitting, before the event started, I think it was 13th on the rankings. As you see, João Mendonça from Ericeira just clicks the fins out and can't quite make it. But yeah, Kai Chico is 13th or 14th, and there's already been a few of those top, the last, we have 8th, 9th and 10th rankings have all fallen out in the earlier rounds. So this heat, if he can get through this, he can really start to make a play for that Challenger Series position. So it's going to be super tight. Mendonça just going for a bit of aerials. Meanwhile, those surfers who are, whoa, there's a big finish. And that was Keanu Lassa. He's so impressive, this guy. Just came out in the last 2 years, really. He's improved out of sight. His acceleration has been incredible. And with surfing like that, you can see why. But with those surfers, sitting, Nicholas Paulette, Patrick Langendark, all sitting in 8th, 9th and 10th, they'll be, hoping that Kai doesn't get through. So, yeah, there's a lot on the line. And right now, though, speaking of surfers who put it all on the line, it's winner of the last heat down on the beach with Claudio Pinto.
Hiding from the rain here at the Athlete Zone at the Caparica Surf Fest, where we hear a lot of reactions from the surf coaches to the friends, to all the surfers. The last heat were a lot of waves being ridden, and the winner next to me, guide us through your heat. How was it?
Yeah, it was hard, very tricky. There was a lot of waves coming, so I was trying to get as many waves as possible, trying to find a proper section. And yeah, I did. I got a few waves and happy to make it.
Congrats. Good luck for the next one.
Obrigado.
Okay, now short and sweet to the point. Adur Amatriain is through. Another one who's pretty much got his Challenger Series pace locked down. Meanwhile, Odriozola, the Bass Surfers, goes for a corrupt flip there. Can't quite hang on for Kai. So Kai, as we said, really needs this. And they all need it. It's all important. But perhaps Odriozola, he's probably the one in the rankings that needs it the most. Just goes for that grab and didn't get the grab from the start. So as soon as he missed that rail, it was never going to work. But this man here, Chico, 6.87, 6.83, sorry, not for that wave, for the one before. So really has been impressive over the last, that's not just today and yesterday, but also over the course of the event. Won in Anglet. Have you seen much of him surf? What's your thoughts on Keanu Lassa?
Yeah, I like it. I actually have seen him surf a lot over the last 3 years. It popped my eyes out when I saw his first.
Yeah, there's a bit of a gash down there. A bit of a spill of blood on the Kiwi. Not for the first time.
Yeah, I was saying first time I saw him surf and was in Santa Cruz. You remember the turn he did on the left?
Yes.
Like that kind of like blow tail, like on a huge wave, like a 7-foot wave left. And he got like, I don't know, 8.3, something like that.
Yeah, massive.
And yeah, I saw that.
I remember all the waves.
I saw that turn and I was like, yeah, this kid is special. And then I saw him surfing in Puerto Rico. I saw a couple of clips of him before the ISA there, and he's really good. So, yeah, I'm not surprised that he's in the position he's in. It was a matter of time, a matter of him believing in himself and understanding the potential he has. So when you come from a grommet to a older surfer, you kind of like takes a while, like one or 2 years for you to understand you're that good.
Yeah, here he goes here. There's another one, a blow tail you're just talking about. You don't often hear a wave termed as 7 foot high, do you? You don't. Is that something that you use to describe waves? A 7 foot wave?
Yeah, it was too much. It was like
wasn't
4
6.
or 5
It wasn't
foot.
8.
No, it was 5 or 6. It was 4 foot. I don't know. Like I use meters. In Portuguese, we say meters.
Do you? Oh, there's a big turn. Looks a bit fuzzy on the screen, but I tell you what, there's so much spray pumping through from Mendoza. That was really incredible surfing there. Yeah, I do remember that turn. You're right, Lassa just absolutely smashing this wave. So much rain and moisture just going around at the moment. But I'll tell you what, that was a couple of 2-turn combo. And then there we go. There's the blowtail from Keone Lassa. So, yeah, really, really explosive surfing coming from those surfers at the moment. As we see this rain squall just coming in. Got a bit of rain heading our way over the next few days. We've had weekends down here of just absolutely glorious sunshine, sort of swimmers and down on the beach, but not this year. But we've got waves and we've got a guy fanging down the line. That's Kanahoto. Just can't make that one. Got a big air game on him. But Matthias, unfortunately, just can't get through that section. Got some scores dropping in.
Matthias Kzn not finding his rhythm out there yet, and 5, 6, 7 for Keone.
Yeah, so backed up 6.83 and 5.67 in really quick time. He's been really so solid. Okay, here's Odriozola. So he gets 2-turn combo. Just needed that. He hadn't been able to get any wave. But 7.17 for Zhao. So that last one, that 2-turn combo on the right. So both these guys, Keone and Zhao, getting some big numbers up early. It's going to make Matthias and Kai's job even more difficult. They already need some big numbers, and that's without Zhao backing up his score. So under the pump, plenty of time left, plenty of opportunity, but there's a lot on the line as we see surfers out there just enduring this bit of weather, a bit of squall. You see that man over there just clicking his hands, waving. He already wants to know where he's at. He's got priority. He's got some big numbers. Pretty hard to hear what the scores are with the weather like this. Just wind blowing. This, you know, the surfers, announcers on the beach, and that westerly wind is straight into their teeth. So it's a little bit hard to hear. He's trying to get an update, but his update, once he finds out, he'll be pretty happy. 15 minutes left to go. 10 minutes surfed. 6.83 and a 5.67 and priority. So he's sitting pretty. One score to come in for Kai Odriozola. 6.17 is his heat total at the moment. Got a 4.1, so at least he gets himself back in the mix and ready to launch a comeback with 14 minutes to go.
A lot of rain though. Can't see much right now. Oh, look at them. These guys are
They
our
work
heroes.
hard, these guys.
As you see the father of Matthias Kzn there. He used to deal with the rain.
Yeah, they won't be worrying about that. Just worrying about this, trying to get a couple of corners in these tricky conditions.
7.17 for João Maria Mendonça.
Yeah, you've seen him. Do you think he's kind of reaching a stage now where he can start? He's obviously so talented, such a smooth, explosive surfer, but putting it together in competitions is what it's all about. Do you think he's got the mentality and the ability to go to do that?
Yeah, I think so. He's really mellow, but he wants to win. Like, don't get me wrong. Like, he's really, if you talk to him inland, he's super like relaxed, but he's that relaxed that when the buzzer sounds, he really wants to perform. So as we see another wave from him, nice surfing there by João. Oh, nice wave there. Really nice wave.
That was so well surfed from start to finish. The drive he's got on his bottom end turns is really impressive. And he already had a 7.17, so that is going to seriously back up his score or maybe even overtake it. So big numbers. we've got some work to do for both Kai and Matthias, but this wave, Chico.
Nice snap off the top. I love, as you said, the drive on the bottom turn, and it's just the way he connected the dots. He was really like relaxed, right?
Yeah, no
Looked
body
like,
movement, is
I
it?
don't know.
There's no,
Yeah,
nothing moves out of place. There's no arms wiggling or rail to rail. Just really smooth, really strong. And
but yeah, nothing too shaky, you know, like when you see him surf. And he's going to go into the lead with the 5.8.
Yeah, so backs up that 7.17. So here we go. Here's Canyoto. He needs something pretty quick. He hasn't had a wave of note yet. It's short, sharp on his backside. Again, I mean, it's going to be a score because he hasn't had any waves of note, but he's going to need a lot more than that, just given the amount of the numbers that these other guys have been posting have been pretty huge.
Yeah, Matthias, you're just going on a really soft wave overall. I think the wave wasn't really helping him out, so needs to work on his wave selection a bit and maybe try to find a better wave. And yeah, I think so.
Yeah, yes, he's got a lot of work to do. Is what he's got to do. He's got to get better waves, and he's got the ability, he's got the style. He needs some better location. We see the women. First time we've seen the women gear up for their next heat. But for right now, we're going to have a short commercial break. Listen to our sponsors and come back with more live action after this.
Na vida, há sempre algo que nos inspira. O milénio está sempre presente, ao seu lado, na conquista de novos desafios. Juntos, partilhamos a paixão pelo futuro. Milénio, aqui consigo.
It's good to try, even when something seems to make little sense. Put your weight on it. Make an impact in this world. Call everyone, set ambitious goals, and ask yourself, do you want to change surfing? Dare to test. Ride the future.
Nine minutes on the clock. We've got four surfers. The last four surfers left the round of 32 here in the men's division. We're going to move on and towards the women's round of 36 after that. Right now, though, we've got Kai Odrizola trying to get himself back in the game. There's a bit of air. It kicks the fins out, but just goes down. So he is warming up, but he's just got himself boxed into a corner here. The surfer who needs the rankings the most, really, in terms of getting that all-important top 10. And he's going down the line. I mean, just the poor waves. He can't really manufacture a score. And now chasing a couple of eights. Well, he needs an 8.4 or two good waves. So he needs some spark, needs some inspiration. Weather conditions are deteriorating. His surf has been ravaged by the wind somewhat, so got the high tide coming in as well. So it's all pretty difficult, really. But there's scores out there. We've seen his opponent, Zhao and Keone, get some big numbers early. So it might be a case of just seeing this little storm out and trying to get a patch of clear water. Don't know, what do you reckon? Chico, you're the competitive mastermind. What would be their approach at this stage? Do you wait for one good wave, or you just try and get as many waves as you can and keep pulling the dice?
Well, I think Matthias needs to get 2 waves for sure. Trying to go for a 10 today might be a little too hard. And Kai, it's on the limit, you know, like getting an 8-4, 8-5, one of the best scores of the event so far, on a moment where the conditions are most difficult. I think it's hard as well. So they probably need 2 waves, but the good part about it is that we know that Kai can do it. And big air for Kai.
There he goes. He says, yeah, there's one of them. So they've been rewarding, and Matthias as well on his backside, but he goes down. So have a bit of a heat to forget at this stage. But Kai, he keeps battling away. 7 minutes on the clock. So just see how he goes here. This is Matthias.
Nice turn there.
But an incomplete. So you see the 2 opponents just checking in. You see it again. And, you know, he surfed it well, but just couldn't come out the front. So we're just waiting on that wave for Kai to see if that just makes his job that little bit easier down the line here. Bit of amplitude. What do you reckon, Chico? Small wave, small section.
Well, if he goes into the 5s, it's going to help him a lot. So hopefully you get a number around that area, so he needs like a 6. But if he can get like a flat 5, would be his best opportunity to actually then need like a mid 6, mid to high 6, and get a 7. But yeah, looks like it's gonna be around that area, the score.
Yeah, it was. We haven't seen a lot of airs throughout the course of the event, to be honest. So the judges have been rewarding that progression to a degree, but just you get more points from media sections, and as it wasn't that big a section with 5.07. So as Chico said, just snuck into the 5-point range. So that now leaves Kai needing a 7.43. So still a big number, but gettable. He'll back himself out the back on a bigger right-hander. Kanamo. Oh, he just can't get it. Meanwhile, here goes Kai again. Falls through the lip and then gets a 2-turn combo. So now he's starting to say, righto, I'm back in this business. He's given it a bit of juice to the judges as well, showing his personality, showing how much it means to him. Pretty impressive, really. He was in box in a hole. He's just fought his way out of it pretty quickly, but...
Nice turn there, a bit lateral, but the second one though drifts the fins, and yeah, I think he will improve.
So there's his younger brother and his coach, Joe Seabra. Hans pretty happy with it as well. Zay Seabra didn't show too much emotion, just pretty calm and collected. But you know, he'll know that he's, no matter what happens, his charge is fighting. He's fighting desperately. He's nowhere near giving up. He's putting it all on the line. He's just chipping away. A 5.9 for that wave for Kai. So now he needs a 6.61. So he's done well to get back in this. He needed an 8-point ride, needed 2 waves. He's done it. Not the scores he wanted, but still, he's given himself just a much better shot. A 6.61 is, you know, a way more gettable. He just needs a half-decent section. So Kai, you know, even though he's not in the top 2 places, I think they'll be pretty proud of what he's done so far and the fact he's given himself a chance. And that's all he can do, Chico. Just give yourself the opportunity. If something comes his way, see if he can take it.
Yeah, he was in a really bad position not a while ago, and now he needs a 6.6, but he doesn't need an 8.5, so he improved the situation and he's fighting back. I think that's good.
Yeah, absolutely. But still needs a pretty serious number, and also haven't seen much of Lasser in the last 10 minutes really. He's got that just caught 3 waves. They've been super patient, had priority, so if he can improve on his score, that'll make Kai's job even harder. He needs to improve on a 5, 6, 7. So he's you know, he's got to be factored in here at this stage. 3.5 minutes on the clock. Can't even see where he's at. Kai might go and sit on him. I don't know if that... Yeah, there he goes. So Lasser staking pretty close to his opponent. See if he can sell him into a wave, or see if he can just not obstruct him, but limit his scoring opportunity. So it's going to be a ding-dong battle. You see Kai now waiting for those 2 scores, just to make sure to know exactly what he needs, a bit of clarity on his position. He needs 6.61. Mateus, the young Portuguese surfer, hasn't had a sniff in this heat. He's surfed really well this morning. We were talking about his style, and he's he's on the start of a journey, but it just goes to show, no matter how good you perform in the last heat, these events about backing it up, being consistent, just getting some scores on the board and giving yourself some opportunities. And unfortunately for the Peniche surfer, he hasn't had any of those just yet. It's tight though, 2 minutes on the clock. Audrey Zola down there in the rankings. I'll tell you what, those guys above him will be starting to breathe a bit more sigh of relief. There's guys like Patrick Langdon-Dark and Nicholas Poulet be going right. Hopefully that just makes the job a bit easier. But here he goes. So here goes Mateus. First turn is vertical. He's got a big section here to hit. And he does. And he rides out. So again, not incredible performance, but still, well, this might give him a sniff. It's pretty hard. It's all about this race for second, but Lass has not given up his priority, and he's sitting right on Kai. He's chasing him up and down the beach. So it's going to be hard to him to escape.
Yeah, but this last turn from Matthias was big. He was able to...
I didn't want to went for an air there. He needed a 9. As we see, Lasser did pull the trigger. So he did go that wave. I don't think that's going to count. So that has left Kai out there. Mendoza is further up the beach, so he might be on his own with 1 minute on the clock, chasing a 6.61. So we'll see where he's at. He's out there in the lineup, scanning the lineup. He's trying to stay away from... Now he's... you get one of his opponents, he got rid of it, then there's one right behind him with priority, is Mendoza. So out of the frying pan into the fire, effectively.
Do you reckon he's blocking him?
Well...
Looks like.
He's probably just sitting on the spot, rethink. But he's kind of tracking him, isn't he? You can see that he is. Not sure why. I mean, they've spent a lot of time together back in the day on the EDP Surf Tomorrow program. They know each other so well. They know how competitive they are. They know each other's strengths and weaknesses. And it looks like Zhao's not giving him any quarter whatsoever. And it's another little fascinating sub text of this heat. 10 seconds on the clock. It doesn't look like Kai's going to get a chance. Looks like Mateus does go this wave. Kicks the fins out. That's not going to count. Looks like the hooter goes. And unless Kai did get away, looks like his race is over for the European Series. He'll get loads of opportunity. Still young. Can't see him not being in the Europe's top 10 in the next few years at least. He's such a talent, but he's going to have to wait. And João Mendoza with some really impressive surfing early on, and Kai training Lasser as well. So he comes in. We're going to go a short commercial break. We come back for the first round of the women's event in the Costa Caparica Surf Fest 2025 right after this.
Há sempre algo que nos inspira. O milénio está sempre presente, ao seu lado, na conquista de novos desafios. Juntos partilhamos a paixão pelo futuro. Milénio, aqui consigo.
It's good to try, even when something seems to make little sense. Put your weight on it. Make an impact in this world. Call everyone, set ambitious goals, and ask yourself, do you want to change surfing? Dare to test. Ride the future.
Well, I'm not going to lie, it's raining. We are in Costa Caparica. We are staring into the teeth of a fresh storm that's come in to this part of the world. We've got some westerly winds. We've got some swell. We've got Chico Alves in the booth. But more excitingly, we've got the first round of the women's surfers. Chico, a little bit hard to see at the moment. Looks like Journal getting a wave. So we're progressing through. We're just going to do the round of 36 of the women's, which means that after this, we'll just have 32 surfers left, which makes it a bit more mathematically pleasing. And we've got Niels Jill, Karolina Orlinska, Chiara Capone, and Nora Egmond. So again, Netherlands, Italy, Poland, and France represented in a truly pan-European heat.
Really stacked up this heat. We saw Chiara there on actually a really good turn there on to start off the heat on her backside. And what do you reckon they should? What's the strategy now, Ben, for these ladies?
For me?
No, for the ladies.
I think they would have been watching all the. I mean, they've had 2 days to watch the event, so they should be all over the tides. They'll know that the high tides come in, that there's that right-hander next to the pier's kind of gone. It's all about peaks in the middle of the beach, so I think you'll see them just sit in the middle, try and pick off, surf to their strengths. For example, Maïs might prefer her forehand. She'll try and get the rights. Chiara might want to hit the airs on the left. So yeah, I think they would have sat and watched a lot of heats by now. They'll be a bit nervous, as I am, but they'll I think they'll be just ready to go. They've waited a long time to get in the water and show what they can do. So,
what do you think they do while they wait so long? Because they waited 2 days, right? The anticipation for a moment like this.
Well, they just enjoy the sights and sort of scenes and vibes of Costa de Caparica. Might go bird watching, play a bit of paddle, go check out the lovely restaurants, go bird watching up in the escarpment, do some yoga, do some printmaking, write some letters, read some books, listen to some podcasts.
Wow.
Make some blogs.
That's impressive. That's a lot of distractions. After that, I don't want to come to the event.
Well, there's so much fun to be had. So yeah, that's what they've been doing. Knitting, weightlifting, bench pressing, coffee drinking, cake making, dessert licking, tennis playing, bicycle riding, skydiving. They're doing loads of stuff. They're really interested, sort of, curious participants in the world.
Dessert linking.
Yeah, so, yeah.
Chiara Capone.
Capone, yep.
I love the name, though. Second name looks like,
Yeah, nickname should be Al, you'd imagine. But Chiara, the Italian, she's got 1 score. Here she goes. So, just couldn't quite get through that section. 3.17. But a big number. We saw that first couple wave of Chiara, as you mentioned, Chico, and it's 5.5. So whatever she's been doing and waiting around, it's been working, because the first wave, straight up into a good score. Here she goes again, live action. Bit of a section here. Nice carving, swoop.
Nice
another
again.
one. She's going to try and finish it off here. So could have, I don't know. I think for me, I think she should have tried and completed that turn. The third turn's important, but she sort of almost pulled out and lost the timing. But the first 2 turns, Chico, pretty good.
Nice gouging carve here. As you said, goes for this snap, and then I thought she was gonna go for the end section, but she identified it's a no-go, and it's a good section to kick out. So as we have the winner of the last heat, João Maria Mendonça, on a really hard heat that he's standing by with Claudia Pinto for the beach interview.
João Mendonça, the surfer from the Algarve, securing the first place to the very last minute of his heat, standing next to me. Tell us a little, guide us through your heat and how was it?
Yeah, the wind came through the heat before, so it was hard to watch the ocean. But I knew that the ride close to the pier always has like some opportunity, so I started there. I got a score, and then I came to the middle to kind of try to catch the good waves on top of the other guys, and it worked well. Yeah.
It seemed like you're having a lot of fun this winter, paddling on some big swells at Jardim do Mar in Madeira Island. Is big wave surfing on your eye for the future? Tell us a bit about that experience.
Maybe not too big, just like pedal size, but for sure I love also that feeling, the adrenaline. But I love this feeling too, that, like it's different types of adrenaline, and yeah, for now I'm focused here, but who knows, maybe next week there's a good swell, I don't know, yeah.
You're also training at the wave pool before coming here. Surfing all these kinds of waves in your free surf sessions, does it help to adapt in this type of conditions on the QS?
Yeah, I think so. I've always looked forward to like the guys who can surf like everything, so I try to get better at everything, like small waves and big waves and mushy waves and stuff. So I try to better all the aspects of my surfing, and now it's tricky, but I don't know, it's kind of if you get the good wave, you're halfway through a good hit, yeah.
Congrats, good luck for the next one.
Thank you.
Yeah, there's João, pretty relaxed, trying to improve in all conditions, all type of waves. And, well, he's through to the round of 16, so he's had a great start to this event. It's pretty mellow, as Chico said, but as soon as he gets in the water, he starts to fire up. And that was a really, really good performance by him. And he is on through, hopefully tomorrow, maybe the next day, to get through. Try and get to that quarterfinals, get the finals day, would be a massive result for him.
Is this his best result so far this year?
I think it might be, yeah. I need to double check, but he's...
I'm going to double check that, but I've seen him have a couple of great heats, but never making a lot of heats.
Yeah, he's been a little bit inconsistent, hasn't he, trying to, go back to back. That's the key to all these events. Part of the professional surfing is just being able to string together, a series of results each and every heat, not have a good one and the bad one, or slip up, and he's just trying to get that consistency. All these young surfers will struggle with that, but in a performance like this can help just in terms of confidence and feeling that you can match it with anybody. And he'll be dangerous come finals day if he gets that far.
Well, he made the round of 16 as well in Lacano.
Right. Okay. So he's matched that. So that's his best result. Yeah. So he's already got the equivalent of his best result. Yeah. One more heat through, and he'll have his best result of the year so far. So that's good. Good news for him. Let's see. Looks like Carolina. We might have had some type of interference. Here we go. There's Chiara. So she's getting the best wave so far. Can't make that one.
14 minutes to go. A bit of a sleepy start to this heat, Ben.
Yeah.
We see Chiara. The replay. Bang. A bit of a... She goes for the fin drift, and she ended up on a floater. And when coming down, she kind of like drift the board all the way around.
Yeah, didn't handle it. Fin drift to float up.
Yeah.
To dismount. So couldn't quite get a handle on that one.
And we see that the conditions changed a lot during this heat. Looks a bit harder now than it was before. But yeah, the ladies just going after it. And this is the round of 35, right?
30, yeah, round of 36. So yeah, we just got 2 heats in this round. and then we'll go into, not today, but tomorrow, the round of 32. So the swell just due to slacken off a little bit. Got some southwest winds coming in. What's your views on west southwest winds? Not so hot around this part of the world, is it?
Yeah, it's not so good.
Because it's bringing a bit of rain sometimes.
The water gets warmer.
Okay, that's good.
It's good, but yeah, the waves get a lot harder to surf.
Okay. Alrighty, well, that's what's coming our way. But then we have got a fresh swell for the Saturday from my looking at surf forecast. What I can see is that there's a big new swell comes today. But right now, we're going to have a short commercial break and come back with more live action right after this.
Sempre algo que nos inspira. O milénio está sempre presente, ao seu lado, na conquista de novos desafios. Juntos, partilhamos a paixão pelo futuro. Milénio, aqui consigo.
It's good to try, even when something seems to make little sense. Put your weight on it. Make an impact in this world. Call everyone, set ambitious goals, and ask yourself, do you want to change surfing? Dare to test. Ride the future.
Okay, welcome back to Costa Caparica. I'm with Chico Alves. He's a local. He knows his way around this track. I'm going to give you a quiz here. What's your dream day? Give us your dream day in Costa de Caparica from morning to night. How would it pan out?
Yeah, wake up. Let me just watch the replay because we saw some action. Blue there trying to get around that section. Carolina.
Yeah, could make it.
And we have red. Wow, that's a big turn. And winds up again and wow. Two big turns. 6, 8, 3. So Mali doing a good job there. Beautiful first turn.
Yeah, a lot of board speed.
Yeah.
Massive number, 6.83. Backs up with his 4.17. So, yeah, really good surfing. Yeah, so you wake up about, what, 10:30 in the morning? 11?
No, I wake up like around 7:38 every day.
Come on, mate.
Yeah. Like, it's a big difference wake up at 6:30 and 7:30.
Yeah, about an hour.
Yeah, it's actually good. I wake up at 7:30 to 8 a.m. every morning. And it would be nice to have like a rip ball left.
Right.
On a non-pier beach. I'm not going to say.
Beach?
I'm not going to say
come on,
neither north or south. A non-pier beach, like mid tide coming in.
Right.
2 to 3 foot glassy, and rip ball left. Okay, you surf for 2 hours.
Nice.
You get out of the water. You're gonna go for an acai.
Yeah.
Right. You stretch.
Got a favourite spot?
Well, yeah, I've got. Can I say it?
Yeah.
You reckon?
I reckon.
You reckon?
Yeah.
Oakberry.
Oakberry. Okay. Yeah.
I go for the Oakberry, and then yeah, just that's a perfect day in Caparica.
That's it.
Yeah.
That's then you go back to bed.
Yeah.
and
then you've got another 9 hours to sleep. From 11 midday till 6 p.m.
You're not going to surf in the afternoon?
Yeah, of course.
Yeah,
of course. But normally wind has already picked up. Isn't that great?
Okay, cool. Alrighty. And any afternoon activities if the wind's up?
If you don't work, right?
Yeah. Well, we're talking about you here, so yeah, exactly.
Okay. If you don't work, which is not my case, you'll probably go for probably like a run.
Go for a run, yeah.
Near the beach, just go for your yoga later on the sunset, and then eat an amazing picanha.
Oh, yeah.
In a place called Gordos, which is fed in Portuguese.
Okay. Which picanha.
Yeah, it's amazing there, and you can just talk about your surfing day.
Yep.
So yeah, it's good.
Sounds like a pretty good day.
And if you really enjoy being here, at like sunset, you can go like play golf on the driving course, and it has an amazing view, and it's a beautiful place to just be quiet and just chill.
Yeah. Nothing screams a sunset like whacking a few golf balls into a driving range.
So good.
Oh, so beautiful.
It's so good.
All right. Okay. Yeah, cool. Good day. Good recommendations from the local. I like it.
Yeah. But I'm a chill guy.
Yeah. Yeah, I know.
If you want to, like...
Like what? Yeah, if I want to do something different.
Yeah.
Yeah?
I don't know, but at the gym, you can go... But yeah, there's a lot of things you can do here, but mainly sports.
Yeah. Real active part of the world, isn't it? That's why you love it so much.
Yeah.
It's paddle court. Any paddle courts around?
Yeah, there's... I play a lot with a friend of mine that lives here. He works at the event as well. And we normally play together. And yeah, he plays well, and it's nice. I like racket sports. You like tennis?
Yep. I like tennis. Yep.
I like tennis as well. But I'd rather play paddle nowadays because it's more, you can socialize a bit more with everyone after the match and before.
Yep. Yeah, gotcha. Yeah.
And yeah, tennis is a bit more like, yeah, I came here to beat you, you know?
Yeah. More serious business.
Me and you,
yeah.
far away, you know?
Yeah, I'd like to beat you in tennis for sure. That would bring me great satisfaction.
And there's no possibility on that.
We shall see. I'll tell you what, though, in terms of the heat scores, Karolina Orlinska still needing some big numbers. Hasn't really been able to show any of her potential. Nora Egmond needing a 6.9. Maïs Joao has actually had a really solid couple of waves. You see some swell still pouring in. Chiara Capone. They've both been form surfers of this heat so far, the first women's event of the Caparica Surf Fest for 2025. And we see Orlinska just trying to make her way out the back, trying to get a few more waves in. She needs something just to get a bit of feet in the wax, get a bit of confidence. See what's happening. I mean, that's the first surf, first heat of the day. She hasn't struggled. Well, she struggled to get any waves whatsoever. All right, she's got a 2.07 there, so she has at least nudged the scoreboard northwards somewhat. But she needs some big numbers.
5 minutes to go, so pressure time now for our athletes.
Should we talk about the ratings, obviously, for the women?
Yeah, let's do it.
Super important for this event. Just as with the men, there's 10 qualifiers in the women's that go on to the Challenger Series event, which will be held the first one in June. So there's a lot on the line here, just as there has been for the men's division. And we've got currently sitting, well, top of the ratings, unsurprisingly, is Tia Zabrowski. So Tia, who was absolutely on a tear last year, only aged 13. She won a couple of events, and she has, replicated that form, so she's fine. Francisca Vaselko, the Portuguese hope, again, right at the top of the rankings. But there's more about that down the bottom there with Sarah Gaga, Camilla Kemp, Tessa Tyson, and Janine Gonzalez, Esther Barry, and Noah Clapp. They're probably the 6 surfers down the bottom of the rankings that are a little bit nervous. And some of those surfers just below them trying to get some points on the board and move up in the rankings. 4 minutes on the clock to go on this one. These surfers won't be able to make the Challenger Series, but they will be able to potentially get some points and some money, make their charge for next year. As we see, Capone one big turn and just falls off for Chiara. Couldn't quite hang on to that one. So it's been a bit of a slow heat, to be honest. None of the surfers being able to really capitalise on any of those opportunities.
As we see live, nice wrap there. Waits for the wave to stand up. Nothing on offer there. 3 minutes to go here as we see the replay, Ben. What do you think it happened?
Yeah, sort of a fading cutback as the heat leader. She's driving down the line. She just kicks out, so not a whole lot doing there. There's a bigger turn, but she couldn't hang on for the surfer in white. Meanwhile, Nora Eggman trying to get back in the game. We need to 6.9 and just managed to skip out. And looks like she could have hit a board there. So just hoping that she didn't injure herself. No, that's Nora just trying to get back in the heat at some stage. Not easy, these conditions. 2.5 minutes on the clock, and they both need some high sixes. They haven't really looked like scoring those just yet, so a tough ask. We have got moving on. We've got one more heat after this. See how we go. But yeah, I think the two top seeds have been impressive. Here we go though, live action. Capone just can't quite wrangle herself onto that wave. She battles back out. 2 minutes on the clock. We've got one more heat to go today after this one. And then, of course, the post-show, where myself, Zay Ferreira, Chico Alves will be picking through the heats. Can't wait to see Chico's views on the highlights, the lowlights. Oh, let's talk it through now, mate. Let's have a little run through what's been the best thing that's happened to you today.
Well, I had an amazing day. I was able to be next to you and Zay the whole day. We saw some amazing surfing today. We saw the best of the best, la crème de la crème of Europe surfing today. Costa has provided once again consistent conditions for our athletes.
This all seems quite broad kind of topics. I was asking for
you love them.
I was asking for specifics. What's the best thing that's happened to you today?
Riding by my mom's bike.
Right. I saw that.
Was amazing. It's quite old, but the bike feels we are on the same age range.
Okay.
The same.
Yeah, live action. So, despite, as you just mentioned, being at your home beach with some good waves and the world's best surfers, or Europeans' best surfers coming on to surf in really important surfing matters that can decide the Challenger Series, you think your best thing of the day was riding your mum's bike?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And this is kind of, no, I didn't say it was the best.
Right.
Was
right,
one of the best.
I literally asked you what was the best thing that happened today. And you said riding your mum's bike.
I love the mum's bike.
Yeah, it's pretty cool. Does she still get around on it? Still ride around on the bike?
Nah.
Retired. It's my mum's 80th birthday yesterday.
Happy birthday.
Yeah, Viv.
To your mum.
Yeah, Vivi turned 80, so that was exciting. Couldn't be there. A bit sad, but oh well. She knew I was. I bet I had this. I couldn't. I'm not gonna. I'm not gonna miss out.
You were riding my bike as well.
Yeah.
Yesterday.
Exactly. There goes the hooter. So Maïs, Joel and Chiara Capone, just too good, too strong. They are through to the round of 32. We'll get to see them tomorrow, hopefully. And we're going to go to a short commercial break. We've got Camila Cardoso, Diana Georgi and Sue Gartman coming up in the next heat. We're going to have a short commercial break, a little word from our sponsors, and we'll be back with more live action right after this.
Na vida, há sempre algo que nos inspira. O milénio está sempre presente, ao seu lado, na conquista de novos desafios. Juntos partilhamos a paixão pelo futuro. Milênio, aqui consigo.
It's good to try, even when something seems to make little sense. Put your weight on it. Make an impact in this world. Call everyone, set ambitious goals, and ask yourself, do you want to change surfing? Dare to test. Ride the future.
Welcome back. Well, we've got some good news and some bad news. The bad news is this is all about to end. We've got one more heat left of the day. The good news is I'm joined in the booth by Zé Ferreira to talk you through it. Camila Cardoso, the Portuguese Hope, Diana Jorge and Sue Gartman from Switzerland. So another pan-European fest, and we see, looks like Diana, she's sitting next to the break wall trying to get these right-handers. Still some opportunities out there.
And yeah, a curiosity. Vasco Figueiredo just...
He is a curiosity, you're right, yeah.
Yeah, he is. So the Che, after Sue Gartman's name, it represents the Slavic community. So they serve for Switzerland. That's what it stands for, which, you know, yeah, again, learning.
Yeah, we're always learning. Always something new pops up in surfing. So the Slavic, let's get some more information. Out the back though, that's Cardoso. She's surfing for Portugal. Camila, experienced competitor. Just a bit of frustration there. She's going to go in and try and make it back, go back next to the rip, see if she can get a few waves in that corner.
I thought like Slavs were kind of like from the east.
Well, around the Baltic, yeah, you know,
Baltic,
Yugoslavia, Bosnia, Herzegovina, Serbia. That's the Slavic region. So yeah, we'll see about that. One turn there from Camila.
Round of 36. That's not something you see every day, but it's a good, you know, good indication. More and more women are surfing.
Yeah, more and more women surfing. One of those women surfers is Claudia Pinto, and she's down on the beach with the winner of the last heat.
First heat and first round of the Caparica Surf Fest with Mélie Jouot making it to the next round, even though there is not much opportunity. How did you find your place out there?
Yeah, it was really difficult. I'm so sorry for my English. Waves are really tricky, but still fun, like at home in Brittany, so I love it.
What have you been working on, and what's been the training plan lately?
I don't. For this one, I don't have the training plan because I take the decision like 5 days ago to come here. So I'm just here just for enjoy and try to do my best.
Taking it easy and just enjoying, does that make it more fun and easy to progress?
Yeah, I think it's more easy when you enjoy it.
Thank you so much. Good luck for the next one.
Yeah, she's having a good time. Yeah, look, no need to apologise for English. I was just thinking it's a bit ridiculous. Like we're in Portugal.
Yeah, and
we're all speaking English.
But English
all the surfers,
super good.
All their English. These are young. A lot of these surfers, you know, all doing their interviews in their second language. All articulating themselves really well. So, yeah, please don't apologise for your lack of English. It's remarkable how well spoken most of these surfers are. Claudia's in her second language. I would say this is your second language.
Yeah.
So it's you know, incredible that you guys actually make the effort so that the English-speaking world can listen to it. So it's much appreciated. And
that's nice. Nice strategy to keep the English language as the first language in the world, you know.
Yeah,
because we're trying to make it Portuguese. We're trying to make it Portuguese.
Well, why not? Surely the English has had its time, hasn't it? Hasn't done much good for everyone. Out the back though, as you see, top turn and goes down the hole from Jorge, Italian. So Sue Gartman. You don't see many Sues getting around even in the modern era, do you? The under-16 Swiss champ.
Yeah, Sue. Yeah, it's usually Americans. Sue Gartman felt there, but yeah, great surfing, and good to see like a different approach in the interviews as well. We've been listening to men for 2 days.
Yeah,
it's it's fresh to hear.
Yeah, had a lot of mansplaining going on, and even from this booth in particular. So yeah, hopefully tomorrow we're going to get some of these. I can get their opinions in the booth. Get some of these surfers to come in and have a chat, hopefully. Because right now we've got a stacked heat coming up tomorrow. We hope to get through the round of 32s of the women. We'll see how that goes. But we've got a bit of time up our sleeve now. We've managed to sort of cut the men's field down to just 16. And we have got the women's now down to, well, we'll be down to 32 after this heat finishes 18 minutes. So, yeah, we've starting to get there and pick the eyes out of it. Looks like, as I said, Saturday looks like could be the day, finals day. Friday's a holiday here as well. Is that right? Oh, Easter Friday, of course it is.
Easter Friday.
Holiday. If you can't get a holiday on an Easter Friday in Portugal,
the country goes down.
One of the most Catholic countries in the world, then where can you get it? So
yeah. Actually, we have this week called Santos, where we have like, in the space of 2 weeks, we have like 3 or 4 holidays.
Right.
St. Peter, St. Antonio, St. John, and basically, even though like you have 2 days or 3 that you have to work during the week, no one works during those 2 weeks really. I mean, if you have a business, you do, but
yeah, if your business is surfing like us, we don't stop. But
we never stop.
No, everyone takes a break. Yeah, uses their time off and then connects it with the holidays to have a bit of a break.
Yeah,
good stuff. So you should. Portuguese, pretty hard-working people, need a break.
Yeah, that's true. Actually, it's one of the countries in Europe that works the most amount of hours. Then not the most productive amount of hours. You should say that. But yeah, we do work a lot of hours.
Okay, and here's the Cardoso. Well, she's working hard right now. Portuguese surfer. Oh, nice top turn. Cuts it short, a little bit safe, but that's probably smart competitive surfing. And then she's going to go back round to the rip bowl. She's got this little routine down. She's pretty confident with her ability just to go surf the rip bowl and then come back round. And got the score.
Yeah, just the one turn, but solid little whip there. Maybe tiny bit late, but super safe and solid. So maybe her best wave so far. Super tough conditions as well now.
Yeah, the winds come in, the high tide's about sort of pretty close. It makes life difficult. At least we've got banks, so I'll tell you that just makes so much difference having this sort of rip bowl still there. It does, in what looks like a super chaotic lineup, it just provides some type of order. I'm not saying it's ruler edged. She's not Desert Point, but it does provide at least the same takeoff spot and the same zone as we see Georgie just looking at that takeoff and going down. 15 minutes to go. Cardoso coming up with a 5.33 for that one turn. So, she proves that judges know that you can just do one turn and get a solid score. And then, so what are your plans for Easter, mate? What happens in the Ferrari household on Easter? You'll be here till Saturday, obviously. Then you got Sunday, Monday off. Big lunch on Sunday.
On Sunday, yeah. Actually, family lunch was supposed to be on Saturday, but that got cancelled for
because you put surfing first.
Exactly, all the time surfing over family. Actually, commentating over family.
Yeah.
No,
rightfully so.
Yeah, I think Sunday lunch.
Nice.
Now that Saturday's lunch is cancelled.
That'll only go for what, 10 hours, I suppose? Will it?
Yeah, minimum.
Yeah.
Actually, like, I have some family lunches, and this is not, I'm not kidding, that start at lunchtime, let's say 2, and they do finish at 5 in the morning sometimes, 4. Seriously.
I thought you were going to say 10 at night or something.
You just talk for hours.
Didn't think you were going to say 5 in the morning.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's a good lunch.
Not, you know, it depends on the lunch.
No.
But
yeah.
My grandmother's not there, obviously. Some cousins and.
I'd like to see that. Grandma on the decks at 4 in the morning.
Yeah.
Yeah. So yeah, it's a big family time, Easter in Portugal, but Costa Caparica, it's all about the surfing and like big turtle is. But we're going to get a short commercial break, have a word from our sponsors, and come back with more live action right after this.
Há sempre algo que nos inspira. O milénio está sempre presente, ao seu lado, na conquista de novos desafios. Juntos, partilhamos a paixão pelo futuro. Milénio, aqui consigo.
It's good to try, even when something seems to make little sense. Put your weight on it. Make an impact in this world. Call everyone, set ambitious goals, and ask yourself, do you want to change surfing? Dare to test. Ride the future.
Welcome back. We've just got 12 minutes left of what's been a compelling day of European surfing here at Costa de Caparica, one of the spiritual homes of professional surfing in Europe on the continent. The last event of the European qualifying series, and we've got Sue Gartman, a Swiss surfer, just trying to tap away in, needing a 4.27 to advance. And she's going to get a finish, and it's a score. So we'll see how she went with that one. Gartman just waited a while to get any number on the board. She got to her feet eventually. A little tag there.
Yeah, that first tag was the highlight of that wave.
She got a 2.2. Rack. She needs another one of those, and she's through at this stage. Dana Georgie in second. Looks like Camilla has gone the left-hander here into the wall. Sorry, that was Dana Georgie. Yeah, she just couldn't quite make that one. So it's the race for second.
Yeah, Camila had a 5.33 on that backside slash. We were still seeing the rights there, but yeah, it's as in the men, like this is such a good, first contact with competition, with European competition. I'm sure, for instance, Sue has competed before, but maybe like in the nationals or some regionals, and when you get in contact with all these other athletes, and you feel the vibe, and you see what they're doing, what boards they're using, and it's very inspiring. And I think that's a huge important part of competition, is the legacy it kind of leaves to younger surfers.
Yeah, absolutely. It's all part of the curve. Yeah, that's a good point actually, Zay, just to see what goes on and feel the vibes. And you're also mixing, you'll be getting ready, for heat, and Jorgen Kzn or Yolanda Hopkins, for example, might just come past.
Mm-hmm.
And you're in the proximity of those, some of the best surfers in Europe, if not the world. So, yeah, it's a really exciting time. Trying to do your best, try and be prepared and be ready. Deal the nerves
and learn.
So, yeah, it's all part of it. And right now, well, Sue Gartman, she's going through all that process now. She's in the water where it counts. Doesn't need a big score. She does need to just up the up the levels a little bit. She needs to just find a little bit more aggression or some top. You just need to find a wave, let's be honest.
Yeah.
It's not that difficult. It's a tiny number, 2.48. Some really small heat totals of 4.67 is what Diana's got in second place. And there she is, Gartman, just going back out into the lineup. It's not a bad strategy to get back in the middle somewhere. She's got third priority. 8 minutes, it'll go pretty quick for her. She's done a bit of surfing in the Alaya, Alaya Bay at the Swiss wave garden up there, so she does practice up there as well as in the ocean.
We have like a few wave pools in Europe, so Bristol, Alaya Bay,
Edinburgh.
Obviously Wave Garden in the Basque Country, Edinburgh,
Munich,
so
Amsterdam. There's one being built in Madrid as we speak.
Right. I think Portugal will be next.
You'd think so, yeah.
Yeah.
So
we're talking 7.
Yeah, 7 operational and more getting built all around the world. So, yeah, they're coming our way. Incredible bit of technology. I think we'll be one of those last generation that can remember a time before wave pools.
Yeah.
The kids growing up now will just be part of their surfing experience. As you see, Diana trying to improve on a 1.17. I think she's going to do that with a few cut downs and top turns and a nice finish. So she'll be happy with that. And another one and another. So
nice movement there, like super fluid on that top to bottom.
Yeah, trying to improve on that score. So that's, you think, is going to make the job a little bit harder for Gartman in green. 7 minutes on the clock. And yeah, good competitive surfing. She was in second spot, needed to back up a score. See if she did that. And comes around the corner here. You know, done enough to get a score, which is the main point.
Yeah, exactly. That's her goal. We have that replay there. So nice. A lot of turns in there. So whoop, just at the end couldn't really. As we have the replay of Camilla's last one. Different kind of experience and movement, obviously, from these 3 surfers. Unfortunately, felt there.
Yeah, went down the hole. Yeah, so it's been a pretty big day. Again, we've managed to fit in 16 plus 4. Yeah, sorry, 18 heats today. So pretty good day of competitive surfing. Oh, Gartman had a potential there just to try and get that score she needed, because the last wave of Georgie just came in. Well, still to come in, but she needed a number. After this, 6 minutes to go, we're going to go through the post-show, have a quick look at the highlights, a couple of the best heats we've seen during the day, quick recap of where we're at in terms of the rankings, and then, yeah, sign off for tomorrow. But this wave for Gartman looked all right. She got to her feet okay. She just needed to, well, she
have a layback there.
She did a mid-face layback. Yeah. But wasn't quite what she wanted. And she's going to go back out and see if she can redo it. Plans for tonight? Zay? What's going on? What are we doing? Dinner? We got
dinner.
Well, it's your oyster.
Meat.
And this, yeah. Picanha, maybe.
Picanha, yeah.
Chico's picanha recommendation. Think that might work?
I think so.
He might be good for something.
Eating.
Make it have an Australia Galicia beer after the event. There's an Australia Galicia, proud sponsors of surfing. Actually, one of the great sponsors of surfing ever since I've been coming to Portugal. Just been forever. They've always been there supporting the event and being really, really good. And it's got great beers. There was a chance of an Australia Galicia down there. That's an option. We could go for surf. There's waves. I mean, it's a little bit messy, don't get me wrong, but it could get wet. So many stuff to do.
Yeah, a lot of stuff to do in Costa de Caparica. And actually there's a tent there that's going to be playing music, because I think they're like, I think they're from the festival that goes on in Costa de Caparica. What's the name, Chic? What's the name of the festival?
Oh, it's the Caparica Surf Fest.
I mean, there's a Caparica
the
Surf
cultural
Fest.
festival.
Yeah. They're sponsoring the event through the municipality, through Almada municipality.
Yeah.
Anyway, so probably
some
we'll
music
have
to be
like
had.
a big party here tonight.
Big party here tonight. We can't party. We're too busy.
Yeah.
7:35 call
I
in
need
the
to
morning.
focus on this. You know, need to perform and get those KPIs up.
Exactly. That's what it's all about. There's an early start tomorrow for the women's round 32. We're going to do 8 heats of the 32. And here's a nice looking wave for Gartman. Can she get it around? And there's a layback snap. So that wave, a bit more aggression, a bit more board speed.
A lot of space covered.
She did.
Can tell that much.
A bit of a layback kind of jam on the top. So nice wedgy little corner she found.
Bottom during a lot of time. And wow, super young surfer too. She, but must be like 13 or something.
Yeah, I think she was the under-16 Switzerland champion, so yeah she's been 15 or so. So it's still got plenty of improvement, and plenty of potential. So 3 minutes on the clock. She needed a pretty big number of 4.73. Judges just weighing up that sort of layback kind of snap tag thing, majig. And it looks like it's going to come in at a 2.93, so that's the best wave. So that's, even if she doesn't get the score, there is, a bit of promise there and a bit of knowing that she's had a dig. This wind just blowing around. These westerly winds, it's pretty much straight coming off the Atlantic. I mean, the whole coast is being buffeted. Caparica probably just has a little bit more protection than most, but even still, she's open to it. We've got 2 minutes on the clock before the last heat of the day of the Caparica Surf Fest for 2025. The women's round of 36. Surfers here just looking to do anything to get up into that next round of 32, get another chance at surfing again. Gartman is in third place, needing just a 4, a flat 4. 4 on the floor would do it. Moment to see if she can make it happen. Cardoso's been a little bit quiet since that flurry, that last one big turn she did, a 3.77.
Yeah, well, low scoring heat too. Yeah. Well, look at this. It's also it doesn't look like the best conditions in the world. You do have some fun waves. It changes a lot with the tide getting this high. That's for sure. So I think it was quite smart from the contest director, since we have so many days to run the contest, to just like call it a day. It's 3:30. Surfers can have a rest. It's been 2 long days, and because we had time for another 8 heats if we want to, maybe.
Today?
Yeah, for the round of 32. We'd finish at like 7.
Yeah, let's not do that.
So, yeah.
Let's not do that, guys. Let's not get it. Let's not go crazy. 30 seconds on the clock. Bit of a damp squib. We're just waiting on only Hartman can do anything. Gartman, can do anything about it. Cardoso's going to have one last crack at it. Can't get that wave. So 27. She's got a pretty safe lead, so she won't be too concerned. Georgie hanging on to that second spot, trying to stay in the mix. Gartman trying to push her. It looks like it is. That's over, but she just kicks out because she didn't have priority. So a little bit of a risky strategy, but I think it's going to pay off. Cardoso finishing off here with a turn, so that's a better turn. It goes down the hole. So that is the day's wrap, I'm afraid to say. We've had the first 2 women surfers, first 2 women heat surfing came out. That's all over. We're going to wrap it up for the day and move on through to the round of 32 for tomorrow, the first 8 heats. So it's already been a pretty big day. I'd say a fairly anticlimactic last couple of heats with the girls. It's pretty inevitable when you're going from the super high-end round of men's, the top seeds, down to the lower seeds in the women's, but they'll come up. They'll get the big guns will be coming in tomorrow. Matija Zabrowski's perhaps one of the future stars of the sport. I predict to be a future world champion. So she's surfing tomorrow. But we're going to go to a short commercial break. We're going to come back with the post-heat show. We've got some of the best performers of the day, a couple of big heats, some of the ranking qualifications, and a whole lot to cover. So don't go anywhere, folks. Got the post-show coming in right after this short commercial break.
Na vida, há sempre algo que nos inspira. O milénio está sempre presente, ao seu lado, na conquista de novos desafios. Juntos, partilhamos a paixão pelo futuro. Milénio, aqui consigo.
It's good to try, even when something seems to make little sense. Put your weight on it. Make an impact in this world. Call everyone, set ambitious goals, and ask yourself, do you want to change surfing? Dare to test. Ride the future.
Welcome back to the Caparica Surf Fest 2025 post-show for today, Wednesday. We have had a pretty massive day of competitive surfing here at the Costa de Caparica near Lisbon. We've had rounds of 32 men done and dusted. We've got down to just 16 men left, so it's been a pretty big day. We've had a bit of wind, we've had a bit of weather, we've had waves, but I'll tell you what we've had some explosive surfing, Dave Ferreira. Have you enjoyed yourself?
Yeah, very much. We've had, waves with a bit more solid than yesterday, I guess. Great surfing, some upsets. It's getting, very excited with that top 10, having some possible changes, So, yeah, great day of competition. Some weather issues now.
Yeah, there's been some weather. I'll tell you what, someone who dealt with the weather quite well was the winner of that last heat. She's down on the beach with Claudio Pinto.
That's right, Camilla's right here with me. Camilla, you found your place out there. You overcame the challenge. How does it feel?
It feels really good. It was tough, but I saw some good ones alone without anyone. I was trying to catch them. But at least I caught the 5, I think, yeah. And I missed some good opportunities. Let's see if the next one I can do them.
Secured your first place most of the time. You seem very confident. Is that the plan for the next round?
Of course, the plan is always to get confident and to be in the right spot on the heats. Even if it's the second spot, if I have a space for the third, I'm happy with it. And the most important is to be surfing well.
Thank you so much. Great surfing here on the last day, on the last heat, the second day of the Caparica Surf Fest. It was a pleasure. Now post-show with you guys. See you tomorrow.
Thanks, Claudia. Good work. She's been out there all day getting the numbers. Chico Alves, how would you rate your performance today? You happy with the way you went about things today?
Yeah, I started off slow, as usual. Like early mornings are slow for me, but then I got in the rhythm and the run came in.
Yeah, you ramped it right up. You've been a pretty solid performance, good, lots of on-point judging criteria, and we've seen loads of good waves. We're going to have a look at a couple of the better heats of the day, some highlights from two of the more high-scoring heats, of course, today. It's all about the Challenger Series, really. What 10 surfers can make it up into that all-important ranking? And, well, Frederico Moraes, he's already on the Challenger Series, but this heat was really exciting, and it went all the way to the end, didn't it? You guys called this day, and it was action-packed from start to finish.
Yeah, this guy's super solid, strong on his turns and doing the best decisions. This was actually like
Who's this guy?
tightest heat of the day. Frederico here went through, but this was until the dying seconds with that situation between Charlie Quivron and Sampite.
Yeah, and there was a bit of controversy. Freddie just kept, oh, geez, we've seen that arc before, Chico. But Sammy Pitte came back strong at the end, but just couldn't quite get over the line. So big numbers and a lot of last-minute flurry of activity. But Freddie looks good, doesn't he, mate?
Yeah, it looks good. It was a tight heat. Overall, everyone surfed well. And when it comes down to these rounds, it's always tight. So it was a really debatable heat at the end, but it was great to see everyone putting on a show, and that's why we are here for it.
Charlie needed that. And this was the wave that was going to potentially change it all. Sammy Pitte cracking on his backhand, two-wave combo, as opposed to the wave before of Charlie's. It was ranked just a little bit below. He was really, you can see, he was really despondent. He's upset, and he's you know, that's one of those losses you got to take. Meanwhile, the number one in Europe at the moment is Kzn, and he was up in the heat with Bitor. But it was Kzn against Ferreira that just stamped his sort of class and his experience all over this heat. Bitor put up a good fight. That yellow board, that yellow Cabianca, looking really sharp. But it was a great heat. Lede here also surf well.
Yeah, well, for sure. Great surfing from Thomas Lede. Beautiful re-entry turn there. And this is who's doing that?
This is Jorgen. So just when you thought he was not in a bit of a hole, here he comes.
Yeah, just beautiful surfing from him, and progressive, you know, that he brings that extra spice between just that classic rail game plus that extra spice in terms of progression. So he's really, you know, it's very very easy to explain why he's the first in the rankings.
Yeah, he's won the European qualifying series 3 times. Noah Dupouy, his French compatriot there, he's won it 3 times. He wants to win in the 4th, and I don't think I think he surfs as good as he's done his whole career, Chico. He looks on point, he looks fired up, and I love seeing Kzn like that.
Yeah, it looks injury-free. I know he battled through some injuries over the last 2 years, so he's looking good and on point, as you said.
Yeah, absolutely on fire. So who goes in tomorrow is one of the favourites for sure. Tomorrow I've got the call. We're going to go into the round of 32 of the women's. 7:30 call, Chico Alves. So we've got more women's. So we're going to run the 8 heats of that and see where we go. But it looks like we're definitely going to do that for sure. So another action-packed day. The swells looks like it's going to drop down a little bit. Bit of wind. But we're going to have waves. I mean, you're a local. Are we going to have waves tomorrow, Chico?
Yeah, I think so. Cool. There's some size today, so for sure tomorrow we'll run.
Okay, well, that's a wrap. We've had a great day. Thanks, Zay Ferreira, for all your time. Much appreciated. Chico Alves, as ever, you've been an absolute champion. Please come back tomorrow. We've got another action-packed day at the Caparica Surf Fest 2025. My name's Ben Mundy. We'll see you tomorrow. Bye for now.
This copyrighted event broadcast is produced by the World Surf League for broadcast around the world and may not be retransmitted, reproduced, rebroadcast, or otherwise distributed or used in any form without the written consent of the World Surf League.